Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's meeting of the Portland City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Fish.
Here.
Saltzman.
Here.
Novick.
Here.
Fritz. Hales.
Here. Welcome, everyone. We have a single item on the council calendar this afternoon. I'll get Carl to read it in a moment. Let me just lay down some ground rules for those of you who may be not regulars here in the council chambers. First of all, want to welcome everyone here. There are just some disclosure requirements we want to make sure you know. That is, if you're here as a citizen, all you need to do is give us your name. You don't need to give us your address. However, if you're here as a lobbyist, our city code requires that you disclose that at the start of your testimony. And if you're representing an organization as a volunteer leader, we'd appreciate knowing that as well. Because of the number of people that we have here, after our invited testimony, I'll be asking people to limit individual testimony to 2 minutes because, again, we want to make sure we have the opportunity for everyone to be heard. Please testify to the matter at hand. I don't think that'll be a big problem this afternoon because I think we all know this topic that we're here to discuss, but it's important that people stay on topic. And then also it's important that we respect each other because there are issues in our community, and this is likely one of them, where we don't all agree. And it's very important that we hear our fellow citizens courteously. So if you agree with someone and want to demonstrate that, give them a thumbs up or a wave of the hand, but we ask that we not make vocal demonstrations in favor or against our fellow citizens' point of view when we're in this chamber so we can hear everyone. If you have handouts, please give them to our council clerk and she'll distribute them to the members of the council. And with that, would you please read the item?
Item 370, accept private for hire transportation innovation task force preliminary report.
Okay, and I'll call on Commissioner Novick to get us started.
Colleagues and citizens, I'd like to start by thanking the mayor for transferring responsibility for private for hire regulation from the Revenue Bureau to PBOT last year, because the private for hire industry is part of the transportation system and should be recognized as such. I've been asked numerous times over the past year for my views on the regulation of the private for hire system, and I think my answers have been fairly consistent. I have said that I'm committed to the rule of law and to equal treatment under the law, but not particularly committed to maintaining the current set of rules and laws that govern this industry. Indeed, I think that in every aspect of government and every set of regulations, it's appropriate to periodically take a look at what you're doing and see if perhaps it should be changed, regardless of whether there are any fancy new companies with four-letter names entering that particular industry. So when we convened this august task force, and this is, I think, one of the more august task forces the city has ever seen, we gave them some broad parameters. We said that safety is paramount, and every driver has to be insured at all times, and vehicles have to be inspected, and background checks have to be conducted, no matter who you work for. And we made it clear that every company engaged in this industry would have to share the responsibility for accessible service for people with disabilities. So we gave the task force that charge, but beyond that, we basically said, you're really smart people, we'll give you a lot of resources and information, a lot of people will come in to brief you, we want to see what you come up with. So today, we're going to hear what they came up with. Chair Greenfield, take it away.
Thank you. My name is Mike Greenfield. I'm the chair of the task force, and I'd like the task force members to rise and state your name. Introduce yourselves to the board.
Please.
Richard Lazar, representing the Technology Association of Oregon.
Rehana Ansari with Portland Business Alliance. And I'm Sue Stahl. I'm the commissioner on the Portland Commission on Disability.
Casey Jama, Central Portland Metropolitan IC.
Dan Lenzen with Venture Hospitality and Real Estate.
Chris Bubo, representing the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association.
Joan Plank, retired from the Oregon Department of Transportation.
And not here today is Leslie Carlson, Joanne Harrigal, and Jewel Minarik.
And your facilitator.
And I'm Jim Owens, principal with Kogan Owens Green, and had the honor of being the facilitator for this August group.
I'd like to thank the board for this interesting assignment. The task force has been working at a fairly fast clip, given the timelines. We're recommending a 120-day interim pilot to accommodate the city's agreement. We will, following that, be back to recommend a regulatory framework informed by specific data, additional research, input and analysis, and of course, policy direction from the City Commission.
A couple opening comments about the charge and the process. Commissioner Novick just ran through the charge that you gave us. As the chair's indicated, it was a broad charge that we've tried to address in a very aggressive period of time. I'm not going to read through this. I did want to speak to the process very quickly. It's been an expedited process. Since mid-January, we've had 10 meetings of the task force. We've had invited briefings from the taxi industry, from the TNC industry, and from technology platform companies. The Office of Equity and Human Rights helped organize a drivers forum. We had a community forum. My time's up?
Nope.
Thanks very much.
Very succinct.
An important piece of the research that was done for us by PBOT was looking at other communities' approaches to transportation network company regulations. You may hear suggestions today that this hasn't been a transparent process. To the contrary, all of our meetings have been open to the public. All of our external communications we receive from outside parties, and any communications from our members to the group at large have all been posted on the project website. And at each of our meetings, we had members publicly declare any connection, any contacts they had with members of the industry. So we've made every effort to have this as a transparent process. Early on, we adopted some principles to guide the work of the task force. Again, I'm not going to run through each of these. I think they're going to pop up as we go through our recommendations today. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back to the chair.
The scope of the recommendations that we're presenting today are intended only to provide a framework in a temporary manner for 120 days. Any and all recommendations may be revisited during the second phase, with a more holistic review of the city's programs will occur. The framework of the recommendation is of 16 subject areas in Phase 1. Among areas that we'll be taking a close look at in Phase 2 are performance measures, providing and funding accessible services, employment status of drivers, PFHT board, driver working conditions, monitoring programs, and program staffing. Generally, the recommendations that we're giving you today break down into 3 categories. The first category is the application of existing regulations without any changes to them to each of the types of the taxis and the networks. The second group, we've modified the regulations and applied them evenly to both groups of providers. And the third category are regulations that are different between the 2 categories of providers. I will review for you the first set, which are regulations which were in place when we started, are still in place, and apply to both TNCs and taxis. Driver conduct, non-discrimination, caps on hours, 14 hours of driving, enforcement, and prohibition of weapons in vehicles. To talk with you about the modified regulations, in other words, regulations which we've changed, which apply to both sets of providers, Joan will give you that.
Okay, the first area is vehicle inspections. We're going to include the current master certified mechanics who do the vehicle safety inspections on vehicles, but we're also going to allow expansion to something called Blue Seal certified shops. The expansion is based on staff conversations with the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence, and it's intended to create more options for vehicle inspections. Blue Seal shops have to have at least 75% of their technical staff certified under either the ASE or the Master Mechanic program. We also looked at safety equipment as part of that area. Current city code currently requires a spare tire and a functional heating and cooling system. Again, staff talked with the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence and found that functional heating and cooling systems and first aid kits are critical safety features. Obviously, you got to be able to see out of the vehicle if it's fogged up, and also comfort for people in hot weather is important. Spare tires and fire extinguishers, however, which are part of what current requirements, are not critical safety issues. So fire extinguishers are rarely used, is what was found. And so we kept heating and cooling and first aid kits, and said spare tires and fire extinguishers weren't required. We also recommended that vehicles under 1 year old be exempt from vehicle inspections. The next area is background checks. We are decided to allow background checks to be performed by third parties that meet or exceed current city requirements. Today, the city does the background checks, and in order to keep the process moving, both taxis and TNCs will be able to use third parties. The taxi company or the TNC are going to have to certify to the completeness and accuracy of the records, and the city will have the authority and ability to audit those background checks and require the companies to maintain the records for audits.
So what third parties exist to do background checks?
There are, Commissioner Fritz, there are companies who provide that service on a national basis. I understand that some of the TNCs are using those companies currently.
And they have access to driver's licenses?
They have access to the background, the background information. I believe the city goes through the state lead system, law enforcement data system.
Well, I thought there's a regulation that says that people can't get other people's driver's license numbers except through that. So how are these companies able to get it?
Commissioner Fritz, I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Okay. One other change in the background check area that we wanted to clarify is that the current code standards apply to felony convictions. Today, the word conviction is not in the code, and so we thought that that was a important thing to include. Driver testing and training. We want to authorize both taxi companies and TNCs to administer the training and testing programs that have been approved by the city as equivalent to the city's programs. Again, because we expect there to be an additional group of people who want to start providing service, this was a way to allow the process to move forward a little faster. There'll be a temporary driver permit during phase 1 that eases the administration of the training and testing, but there'll be a requirement that all training and testing be completed no more than 4 months from the issuance of a temporary permit. Permits is the next area. The task force recommends issuance of a 120-day interim permit for any new vehicle. We require that the companies guarantee that the drivers and vehicles meet the requirements for vehicle inspections, background checks, driver training, testing, and reporting. We recommend no restrictions on the number of permits during phase 1. We also recommend during phase 1 that approval of new permits transfer to the commissioner in charge of PBOT instead of the Private for Hire Transportation Board. And finally, we'll, during phase 2, assess market capacity and the data that we get to determine how it worked. Minimum standards of service. For both taxis and TNCs, we recommend the current standards that require 24/7 citywide service, but we recommend deletion of a requirement that no more than 65% of a company's fleet can be within a 1-mile radius of the Portland International Airport, and remove the requirement for a minimum of 15 vehicles, and that at least 2/3 of the company's permitted fleet must be in service at all times. So we're keeping a couple of the standards and taking some away during this time. The final area that where we made changes is agent of service, and we recommend that both taxis and TNCs have a locally based agent of service. with regular weekday business hours, and that they be accessible, and that would provide for any legal issues that need to be addressed, and that there also be accessible service via telephone or email 24 hours a day to give people who are receiving service a place to call or file a complaint.
Richard and Rihanna will come up and continue the presentation.
Can I ask a question at this point? About one of your recommendations? Or do you want to run through them all first?
Your choice. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, I'm a little puzzled about the statement, the policy statement of we want uniform citywide service, but we're suspending the requirement that no more than 65% of the fleet can be near the airport. I mean, that is the most lucrative fare in this city, or any city really, is that trip to the airport. And you're saying you're suspending the maximum on that. So how does that work to ensure citywide service as opposed to everybody being at the airport?
Commissioner Salzman, the requirement is still there for citywide service, that we haven't taken that away. And the TNCs are not, at this point, allowed to be at the airport on the property because the Port of Portland regulates that. So it didn't.
I mean, it's possible that you could still allow TNCs to be at the airport without suspending the requirement of no more than 65% of your fleet be at the airport. That's a question, I guess.
We'll know the answer to that question in some detail after the 120-day period. In some cases, what we're trying to do is to put into place some alternative service mechanisms and then get some feedback and which will guide us for the final recommendations.
And with data to see whether or not, if everybody runs back to the airport and there's an issue with service in other parts of the city.
So at the end of the 120 days, you'll have the data to assess whether that cap on airport service is being counterproductive to the obligation of, or I should say, lifting the cap for airport service is counter to the citywide service standard.
We hope so.
Yeah, we're gonna be aggressively looking for data-based reasons that will sound much better when we present the second phase to you.
Okay.
Let me follow that question just a little bit further, and that is make sure I understand, and that is, aside from what we regulate or don't regulate in our city code, the airport has decisions to make about what they allow or don't allow, and is your understanding that they're not intending to allow TNCs to queue up with taxis and wait for fares?
Mayor Hales, we don't know, but under the current rules, the TNCs would not be able to do that.
Under our current rules or their current rules?
Their current rules.
Okay,
They would be able to be in the cell phone waiting area.
right.
They wouldn't be at
In
taxi.
theory.
I don't know
Maybe
if
in
that's airport
practice.
property or what the definitions there are either, so.
Okay, but there's a taxi cab waiting area at the airport. The TNC vehicles are, at this point, you don't anticipate that the port is going to allow them to queue up? They haven't indicated.
We don't know.
Okay, okay. Be a good thing for us to hear from the port on that subject.
Do we have a proposed mechanism? You said that the companies would verify that all the background checks and equipment and permits have been done. Do we have a proposed mechanism to check on that?
Commissioner Fritz, the staff will put some kind of process in place to make sure that the companies are certifying that all of this is in place. And yes, I'm assuming that there will be a check to make sure that that has happened. The companies will be on point and responsible for making sure that all of that takes place.
So this conversation is very much analogous to a previous one that we had last summer over Airbnb, and we had an extended discussion over do we just trust or do we verify, and so I'm going to want some information on that. And just as before you continue with your presentation as a framing, the council has not yet decided that we're going to allow this to move forward. So my understanding of what we're discussing today is if it moves forward, what are the proposed regulations, and then what council might change in that proposal. But then next week will be the discussion about do we actually allow this to happen, or do we say let's do some more work first?
Yes, these are our recommendations.
To you, yes.
Can I follow up on that for a second, Eric? Because just while we're all on the same subject, and I want to just encourage everybody, if they can, to silence their cell phones.
because my guess is we'll have a lot of interruptions. So when you say that the companies are going to have to certify, who are the companies we're talking about? Give me an example of both a taxi company and a TNC that would have to certify.
My understanding is that there will be a requirement for an individual at the company who can speak for the company and represent the company, be it Broadway Cab or Radio Cab or Lyft or Uber, that will be responsible for certifying and making sure that those background checks and other items have been properly taken care of. And I believe also that it's not going to be just trust, it's going to be trust and verify.
So let's take, since you mentioned Uber and Lyft, so each of those companies will have to have someone who says to the city, we certify that we're in compliance with all these things that we have to self-certify.
Yes.
And we'll have some mechanism for having them check the box and then and verify that.
And audit, follow-up, record, they'll be required to supply records, make records available to the city.
So our recourse against a company that doesn't follow that rule is to fine them?
A condition of getting permitted by the city, she's gone over some of those areas. The record checks that are done are open for inspection and audit by the city. The alternative, if someone does not meet that, is something that needs to be determined by staff, but it would either be lifting the permit altogether or a fine or some consequence, and we can probably get into that level of detail in the second phase.
So that's to be determined, but there's some consequence for
Absolutely.
a failure to follow this rule, assuming we agree that self-certification is acceptable.
Well, my opinion would be that if they don't meet the qualifications, they don't qualify for the permit.
That would be the heaviest hammer we would have.
That would be my,
So let me take
And there are penalties for driving without a permit.
Yeah. So let me take the example of one of the certification processes that goes to the heart of safety in the vehicle, and any one of the ones that you've identified. And it turns out that Lyft has not in fact certified, and there's in fact a bunch of cars out there that are not safe. Our recourse is to lift the permit or to fine them. What's the recourse for the passenger?
I don't know what the recourse for the passenger is today, but it would probably be similar to the processes in place today versus what we would propose.
File a complaint with the city with the city private for hire
Yeah.
staff, right?
Okay, so one of the things I'm going to ask the TNC folks, assuming they're testifying later, is their user agreement has a disclaimer of all liability. So they say they're specifically not liable for anything that happens with the driver. So I just want to be clear that we understand what the recourse is. The city can fine or take away a license, but at least under the user agreement that I've reviewed, the passenger has no recourse if it turns out he or she is in a vehicle that was not properly certified, and where either the background check wasn't done, it turns out the driver was a bad actor, or there was a safety violation. So at some point, I'm going to want to know what's the recourse for the passenger, because at the end of the day, the consumer, I think, is the most important person in this equation.
We may all already be doing this, and you may have done this in just that instance as well, Commissioner Fish, but we ought to be queuing up questions that we have, not just for the task force who made these recommendations, but also for our private for hire staff in the Bureau to say, what do you think you have to do in terms of administrative rules to address this issue that's come up here in the hearing?
So just continuing on the background checks, are you envisioning that the TNCs would be required to list their drivers that they have certified and give us their driver's license information?
Yes.
So that's different from Airbnb.
Yeah, in a nutshell, the permitting and the background checks are all predicated on certification by executives from the companies, so that there can be some legal liability here, that they've done the background checks, that they've done the vehicle inspections.
They will be giving us a list of their drivers.
Correct.
It's different because Airbnb houses aren't in the public right of way. Okay.
Thank you.
Move on.
That's at least one of them, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Did we wear that panel out?
Yeah, I scared them off.
Hope you didn't feel like we were disrespectful. We were just getting started.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Richard Lazar, privileged to be here, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Appreciate the opportunity to serve on the task force. It has, to say the least, been a very interesting experience and continues to be. And appreciate that opportunity. At some point, I may be able to add some color on some of the questions you've already asked, but what I'm up here to talk about next are two categories. One is insurance and the other is equity and inclusion or accessibility. So with regard to insurance, there are three categories that we're making recommendations around. Some are the same across the two sectors, some are different. First, the same for both taxi companies and TNC companies. We're recommending commercial business insurance, which is similar to the current requirement applicable to taxis, which is that they both carry general liability insurance with limits of at least $1 million per occurrence and $2 million in the aggregate for bodily injury, property damage, personal and accidental injury, and contractual liability. So that's sort of GL, as they say in the insurance world. Workers' comp is as required by state law. That's the current requirement for taxis. That would be applicable to TNCs as well. And then the other area that's come up and generated most discussion has to do with commercial vehicle insurance. And these recommendations vary between the two categories. So for taxis, we're recommending that the current requirement remains in place, which is that taxi companies carry commercial auto liability insurance with combined single limits of not less than $500,000 per occurrence for death, injury, or property damage. For TNCs, it's slightly different and with higher limits. And so what we're recommending is an industry-developed framework that the task force strongly believes meets the city's public safety goals. And there'll be kind of a phase-in that I'll describe. So as you may have heard, there are phases for TNCs. The first phase being when the driver turns the app on and that driver is ready to accept a fare but hasn't yet accepted a fare. And the insurance we're recommending there currently in this initial period is contingent liability insurance of $50,000 per person, $100,000 per incident for death or injury, and $25,000 for property damage. The insurance industry is currently in the process and has applications pending at the state before the insurance commissioner for a product that would make what is currently contingent insurance into primary. And our recommendation is as soon as those products are approved, that category of insurance will become primary.
Mr. Lazar, could you elaborate on the difference between primary and contingent?
Yes. So today, for this period one where the app is on, but there's no passenger in the vehicle and the driver isn't yet en route to pick up a passenger, but in effect, the vehicle's become a commercial vehicle because it's prepared to accept fares. If that vehicle gets in an accident, the current commercial insurance applicable in that category only applies if their personal auto insurance doesn't kick in. So that's what insurance industry means by contingent. So the first recourse is to the personal insurance, the personal vehicle insurance for the driver. And then if that doesn't carry forward, then the contingent coverage kicks in. And then, as I said, when these new products, and our understanding is it could be very soon, we don't know an exact date, but possibly by mid-year, these new products, and the insurance industry, this is a market, and they see revenue opportunities, and so they're actually coming out with new products to serve the industry. And so what will happen is that contingent liability coverage will become primary. So then the personal insurance will have no application once the app is on.
I think it would be also helpful as you go through the three periods to describe who we're trying to protect. Because it changes. I know it's implicit, but if you would walk us through who are we trying to protect through this insurance?
Well, insurance, protects, frankly, everybody involved. So there is both property and humans. So the driver of the TNC vehicle, certainly passengers and right now I'm focusing on the TNC category. So passengers in TNC vehicles and any other parties, be they pedestrians or drivers or passengers of other vehicles who are involved in a collision.
So in period one, we don't have a passenger.
Correct.
We do have a driver.
Yes.
We do have pedestrians, and we do have other vehicles.
Correct.
That's really what we're trying to make sure there's adequate insurance to cover any liability that arises in that context.
Yes, in this period 1 category. Any other questions about that? Thank you, Commissioner. And so the next component has to do with periods 2 and 3, which is when a TNC driver has accepted a fare request, a ride request, and they're en route to, and when they pick up that passenger and during the time the passenger is in that vehicle. And during this period, we're recommending, which is consistent with the framework developed around the country, primary insurance coverage with minimum liability of $1 million for death, injury, or property damage per incident, and $1 million of underinsured motorist, also for death, injury, or property damage.
Is that with a 2 million overall or just a million overall?
1 million overall.
Per person or per accident?
Per incident.
And
So it's, yes, per incident. Per person and per incident, it's $1 million combined limits. There's no,
5 people, then the limit is 200,000 each involved in the crash.
I'm sorry?
If there are 5 people involved in the crash, then the maximum that each could be hoping to get would be 200,000. If it's a
What
million.
we're recommending, again, is the consistent framework of $1 million in coverage. How that gets allocated in a particular situation would depend on that situation.
But what I heard before was that it's 1 million per person, 2 million per incident.
That's for general liability insurance, which is the current requirement in the code. It's a different category of insurance. So it's slip and falls, it's traveling, it's not related to driving the vehicles.
Carry on.
Yeah, I know insurance it can be complicated, but there's 3, again, just to summarize, there are 3 categories of insurance that we're making recommendations around, the same 3 categories that are currently in the code. So the first, again, is the commercial general liability insurance, and we're matching the current code requirements for both TNCs and taxi companies, workers' compensation, which is just whatever state law requires. And then I spoke about the commercial vehicle insurance. Okay? Any other questions? Thank you. So the next issue I'm going to talk about, which I know is very important to a lot of people, including every member of the task force, which has to do with equity and inclusion.
I'm sorry, I thought you were going to continue on with the insurance part. So what about after the ride has completed and the driver is going back to their home?
So that depends on whether they log out of the app or they remain in service for another call. If they log out of the app, then they're out of the system and they revert to their personal insurance coverage. If they remain in the system and available for another fare, then we revert back to that period 1 coverage. Once the passenger leaves the vehicle, it reverts back to the period 1 coverage period.
Okay. And what about when first of all, is the app work, is that it hands-free for the app? So if you've got the app on in your car, are you able to, is it voice activated to be able to say, I'll accept that ride or not, or does it require cell phone use during the drive?
I don't know the answer to that question.
We did incorporate the city's hands-free policy as an assumption.
As in effect, a separate recommendation outside of insurance.
And then what about the problem that if a driver is involved with a personal vehicle is involved in an accident, that the person's private insurance would be canceled if the insurance company then finds out they've been driving their vehicle for commercial purposes?
So we've heard that concern. We heard that concern during the task force process. I couldn't say that we have sort of a definitive answer from the insurance industry about whether personal insurance would be cancelable. We haven't heard of specific instances in which personal insurance has been canceled. At least none were presented to the task force. And the new products that are currently before the state insurance commissioner would solve that problem.
So why are we proposing to move forward with the pilot project before the insurance is in place?
So our view as a task force, and we were unanimous in this regard, is that the current framework, even with contingent coverage, meets the city's public safety goals and it's a model that has been applied successfully in a whole bunch of other jurisdictions. So it's not novel to Portland.
So just to be clear, we're talking about having contingent coverage during period one from the get-go. And it's my understanding that there has not been incidents elsewhere where the insurance companies have said, even if your app isn't on, the fact that you are sometimes a TNC driver means we won't honor your personal insurance.
We, again, we heard those concerns raised, but nobody has supplied the task force with information that anybody's insurance was canceled for being participating in the TNC role.
Can I ask, just since we're going to come back to the overall package, but before we move on to the other periods, you said earlier that workers' comp as required by state law. Now, since my understanding is most of the TNCs characterize their workforce as independent contractors, what's the significance of telling us that it's workers' comp as required by state law? We don't have the power to change state law, so you're just saying that that's not changed. That is your point, that we're not making any changes to eligibility on workers' comp by any of the changes that you're proposing?
So the answer to your latter question is yes, we are not recommending any changes to current code in this requirement. With regard to the status of drivers, the TNCs operate in a uniformly independent contractor model. The taxi companies here in Portland have varying models. Some are independent contractor models, some are employee models. So those that employ drivers would, to the extent state law requires it, would have to deal with workers' comp insurance. Those that are independent contractors may not have to.
And those that might mischaracterize their employees take their chances?
You know, the evolution of TNCs has raised a host of issues, and many of those issues are being litigated around the country, and I think it's going to take some time for this newly emerging category to sort of find its balance in the law as well as operationally.
Just going back to my previous line of questioning, you've mentioned that the city is named as an additional insured. Does this mean that the city is named on a driver's personal policy?
No, it would be on the the applicable commercial policies. If the personal insurance is applicable, then taxi or TNC driving isn't implicated. They're using their personal vehicle for personal use, and therefore they're outside of the system.
Yeah, we recently had a crash of a cab at an intersection. I don't believe the cab was occupied at the time, and of course some of our cabs are personally owned. And so there have been incidences of accidents happening outside of transporting passengers. So I want to make sure that we have adequate coverage. So for instance, the app-on having not yet accepted a ride, the limit of 25,000, 50, 100,000 seems ridiculously low to me.
Yeah, for injury and death, it's 50, 100, 50,000, 100,000. 25 is for property damage.
Those are not high enough for people who are transporting people, other people in their cars, or about to be, I would say. And just to return to my previous comments, I have learned far more than I care to about insurance over the last 28 weeks, and there are companies, private insurance companies, who would cancel your policy if they know that if you're driving commercially. And so I'm very nervous about telling Portlanders, go ahead and do this, without that understanding that if they get into a crash, they may not have personal coverage, not only for their own car, but perhaps for their family cars that might have been insured as well. So that's been discussed, right? Because I've been raising that concern to Commissioner Novick all along. And you just decided to wait and see what the state does?
So I certainly appreciate your concerns. And what I can tell you is in our collective wisdom as a task force, we believe that these recommendations meet reasonable public safety objectives. And that's why we've put them forth for you. We certainly appreciate your concerns. With regard to the State Insurance Commission, that really is just about moving, and frankly, we're very interested to see that step happen, because we would very much, as a task force, like to see that coverage move to primary.
You know, just as a practical matter, as I listened to this very thoughtful exchange, it occurs to me that what's likely to happen here is the first few times there are accidents involving TNCs in any one of these phases, a competent plaintiff's lawyer is going to sue the driver, is going to sue the TNC, and is going to sue the city as a practical matter. And we're going to sort this out through a litigation process because a competent lawyer is going to sue everybody that might have any potential liability, and we're going to figure out what the courts deem to be appropriate. I do share some concern about there are some things that I think we can take a little bit of a chance on through a pilot period. I'm not sure insurance is an area we want to take the greatest area of risk, so this is something to come back to in later staff discussions.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the dialogue. So moving on then to equity and inclusion, and again, a very important issue for the task force, and I know it's important to a lot of people in this community. And I just want to state our goal as a task force is ultimately to achieve parity in both accessible and not accessible private for hire transportation in the city. I want to first sort of frame the current state of the universe before sharing our recommendations. Currently, in terms of supply, there is in the code a requirement that taxi companies have 20% of their fleet allocated as wheelchair accessible. Only one of my understanding is only one of the companies currently meets that requirement. In terms of service levels,
When was that requirement adopted?
years ago, as far as we know, I don't know the exact date, but
20% ceiling?
it's long been in the code, is our understanding. One of the things that occurred to us, and probably occurred to you as a commission or city council, is that that's not a service requirement, it's simply a supply requirement. And so, as you'll see in our recommendations, we'd like to move toward a service-based approach as opposed to a supply definition approach that doesn't really bear on services. In any event, service levels currently are not defined or addressed in the current regulations. In terms of demand for accessible transportation, there's no meaningful historical data on level of demand. I have one anecdotal data point. One of the taxi companies reported to me in a meeting that they believed, and this isn't verified data, that 3 to 5% of their total call volume was for accessible transportation. We got input on the task force that suggests reasonable levels of wheelchair accessible vehicle service are not consistently being provided throughout the city. So that's our view of the current state. With that in mind, we make the following recommendations. We recommend that both taxi and TNC companies provide citywide wheelchair accessible vehicle transportation services, either through their own vehicles or through a city, an agreement with a city-approved provider. We recommend that both taxi and TNC companies with apps make provision on those apps for a rider to make requests for wheelchair accessible vehicles. We recommend that taxi companies, we're recommending to reduce that 10% fleet, the 20% fleet requirement to 10% to sort of match the current state and with the recognition that it's not a service-based standard. We're recommending that both taxi and TNC companies report for the taxi companies that they report historical data, 2 years of historical data, and that both categories of companies, beginning with this 120-day period, report ongoing requests for service, both accessible and non-accessible, including response time data, so that that can inform the task force tasks going forward, its work going forward. And we're recommending that a fee be assessed against TNC companies only for data collection, management, and analysis during this 120-day period. That's phase one. In phase two, to give you a preview, I can tell you that the task force and staff will be collecting and analyzing this data, and will be using that data to evaluate a variety of models that can be applied to accessible transportation in the city. You can expect a comprehensive set of recommendations from us during the phase two meeting that we'll have. And I want to give you my personal assurance, which I shared with Sue Stahl, that I will do everything I can on the task force, and I know other members share this view, to solve this problem in this city.
Mr. Lazar, sorry. I just wanted to add something, which is that the current code provides an alternative to the 20% requirement. It says that companies that participate in the Portland Accessible Cab Association agreement are required to have only 10% of their fleet wheelchair accessible. Taxi companies that participate in that agreement are required to provide wheelchair accessible taxi service within a reasonable time. It's a rebuttable presumption that any time beyond 30 minutes is unreasonable. It's my understanding that there are no participants in the Portland Accessible Cab Association agreement, that all of the companies have chosen to opt for the 20% option. But there is an existing code, an option similar to what you're describing for the pilot.
Thank you for that clarification. And again, just to finish my comments, and certainly happy to answer any questions, the goal from our perspective on the task force is to pursue this in a data-driven way and to analyze a variety of models that can meet this need. Thank you.
So can I ask you about the city-approved provider component and the apps with the option to seek to declare that you have a disability and need an accommodation? Is it your recommendation that those be in place prior to the 120-day period?
Yeah, as part of the 120-day period. In other words,
Is your recommendation that we have this, that we have these agreements to have city-approved providers if you don't provide it, and that the apps be updated and that be done prior to the beginning of the 120-day period?
Yes, it's a condition of permitting.
And is the intent to have the 10% apply to the transportation network companies too?
It does not. It applies only to the cab companies.
So what's the requirement for the transportation networks in the pilot?
That they can choose to have an accessible fleet and serve this need in that way, or they can contract with a city-approved provider to meet the need, which means their app has to have the ability to make a request for accessible transportation, and they have to have a mechanism to immediately communicate that request to their contract partner to serve that need.
So that might help for folks who are having trouble getting through to dispatch to getting the vehicle dispatched, but it would decrease the overall number of vehicles. Because the percentage of vehicles would then decrease if none of the TNCs have to be accessible, and we're decreasing the number that the taxi cabs have to be accessible, which, remember, we just had a lot more permits approved, so the taxi companies were planning to increase their numbers. We're not, I mean, are there other companies other than the taxi companies who are providing accessible rides?
Our understanding is that there are, and I think staff can probably address that better than I can.
Thank you.
And just to close the loop on a related issue, how do we ensure that if a TNC opts out and enters into a city-approved contract with a third-party provider to provide that service, how do we ensure that the customer is not charged a premium for a basic service?
We address that in the fee component of our recommendations, which is coming up.
So there's, just as a preview, there is no additional fee that can be charged just providing the basic service to someone who's disabled?
Correct. We're not suggesting there should be, that accessible transportation should, riders would need to pay a premium for that service. They should not.
But there is a provision for surge pricing and other kinds of things. So at least with this category, the TNCs would not be able to charge a premium to provide a basic service.
We did not address that question.
We did not address that specifically.
I think we're going to have to make absolutely clear that it is on the same terms and conditions, regardless of what additional administrative costs the TNC incurs in opting out and contracting. I think that would be fundamental, that we have to offer at the same price. So we'll come back to that with staff.
So just so we're clear, what you're suggesting is that surge pricing would not be permitted for wheelchair accessible rides.
I would say no premium pricing other than what is applied uniformly in the marketplace for someone who seeks a basic service who happens to be disabled. I mean, that would very much undercut, I think, the equity argument if someone was allowed to pass that cost on.
Thank you for raising that question. It's a very good one.
Good.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, that might be a good transition since we're talking about rates to have Ms. Ansari.
Sure.
Proceed.
So good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Rayhana Ansari with the Portland Business Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on the task force.
I'm going to continue with regulations that vary, beginning with fare rates and pricing. So for both TNCs and taxis, we're recommending that there be fare transparency and the distribution of either hard copy or electronic receipts. For TNCs, we recommend no fare regulation and allow for dynamic fare pricing, with the exception being that in periods of, or in a state of emergency, the PBOT director can send out an alert that would suspend dynamic fare pricing.
Can we be clear that when we're talking about an emergency, we're talking about a Blazers game occurring at the same time as a Timbers game? We're talking about any events at City Hall that bring more than 200 people to the chambers. I mean, we have a very elastic definition, I hope.
Or your birthday party.
Well, that.
Right. An earthquake, severe natural disaster.
Big snowstorm.
Yeah, big snowstorm.
That would be hard for Port Wonders to cope with, so.
And the PBOT, under your rules, the PBOT director gets to make that call.
Correct.
Okay.
And for taxis, we recommend that current fare regulations maintain. The reason being is that we, as a task force, felt that these are different models, and we'd like to test how consumers respond to the models in the first 120-day period.
May I just ask about that? I mean,
Sure.
did somebody raise the concern that if the taxi cabs are subject to price regulation, the TNCs aren't, then the TNCs will undercut what the taxi cabs charge during sort of slow periods and make up for that by surge pricing and have a competitive advantage because they'd be able to undercut the taxi cabs prices, but because they can offset it by surge pricing.
Do you have a response for that?
I think we don't know what is going to happen with pricing in the marketplace because thus far it's been highly regulated. Data from other cities has been mixed on that topic. Frankly, we went a bit round and round on the question of whether to eliminate fare regulation for the taxi side. And we heard from staff there were some administrative concerns around that and what would happen after the 120 days if it changed back. So I can't say that we have a strong view on this particular topic. Ultimately, this is what we recommended.
And I appreciate that, first of all, I think the task force has done an amazing job in a very short period of time, and my hat's off to you for the quality of the work. But let's go back to a values proposition you started with about a level playing field. And following up on what Commissioner Novick just asked, it does strike me, at least, that we are potentially creating a separate but unequal system if we allow someone to set the price and another is regulated. And I understand you struggle with that, and I'm not here to pick a fight over that. We're here actually to better understand your thinking and to understand what our options are. But it does, at least on the surface, seem like it's not a level playing field. And I'm going to need some help to understand reasonable predictions about what's likely to happen and why the same ground rules don't apply to both sides.
So if I may just offer a brief comment on that, I think you've raised a legitimate concern that we wrestled with. Frankly, the question is this an area that government should regulate, or is this an area where the free market should determine pricing, leaving aside accessibility? Frankly, my personal view is that there's no data upon which the government, in this case the City of Portland, could rationally determine what pricing ought to be in the market unless you understand cost structures and that sort of thing. And so, again, my personal view is that it probably makes the most sense not to regulate in either category. And again, we struggled with this, and ultimately this is what we recommended, but certainly share your concerns.
Well, while we're on this same subject, and maybe you were going to mention this, but the task force is recommending the structure that we've just talked about. I am assuming, and our city attorney can either nod or talk about this later, but I'm assuming that if we choose not to regulate some aspect of prices now, we're not, during the pilot project phase, we are not foreclosing the option of regulating those rates later.
Correct.
Right? We still have the authority that we have. We regulate private for hire transportation, new kinds and old kinds. And if we don't, for now, regulate rates, that doesn't mean we can't regulate them later, right? We're all working on the same assumption. Okay.
So, Mr.
I guess the
Mayor,
concern, though, that I would have, Charlie, on that is that it begins, at least to me, to feel like you've got a restaurant next to a restaurant, and one of them has a certain level of administrative requirements or regulatory burdens, the other one doesn't. And we're saying one can charge what they want, the other one couldn't. And we're saying at the end of 120 days, we'll see potentially how much damage we've done. And the problem is, we might actually put someone out of business.
Right, I get it.
And that's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. And I just want to tread lightly on that. And I hope we can make a rational forecast as to the unintended consequences.
No, I get that. I just wanted to make sure on legal ground that nothing that, if we accept the task force's recommendations, we're not foreclosing any options for the council. That doesn't mean that we want to accept them as they are today, but I get it.
Commissioner Fish, just for the record, I share your concern. I am not enamored of the idea of having price regulation for some actors, but not others.
Right, thank you. So continuing with permit fees, for TNCs, we recommend applying a flat fee per company based on cost recovery. And our understanding is that city staff are working on estimating what the cost recovery would be. For taxis, we recommend continuing to apply the existing fee structure and maintaining a moratorium on fee increases of the kitties.
And the kitty
Is the set fee that cab companies collect from their drivers to cover for overhead. In phase 2, we recommend the potential for a tiered fee structure based on the number of vehicles per company, and that would be for both TNCs and taxis. And the idea is that this would allow entry for smaller companies into the marketplace. For vehicle signage notices, we recommend for both TNCs.
Excuse me, before you go
Yes.
on, going back to fees. So my understanding is that the TNC drivers, do they have to pay a permit fee?
Our recommendation is that for the TNCs, it would be a company permit fee.
So the cab drivers have to pay between $225 and $600 for a new or renewed license. So what happens to a cab driver whose license comes up for renewal during this 120-day period?
My understanding, and this is what I've heard from city staff, is that most of the drivers pay for their own permit fee. And, this is something that we would be open to exploring in phase 2.
But then again, there's an inequity if TNC drivers don't have to pay for their permit and the cab drivers do. That doesn't seem fair. Then my other question is about taxes. So I understand that in other jurisdictions, there's a flat fee for the TNC companies, but we charge business license fees for current taxi cabs. So did you look into the fiscal impacts of the potential flat fee? And one of the things that I was interested in the Airbnb requirements was that we were going to get over $1 million in lodging taxes. Are we looking to get the same level of taxes and income taxes on TNCs versus taxi cabs and drivers?
My understanding is that this would be cost recovery only, and that this would not be a revenue generator for the city. And
Fees, not the taxes.
Yeah, but the challenge is that the business license tax only kicks in when your income is $50,000 or more, which few Uber drivers are going to be individually earning $50,000 or more, although the company earns billions. So I think for us colleagues, there's a discussion to be had about potential decrease in business license tax from the cab companies if a slice of the market is taken off to a non-taxable entity.
Commissioner, my assumption has been that the TNCs are doing business in the city, and therefore they are subject to the business license tax.
Right, me too.
TNCs themselves.
That would be, Steve, we'd only be able to tax them on the basis of their 20% fee they charge each driver. That would, is it, I mean, I'm not saying,
Um,
isn't that the only thing we can tax them on?
Yes, but similarly, I mean, we tax businesses based on their profits. They get to deduct their expenses such as their wages, right? So I don't know that it's really all that much different.
Well, that's a good question for the Revenue Bureau. Let's flag that for them.
Yeah, I'd like, and when you find that out, I'd like to know what the proposed tax is on on Uber and how much the total would expect it to be.
Again, my assumption has been they pay the same business license tax rate that any other company does.
Okay, I got that one.
Good point,
please.
thank you. So continuing on with vehicle signage notices, this is really a safety issue. For both TNCs and taxis, we recommend either cameras or some other verifiable way to track driver and passenger identity that could be made available within a 24-hour period should law enforcement request it. For TNCs, we require that, we recommend that drivers display a company address of some sort or marking, and our understanding is that city staff is developing specifications for this. For taxis, we recommend retaining current signage requirements.
So on the cameras, the reason that we required cameras in taxis was for the driver's safety after some attacks by passengers on drivers. And since the very essence of the TNC is that it's a smartphone that they all do video, why are we not requiring that the, at least audio, maybe you need your phone on to do your navigation, but why would you not have audio recording going as a safety mechanism for both driver and passenger?
We did not discuss audio recording, but I appreciate your notation of that. We were concerned that in this first phase, requiring additional technology to be installed in personal vehicles would potentially pose a barrier, or, you know, and there are companies out there that are waiting to operate.
But everybody has a phone. I mean, that's how you get the app. That's how you get the ride. So you mount your phone on your wherever you mount it, and leave the video on. That doesn't require any additional equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Good point.
But you're saying you are going to require cameras for the TNC vehicles?
No,
I thought that's what I read.
either cameras or some other verifiable way to identify a passenger and a driver.
Photo for the driver.
And the passenger. So in the case of TNCs, it would be that information could be tracked to the app, the information that's collected when someone requests a ride.
Okay.
And then finally, in regards to street hailing and taxi lines, we recommend that TNCs not pick up street hails or queue up in taxi stands, acknowledging that they're a different model and they are marked differently.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. So let's proceed on to the next part of your task force report.
We're almost done.
Thank you, Mike Greenfield again. The final item in the regulations that vary has to do with data reporting. And we're asking for monthly basis data reporting from both TNCs and taxis, and from some historical data from taxis as the basis for developing our Phase 2 recommendations. And that's the final variable requirement. We think this information will be very important to us in developing our next recommendations.
Mike, how do you envision us enforcing that requirement as to TNCs? And I'm asking it in the context of significant national litigation around what kind of information TNCs will provide to local government, and a lot of arguments around privacy and proprietary information and other kinds of things. So on the theory that we want to make sure whatever data sharing requirement sticks and that the enforcement works, and I'm reminded that as of today, Airbnb, 95% of the hosts are not in compliance with our rules. So we have a history of a bit of a lag in terms of getting industry compliance. I ask you, as a serious matter, how do we ensure that we get that data in light of pretty significant resistance on a whole host of legal grounds by the industry to provide that to local regulators?
Well, first, I want to thank you for not putting me on the Airbnb task force.
Be careful.
Yeah. I think you just salted an idea with the mayor, so
I think it depends on the appetite that the city has for enforcement. I think that the question has to do with a whole series of things that we're recommending in terms of standards and what you have to do business in the city of Portland. And so,
can I just draw a distinction? I think we would all agree there's enforcement and there's enforcement. And I hope that we are not going to embark on an experiment where there is any doubt about our ability to get that data. And I would further hope that since there's a limited number of players in the marketplace, that we have in writing a commitment that we will get the data that we are requiring by law, and which the very success of this pilot program depends on from these providers. And I hope we'll also be told today, if not before we take up the resolution, whether any of these internet companies are intending not to comply with that requirement. Because it does seem to me the data is fundamental to what you're asking us to do, which is to do a pilot and then evaluate the data. Without the data, it seems self-defeating.
Commissioner, I agree that the data is critically important, and I do want to note that we have demonstrated recently that we take enforcement of these regulations pretty seriously. When one player started operating illegally, we brought a lawsuit, and they wound up agreeing to stop operating illegally, and then we collected fines. So we would certainly treat the failure to provide the data that we're talking about as a serious violation, which could lead at the end of the 120-day period to a license, to a permit to operate not being renewed.
someplace in the city of Portland, there's an archive stacked floor to ceiling with great policy ideas that were never executed. And the reason they weren't executed was that data wasn't collected, the standards to enforce that policy were not rooted in realistic, measurable data. There was no standard that was measurable. There were no outcomes that were enforced. I mean, at the state level and at the city level, we've got all kinds of examples of that. The 20% requirement for vehicles for the existing fleet is a good example of that. And what we hope to do by collecting this data is to give you the tools to develop an execution of this policy that establishes standards, establishes a way to measure whether they're complied with or not, and the tools to enforce them if they're not.
Well, and one of the things I might suggest is, building on some of your excellent recommendations, is that before the city issues a permit, somebody signs a document saying, we agree to conform to this particular requirement, and we waive any legal objections to providing the data that we've requested, because I think it would be a breach of faith if we find ourselves in extended litigation trying to get the very data that you have, I think, correctly identified as necessary to us to evaluate the success of. That feels like heads you win, tails we lose.
Well, and you need to provide sufficient data and staffing to ensure that these people, these companies, are complying with it, and you need to have a definition of else in the term, do this our way or else.
Yep.
Like that. You are going to be on the Airbnb task force.
Why, thank you.
Like that attitude.
Just sealed that deal.
That does it.
Oh, wow.
At this point, I'd like to thank the task force for all the work they did. I'd like to thank the drivers who came and spoke with us. I'd like to thank the potential drivers that talked with us, and the companies that talked with us, and the public that came in and talked with us. It's all been very valuable. It's been fast, and we look forward to more of it. At this point, I want to note that the task force received 2 additional presentations and voted to forward them to the board as concepts the task force would be considering in phase 2. Sue will be introducing a presentation of the Portland Equal Access Plan, and Casey,
Yep, he's here.
He's here.
yes, will be, present comments from the Center for Cultural Organizing, and then after
You want
that-
us to hold our generic questions to the two other reports?
Please, and then we'll come back up and respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey, come on up, please. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Stahl. I'm with the Portland Commission on Disability and is a task force member. It was the experience on being on a task force was very unique, and I do want to say for the record that not all issues were passed unanimously on the task force. So the Portland Equal Access Plan, or PEAP, puts forth recommendations that were crafted following a comprehensive review of the private for hire transportation regulatory system, as well as review of what has been tried in other jurisdictions throughout the country. This plan is included in the task force recommendations as Attachment A. We are advocating to apply the same fair rules to taxis and Uber, and the other TNCs. All companies must be required to provide an equal level of service for persons requesting transportation by wheelchair accessible vehicles. Taxi companies endorsed the Portland Equal Access Plan as well as the Portland Commission on Disability, and we are asking for the city to accept this plan. Today, it is a fact that people that request wheelchair accessible vehicles receive second-class service, frequently experience wait times of up to 4 hours, usually 2 to 4 hours. The 30-minute reasonable wait time standard that is currently in code for requests for wheelchair accessible vans has never been enforced, and as far as I can tell, has never been met. The reason is this: there is a system-wide shortage of accessible vehicles available on demand. However, the limited amount of accessible vehicles that the taxi companies own are being contracted out to other businesses, such as non-emergency medical transportation, TriMet Lyft, Ride Connection, etc. The system is broken and has been broken for a long time. Here are just some of the examples. An 82-year-old female had made arrangements several days in advance to be picked up by a wheelchair van at 3:00 p.m. on August 23, 2014, for a high school reunion. The cab company dispatcher called her that day of the appointment and told her that a wheelchair van wasn't accessible to pick her up and canceled her trip. A passenger requested a high-clearance wheelchair van. After waiting 2 hours, dispatch was called, and he was told to request another ride. Another passenger arranged a trip to a doctor's appointment. The ride was 50 minutes late. I have been told about a 98-year-old woman who was left out in the cold for 5 hours, and a man who almost did not make it to his dialysis appointment because his medical transportation did not pick him up. On a personal note, I no longer request wheelchair accessible vehicles. In fact, I specifically request not to have this type of vehicle to pick me up simply because I cannot afford to wait 2+ hours for one to become available. This doesn't mean I don't need an accessible vehicle. I do. I just now rely on friendly drivers and passersby to pull me up from the low seats or to pick me up after I have trouble stepping into the car. Requiring Uber and other TNCs to contract out to this limited supply will exacerbate the situation. The PEAP recommendation allows companies to explore other avenues for providing service to the disability community. They may know of some other companies that they can rely on. maybe an entrepreneur is developing a fleet, maybe some TNC drivers actually own accessible vehicles. The Portland Equal Access Plan also does away with the current policy of fleet requirement standard of 20%, now 10%, to measure ADA service success, and instead has a clear regulatory benchmark, measurable service response times. The goal is to achieve parity by having equal response times for wheelchair accessible vehicle rides and non-wheelchair accessible vehicle rides. Now, about enforcement. We can have the best policies in the world, but if there are no ways, no meaningful ways to enforce them, then we have failed. Unfortunately, we have already seen this happen. The 30-minute wait time that I mentioned earlier has never been enforced. The 20%, and now I guess 10%, and I think it was 30% a few years ago, which, you know, is a very unsettling trend. Accessible fleet has not been enforced. This cannot continue. There needs to be enforcement and meaningful reprimand to companies in order to change, in order for this change to happen and civil rights met. The Portland Equal Access Plan incorporates this logic and puts forward the proposal of pulling a company's license for 1 year if they fail to meet parity. This will apply both for taxis and TNCs. I am concerned that if council does not act now to put PEEP in place, the political obstacles will make it much harder to do later. As you mentioned, how do you put the genie back in the bottle? If council imposes new requirements, many Portlanders may love Uber and other TNCs. If council imposes new requirements in phase 2, Uber and the other TNCs could threaten to withdraw from the market as they have done in other jurisdictions, and council will have many constituents who will want them to stay. My point is that Portland has a maximum leverage now, so let's use it. The time is now to fix a broken system and ensure that Portland is a truly livable city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jama?
Good afternoon, Mayor Hills, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Casey Chama. I want to first of all make a disclaimer. I am actually, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the task force. I think my comments is very much more personal. I'm also here to offer you some comments rather than recommendations of what needs to happen. First of all, I really enjoyed being part of this robust discussion as member of the task force, and I think Jim, our chair, and the rest of the team really did a great deal of time, spent a great deal of time in such short period of time trying to come up recommendations that's going to work for all. Having said that, there is several areas that I have concerns that I want to highlight, and I hope that people who are smarter than me will probably be wrestling with. First of all, let me say this. I think some of you raised about the insurance issue. My goal and my hope is that whatever recommendations we put forward, we come a palatable system that's have a uniformity across the board, whether it's the TNC or whether it's the cab companies. I personally actually also had a concern during the task force, the third-party liability disclaimer that Uber has in their system. And I asked that question, and I don't know if I ever get a satisfactory answer. So I think we will hope that in order to protect the public, we have to create an insurance system that really not only holds accountable to the companies, but also creates ways that we protect and our public. And so that's one area that I want to mention about the insurance. Second piece is that it's the vehicle inspection issue. I think also this is another uniformity issue for me, as I recommended, or at least I suggested, that we should keep the current existing regulations as it is right now. Particularly for me, it was concerned to eliminate requirement of fire extinguishers as well as the extra spare tires. I think if you end up having an elderly person or someone who has a disability and having a vehicle and end up that vehicle catching a fire, the situation is that where a fire extinguisher may be needed, it's important, public safety to me. Another area that it has been, you raised questions and been discussed is the fare issue. That's an issue for me also that I'm really have an important consideration. I think whatever we come up with, we have to create a system. If we are requiring cab companies to charge a certain cab or certain amount of dollars, I think whatever it takes, we have to create that same situation with the TNCs. And so, or if we eliminate, which I'm not advocating for, all I'm saying is that it has to be uniformed and it has to be transparent. It has to be equitable to both systems. And I think at this point we're not there yet. I think Sue really spoke areas of accessibility, and I think I agree with her concerns. I think she has been really advocate and voice for at the table, and I think I'm hoping that we will figure out ways to accommodate in our disability community to ensure that they have services. The last area that I'm going to make a comment is area that I am totally understand that is actually contrary to the concept of Uber and TNCs, which is one is that accepting only credit card or debit card systems. And I think if you do that, you're very much eliminating portion of the Portlanders who might actually might not have those kind of mechanism and able to pay. So I'm assuming if we're asking them companies to accept all systems of forms, so it has to be uniformity again, cash, credit card, debit card, and so forth and so on. The other last one I want to have comment will be also dispatch system. I think also I understand it's also contrary to the system of TNCs, but I think also in terms of equity, I'm assuming if somebody is unable to have a smartphone or unable to even use it or call, there has to be ways that they can call in because whether they're blind or whether they're, and I know that there is a system where people can use even though they're blind. All I'm saying is that there has to be some level playing field throughout the system. And I think we're almost there, but I think there is an area that we really need, those areas that I mentioned that really needs to be needing quite a little bit debate and dialogue.
Casey, can I ask you about that question, that issue you raised? So I have a similar concern because not everybody has a smartphone, not everybody has a debit card or a credit card. And when I raised that with someone, one of the answers I got back was, well, in our system, you could still use a traditional cab company that doesn't require a smartphone and does accept cash. So how do you respond to that?
I think it's a fair question, and I think the question for me is not about whether you have an alternative, but whether you have an equitable and parallel system. That's really my answer to your question, Commissioner Fish, is that. And I think finally, last thing I want to mention is that I think we are charting a new territory as a city. And I think we have to also figure out the impact that this current system, if it kicks off, is going to have our existing system, particularly the cab companies and the drivers themselves. I don't know what that is going to look like, whether it's going to crash it, and I think those folks are really, their lives are dependent on those things. So I think as a city, we really have to think about what impact it will create as we move forward. And I think overall, and this is more maybe my own comments, but I do believe that we shouldn't be trying to feed Uber's business model as a city. I think we should be asking Uber to feed our current structures and current systems that are existing. So I think that's my own understanding of where we need to be as a city. So I will stop there, and I will I really appreciate for the opportunity to serve this great city. Thank you.
Thank you both. Questions for these folks?
Actually,
Have further questions? Okay, so Mike,
yeah,
come on
actually,
back.
Mayor, I did want to ask Sue a question. So I'd just like to take a bit to talk about the details of the PAAP proposal, which, I mean, so I understand what you're saying is that there would be a sort of a phased requirement to come to equity in response times for wheelchair accessible versus non-wheelchair accessible vehicles.
Correct. First, we would need to gather data, determine what the average ride is for non-wheelchair accessible vans and what the response time is for those accessible vehicles, and establish benchmarks throughout the next couple of months to get the disparity closer and to finally reach parity.
But you'd want us to state from the beginning, before even you start gathering data, that by a certain point in the future, you have to reach parity. Otherwise, you're subject to enforcement action, including loss of your permit.
Correct.
Can I follow up on that, Steve? Because, so we heard earlier that there's some thinking of moving away from having a percentage of the vehicles that are accessible and more to a focus on a benchmark of service levels.
Right.
And so service levels is a fancy word for how long does it take for an accessible
Exactly.
cab to come and
Exactly.
serve you. And you probably already touched on this, but could you give us some parameters of what you think is an acceptable service level?
Well, that 30-minute reasonable response time sounds really good to me, but it's going to come out to what the current what the average response time is for, say, sedans or those little Priuses, and match that up to wheelchair accessible vans. It could be 5 minutes. That would be heaven on earth. I would be able to do a lot more things in the city if I only had to wait 5 minutes for someone to pick me up. It could be 15 minutes. It could be 30 minutes. The big thing, though, is that they need to be equal.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you both. So we're just going to finish up with a couple closing comments.
And Jim, take some just a few general comments.
I would be remiss if I didn't thank the city staff for their professional support of the task force and their timely responses to our requests for information. They did a great job.
And let me just echo that, the commissioner's staff as well, and PBOT staff. I want to do a particular shout out to Francesca Petricolo, who has been serving us with the most wonderful smile and humor throughout all this, and she's going to be moving on to a different assignment. So we've given these volunteers, relatively easy task here, right? They have put in an incredible amount of time to get us here, and I feel like a proud parent whose kid finally got through high school, but now I have college and grad school in front of me. That's the next phase of this process, and we look forward to being able to enter that. We have a ton of work to do for you. Thank you.
So, you mentioned, I think, Mike, you said at the outset that you looked at other models, or maybe, Jim, you said that, other models in other cities. So what city has struck the best balance, in your opinion?
Well, there's been a lot of reference to Seattle, but of all the ones that I glanced through, and I have to tell you, I didn't read them in great detail, I think we can do better. I think we can be a jurisdiction that lets competition occur based on the level of service and efficiency, and not on cohorts of people that you don't serve or other regulatory differences. We want to provide a regulatory framework that is consistent and then lets people compete, lets companies, organizations compete within that based on their performance and not because they get an edge from the regulations.
So, I guess one of my concerns throughout has always been that that this free-for-all, I guess for better or worse, that's what it's been called, this 120-day period, turns out to be, a race to the bottom in terms of driver wages. And if you find that to be the case, are you going to, come back to us and say, that was the case? I mean, people are starving now. They may be starving right now as cab drivers. I mean, I will concede that, but in this unregulated frontier that we're being asked to go into, there seems to be a real chance of that happening, and I guess that's my biggest fear.
Well, I think that we have a pretty clear policy direction from this body to make that one of our concerns. And so as we look at the 120-day period and we begin to gather additional information, I'm confident that we'll come back to you with a recommendation that takes that into account. But again, you all set the policy. We try to give you the tools to execute the policy, and then we go home.
You know, Mike, we're in your debt for just an extraordinary report in a very short amount of time and a very thoughtful presentation. So thanks to you and everyone who has served. I guess I have two questions which may be best directed to you or to the commissioner in charge. One is, we keep talking about the 120-day period to test drive some things. What happens after the 120 days? Because there sounds like there could be, under this proposal, a significant amount of data mining, a lot of further analysis. So does this 120 days extend indefinitely under these rules, or what is your intent on that?
No, the intent is that during the 120 days, we gather data, which we then use in making decisions about a permanent regulatory structure.
And that would be made over what period of time?
Well, what I would hope actually is that over the first 60 to 90 days, we're getting a lot of useful data, and then council will be prepared to act by the end of the 120-day period.
Steve, what happens to the private for hire board of review? We haven't heard much about that. What happens to them as a regulatory body through this both 120-day period and looking forward?
Well, the transportation director actually has authority to promulgate interim regulations right now, so we'd be taking advantage of that authority.
So the board continues to advise her?
Yes.
The board continues to have a function?
Yes, the board will continue to have an advisory function.
And then the other question I wanted to ask you has to do with medallions. I did a little scan on the internet, and I discovered that in cities that are going through similar experiments, the value of a medallion has come down precipitously because of the changing market conditions. And I guess the question I have, because I don't really understand the medallion piece as well as I should, we are potentially going to be proposing some very substantial changes to the marketplace, which are after the fact changes, which may have influenced, had some medallion owners known at the front end, the price they'd be willing to pay for a medallion and the market conditions for a medallion. So what is the impact on medallions generally?
Well, we don't have a medallion system the way some other cities do. We give a certain number of permits to taxi cab companies. In fact, one of the things that we might want to consider is going to a system where it's the cab driver that has a permit or has a right to operate, rather than companies having the right to operate.
So the principal, unlike a medallion system, the principal equivalent here would be whatever investments a company made under a regulated system that is different from what the regulations are in an unregulated system.
Yes.
Other questions or other comments?
I have several, but first, thank you very much to you and the entire task force. This was a very accelerated process, and I know a lot of thought and effort has gone into it, so thank you very much. And you've answered a number of my questions, so just bear with me while I look through them. What happens, your recommendation is to do background checks over the past 10 years. What happens for somebody who hasn't lived in the United States for 10 years?
That's a level of detail that I can't specifically respond to. You'd have to get somebody who knew more about background checks than I do. My guess would be that that their background check would only go back to the point they entered the country. But again, I'd rely on staff to get into that level of detail.
Okay. And then going into the issue of the 120 days, would the temporary permit allow the TNC drivers to get on the road prior to training or testing, or what's the timeline expected to be for that?
I think it's the intent of the recommendation that nobody gets on the road until they've met the standards which you ultimately approve. We've recommended a variety of things for you, and once those are in place, the condition to do business in Portland would be to have it satisfied all those conditions.
And does that include requiring defensive driving training, do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't.
And what would the temporary permits mean for new taxi drivers and for the taxi companies? Are they potentially going to be expanding their fleet and then be told that if we went back to if we stay with the current system after the pilot, what happens to their new drivers?
There's a sort of a system in place with approval of additional taxis. During the 120-day period, we will take a look at and make recommendations about most of those things. We're kind of headed in the direction of no limits. But in terms of that specific question, again, I'd rely on staff. I don't know the specific answer to it. Sorry.
Okay. Then moving to safety, first of all, I'm really concerned about not having fire extinguishers. That seems like a basic safety equipment that every one of us should have in our car. So it would just be a matter of encouraging more people to have an extinguisher that could be used in an emergency, and they're not that expensive. So they're not that expensive. Why did you come down on?
We relied on the advice of the organization that sets the standards for the taxis, and the name of that organization is? There's an organization.
Yeah, I know. It's got some acronym too. I noticed that. And again, on safety, the cap on hours of driving, 14 was considered if a person is full-time driving their cab, but presumably many of the it's not really ride sharing because it's ride paying part-time. Those drivers have maybe an 8-hour shift or a 12-hour shift at their regular job, and then they're driving. Is there any, was there any discussion of, well, 14 plus 8 is more than 24?
We did not discuss that, but you have brought it up, and it'll be something we can look at during our.
Well, we are recommending that the total of time any driver drives, whether it be for a taxi company or a TNC or a combination, which is what happens in many communities, not exceed the 14 hours.
Yeah, but that's for driving. So if I was working a 12-hour shift at OHSU and then driving another 6 hours afterwards, I can guarantee you I would be unsafe probably by the end of the first hour, never mind it by the end of the 6th hour. So I think it's something that we need to look at, because that relates to the experience has been in Seattle, where many of the taxi drivers have shifted to become Uber drivers and are therefore not making benefits. And so, and then that brings me to the question of the pilot. What recommendations do you have for providing assistance to taxi cab drivers during the pilot if they suddenly find the bottom has fallen out of their income source?
We didn't examine that or come up with a recommendation concerning that.
Commissioner, just to return to an earlier point, right now, existing taxi cab drivers have 6 months to complete their training. They don't have to have it completed before they start driving.
Okay, thank you. That's a helpful answer. And actually, I had a response from the Revenue Bureau about taxes, and the taxes are due on the sale price in Portland, not the amount netted to Uber. So that will be an interesting discussion. And again, I agree with Commissioner Fish that we need to get these things agreed to in writing before we move forward. I think that's the extent of my questions for now.
Can I add one more, Mayor, to the commissioner in charge? Steve,
one more.
We talked a lot today about access, and we have a separate report on making sure that people that need to be accommodated are accommodated in a uniform way. What's the city's position as to whether the Americans with Disabilities Act applies to TNCs?
I don't know the legal answer to that question.
Let's ask. Good one.
And then I have one final one, and that is customer complaints. Will there be is there a requirement for a 24/7 complaint line?
Yes.
And also lost belongings pickup?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, on the 24/7 complaint line, that was something I inquired about particularly because there was an article in the New York Times about a certain TNC company that didn't have a phone number in New York City, but there was some like small clothing company or something with the same name that did. So the clothing company was getting constant calls about TNC-related issues.
Yep. Okay. Again, thank you.
Thank you very
Mike,
much.
Jim, thank you, all the members of the task force, for taking on obviously a complex set of issues in a short timeline and giving us excellent guidance. Thank you very much. So Commissioner Novick, I know you have some invited testimony now.
We do. I think that we're going to hear first from the Transportation Fairness Alliance. And then from Darren Campbell of the PFHT, he's the board driver rep, and then from representatives of Uber and Lyft.
Okay. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the City Council, my name is Stephen Kafori. I'm here today representing the Transportation Fairness Alliance, an informal coalition of traditional taxi companies operating in Portland. We formed to assist the city in its attempt to review present taxi regulations and amend them as necessary to accommodate the introduction of so-called ride-sharing taxi companies, or TNC taxis. Notice I use the term taxi to represent both business models, as we see little to differentiate between them. Both pick up passengers and deliver them to their destinations for a fee. The fact that the TNCs focus their model on the use of an app does not seem to be that significant to us. Although our business model is broader, as we use additional means in addition to apps, there's nothing that the TNC does that any local Portland traditional taxi company does not do today, which is why we're pushing so hard for the equal and fair. We are not afraid of competition. We compete fiercely among ourselves. What we do demand, however, is that competition be fair and equal. This is a proposition so self-evident that members of the City Council and the Innovation Task Force have both expressed their desire to ensure that these proposals contain this element as fundamental. Unfortunately, however, two factors have kept this goal from being achieved. First was the unrealistic timeline. When a 3-month period was established for Phase 1, it was not understood how complex this industry is, nor how complicated its regulations have been developed over the decades. The result has been a rushed process in order to meet an arbitrary deadline, and the question of fairness and equity have not been adequately resolved. The other major flaw in this process was the badly thought-out attempt to keep the deliberations pure by keeping away members of Portland's taxi industry. Uber had successfully and cleverly promoted a view of our industry as being lazy, old-fashioned, and regulated by a compliant and protectionist city agency. Keeping us away from the deliberations of the task force was thought to keep any taint away from their final proposals. We were allowed to testify before the discussions began, and we were allowed to submit written testimony, but we were never able to sit at the table nor even answer questions from our seats in the audience. The result was that this group of citizens had to be educated in the workings of the taxi industry and its regulations, listen to proposals for change, then deliberate on the recommendations, all without any input, any meaningful input from those people who know the industry best. Sitting as observers, we heard inaccuracies, misleading statements, and unfounded assumptions, basically day after day of ignorances being shared, and we realistically could do nothing to inform the task force or correct errors. We do not blame staff, nor assert that they purposefully misled the task force. It's just that they were hurt by their own process. They did not have the information. This problem continued through these months despite our repeated attempts to at least be able to answer simple questions as questions arose during the deliberations. The only person who saw this problem, besides us, was your professional facilitator, who agreed with us that at least one person from the TNCs and at least one person from the traditional taxis should sit on the task force. Ray Miles is going to follow me from Broadway Cab and provide some detail of the major examples of the lack of fairness caused by these two factors. We have supplied you with a multi-page list of the most egregious of these failings of policy based on the inaccuracies that were discussed and the inaccurate information that was given to the task force. Allowing this arbitrary timeline for the deregulation experiment to go forward would be a huge mistake in our view. Please take the time to do this right. Allow a member of both kinds of taxi companies, the Uber-type taxi companies and the traditional taxi companies, to assist in the process and provide a reasonable time to arrive at a conclusion that all parties can live with.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ray Miles, and I am the president of both Broadway and Sassy's Cab. I've been the president of Broadway Cab for 16 years. Prior to that, I worked for TriMet, managing the Lyft transportation program, and part of my job there was overseeing a large contract with Broadway Cab. With over 20 years of experience in this arena, I know this business inside and out. I also sit on the board of the National Taxi, Limo, and Paratransit Association, which has been following the evolution of the TNC taxi market for several years. I do want to make one quick correction. In fact, all of the companies that are current taxi cab companies in the city of Portland participate in the PACA agreement. So when we ran 10% of our vehicles, it was within code, and we were at least attempting to be compliant. Today, I am here speaking on behalf of the Transportation Fairness Alliance, and I'll offer an overview of the biggest issues we see with the task force recommendations.
If I may interrupt just 1 second. Mr. Mayor, that is very typical of the problems we heard. An inaccurate statement based by a person with totally good faith, just not knowing what the correct answer was, and us not being able to say, wait a minute, that's not true. We could do that today. We need to be able to do that as the task force moves along. Thank you.
I'm going to start by talking a little bit about insurance. The requirements and availability of TNC-specific insurance is still unknown. Portlanders should demand the same type of insurance coverage that is required for all commercial activities. For taxi cabs in Portland, that includes $500,000 in primary auto liability. The city should reconsider this requirement only when and if a viable app-on, app-off insurance policies are made and approved in the state of Oregon. Until then, the requirement should stand as is. On the issue of accessibility, the task force was unable to reach a firm recommendation on wheelchair accessibility, and their proposal to let the TNC sidestep the issue for the time being by either referring or contracting these rides to other companies. The reason for this allowance was that wheelchair accessible service just isn't part of their business model. This is outrageous. It wasn't part of the taxi model either until it became a city mandate. Many restaurants still wouldn't be accessible but for ADA mandates. And the notion that a restaurant would be allowed to simply refer customers to an accessible restaurant across the street is intolerable in this day and age. So why would we allow it in transportation, which most would consider a more basic life function than dining out? This so-called solution is not consistent with Portland's values. It flies in the face of the ADA and is profoundly offensive to people with disabilities. On the topic of background checks, allowing companies to complete their own background screening is a horrible idea. Over this past weekend in Houston, an Uber driver was arrested on a rape charge. While the outcome of that specific case is unknown, one thing has been proven. The driver in question was authorized by Uber and had a felony drug conviction for which he served 14 years in federal prison. He was just released in 2012 and, until the time of his arrest, was driving for Uber. Currently, the Portland Police perform background checks on drivers who want to provide private for hire transportation in the city. This does slow down the permitting process by 10 to 14 days, but that is not wasted time. It is time necessary to ensure we are not allowing known bad behaviors to provide service to vulnerable passengers. We support looking into ways to speed up this process, but not at the expense of an unbiased and thorough review. And let me just say, when somebody wants to contract with Broadway, at the very start of the process, Broadway runs an online background check to avoid wasting our time, their time, and the city's time. And about 99% of the time, the results of that background check and the results of the police background check come back the same. But about once a year, though, the police review catches something else, something that was not in the online review. Usually, it is an offense that is either very old or very new. There is a difference between the private databases and the police databases, and for this important function, the city should require the best possible information. I also just heard today that the state of Wyoming, the entire state, does not participate in any private online databases. The only way to access their data is through the police. My next topic is fairness in pricing. This is perhaps the most blatant example of giving Uber and Lyft an outrageous competitive advantage. They are able to set their own prices based on the cost to provide the service and based on current levels of demand, while the task force has recommended keeping taxi companies' regulated rates in effect. This directly conflicts with both the task force and city council's stated intent to create a fair and level playing field. On the topic of the cap removal, the task force is calling for an immediate entry of an unlimited number of for-hire vehicles before a comprehensive solution is developed. The smaller and newer cab companies have said this will likely force them out of business. Not to mention the drivers themselves, many of whom are immigrants who already have limited options for making a reasonable income. On the topic of permitting fees, neither the task force nor the city has proposed a fee structure for the new companies, but both have expressed an intention to allow them to pay an annual flat fee. Meanwhile, taxi companies pay a minimum of $2,000 a year for the very small companies, and the large companies pay almost $150,000 each year in permitting fees. The total revenue for all cab companies in Portland is just under $500,000 per year in permit fees to the city of Portland. For the burdens of licensing fees to be remotely fair, the city would have to charge each of the new companies about $250,000 a year. The number that has been casually tossed about is somewhere in the neighborhood of $5,000 a year, clearly a competitive advantage. I would just throw out the devil is in the details, and there are many more a dozen or more smaller issues that are patently unfair or unclear in the task force proposal, and it is completely unrealistic to think they will be resolved in the next 7 days. We've outlined those issues for you in a written response, and I think it's in your packets. Finally, I would just say Uber and Lyft would have you believe that Portland needs to choose between the efficiencies of their business model and the safety measures and community values instilled in the current code. That is simply not the case. If we can get the right people at the table, we can develop regulatory solutions that embrace the new technology while continuing to ensure safety and promote community values. We just need to be willing to put the time and hard work into doing so, and that cannot also be done in 1 week. But if you do take that on, I am ready, willing, and able to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray Miles has just spoken about fairness to the taxi companies. I want to talk about fairness to the city of Portland.
Before you do that, I just want to note that I read in the news that Houston case, the driver continued driving for Uber for 2 months after the allegation without a city permit.
Could I, Stephen, when you continue, could either you or Ms. Miles address a question for us, which is since we all agree that we want a level playing field, and we all subscribe to the idea you got to play by the same rules. If you had to choose, would you opt to have a completely deregulated marketplace for 120 days, and then what would be the impact on your industry if we did that?
By deregulated, you mean both rates
Excuse me,
and number of
excuse
permits?
me, with respect to rates.
Okay, just rates.
Because we have that two-tiered system, and there's a concern about maybe separate but unequals. What would be the impact for you if we treated you the same as a TNC under this proposal?
I think the fact that it isn't going to be in place during the 120 days is problematic with assuming that's a fair trial, certainly. There are times, and especially during those peak times of high demand, when every profit-based person, everybody who's doing something to gain a profit would want to charge more. So I don't think we know what the real effect is unless the taxi cab drivers are also allowed to charge more.
And I guess the one technical thing that would change is, or the question that I would have if we had truly deregulated pricing, is how does the consumer know what that fee schedule is before they get into the vehicle? I'm guessing that you could require a TNC to give you that information. Well, because you pay in advance, the TNC would have to give you that information, and so you could flag it. How would you know before getting into a taxi cab that you might be subject to a surge pricing or something else?
Well, what other cities have historically done is you ask the driver for a quote when you get in the car. It used to be when you got off the airplane in Tucson, there were signs all over the airport that said, "Warning, our taxi industry is not regulated. Be sure and ask what the fare will be at the start of the trip, not the end of the trip."
It would be like the Priceline model. You get in, you start negotiating, agree to a price, hard to enforce probably, and subject to some disagreements at the end of the ride. But
I mean,
and by the way, what is the principle? The TNCs require that you have a smartphone and you pay by a debit card or a credit card. In your business model, what do you prefer, cash or a credit card?
Well, certainly the credit card is a guaranteed payment, so right out of the chute, there's an advantage to that. By and large, those consumers have some level of affluence in that they have a smartphone and they have a credit card. So while cash is king, sometimes at the end of the day, if you had to choose all of these customers or all of these customers, you would certainly take the guaranteed payment and the more affluent passenger.
Does giving the customer the option of paying by cash create special burdens for you in how you run your business.
It absolutely does. The drivers have to be able to make change, for one thing. They don't know, sometimes what they don't know is the person behind them riding doesn't have the cash, and at the next stoplight, they're going to jump out and run like heck. That doesn't happen if you require payment in advance with a credit card. So all the risk will be concentrated on the cab drivers.
Do you know offhand approximately what percentage of rides that your cabs pick up are cash versus credit card or debit card?
We haven't looked at it in a couple years. It changes radically every year. I think it's about 60-30, 65-35, 60-40, somewhere in there.
What's the 60?
I believe more pay with credit card now than pay with cash.
Okay. Stephen? Go ahead.
Ray, on the issue, there's been a lot of concern about the impact of changes in the system on drivers' livelihoods. The city heard a few years ago that on average, cab drivers make $6.22 an hour, which is not even minimum wage. What would you think about, and whether you're an independent contractor and therefore whether you're subject to minimum wage laws is determined by state law. And currently under state law, a lot of cab drivers are considered independent contractors. And I think that under current state law, the odds are that the TNC drivers would be considered such too. What would you think about asking the legislature to change the independent contractor / employee laws to say that if you are available as to drive a cab, either by having the app on if you work for a TNC or by some other indicator if you work for a taxi cab company, then you are an employee and get minimum wage and other protections?
I think potentially that's something that could be looked at in the future. Historically, it's been problematic because technology did not exist to track that driver's whereabouts, and so you couldn't tell whether they were actually out trying to provide service and provide fares or sitting under a shade tree reading a book. So I think it could be something we looked at in the future, but only due to technology and the ability to hopefully keep track of all these vehicles and make sure they really are endeavoring to provide service.
And on the issue of accessibility, what do you think of the PAP proposal that instead of relying on this percentage of fleet standard that we've used, there simply be a rule that taxis and TNCs provide comparable service to people who need wheelchair accessible vehicles or otherwise accessibility issues, and that they all companies be required to reduce the delta between the response times for people with accessibility issues and people without, and after a certain period of time, people would expect to have comparable service, and if you did not have comparable service, you'd be subject to penalties and suspension.
I love the idea of taking a qualitative approach, not a quantitative one. In fact, I believe the taxi cab industry has been asking for this for years. One of our ideas was, let's create a different kind of plate to put on these vehicles so you can't move it off of a wheelchair van onto a sedan. Because what sometimes happens is a driver or a company will register a vehicle as a wheelchair accessible vehicle and then move it onto a sedan and not actually have any vehicles out. So we've tried to push things that would solve that. I think the time is the best. I think we do need to strive, we need to be monitoring the response times and striving to get those as close as feasible.
And finally, the big picture question. It is somewhat unusual in the marketplace to regulate prices, and although it is done, for example, with electricity prices, but it's still unusual. And it's very unusual to have an absolute cap on the number of participants in any industry. Do you think that it's reasonable to assume that we will continue to have a limit on the number of participants in this industry and the kind of limits we have on prices today? Or do you think that those are regulations that at some point are likely to be abandoned in any case?
I guess what I think most of all is that the regulations evolve to protect all of our citizens, not a few citizens, all of our citizens. And I would rather see the city reconsider those kinds of regulations based on increasing service to our citizens rather than based on being pressured to by big out-of-state corporations.
But on that point, because there is a fairness issue here about the amount of, under the old system, the existing system, we've imposed a lot of regulatory requirements on you that have a cost. And now we're proposing to relieve a competitor of a number of those, which to me does not necessarily speak to a level playing field. Can you quantify roughly the additional cost that you bear in complying with the existing system that would not be borne by a TNC that's a competitor?
Well, running the wheelchair accessible vehicles is very expensive. And in fact, at Broadway, we run close to 100 wheelchair accessible vehicles. Nobody can say we don't have enough vehicles. A lot of them are SAT vehicles specifically designed to serve the Lyft contract and the medical transportation brokerages. So we like to put those vehicles in those fleets to preserve them for that type of service. When the fact of the matter is, the general passenger requests for taxi cab service that are wheelchair fluctuates between about 1.3 and 2% of all our rides. So 98% at least or more of the rides that we're providing in that expensive vehicle, those vehicles cost about $50,000 compared to the maybe $18,000 or $20,000 we'll spend on a new Prius. So putting those trips in those vehicles doesn't really make sense. We need to at times, but we also need to limit it so we can preserve those vehicles for the kind of service they're needed for. So we did recently do a study, and what we determined is that when we looked at the price of the vehicle, the additional time it takes to assist the passenger in boarding and deboarding and in tying down their mobility device, when you take all that into account, every wheelchair accessible trip is subsidized by about in the neighborhood of like $33 to $34. And this works in the taxi industry because those rides are subsidized by all the other riders, and that works out to around 60 cents per trip on all the other trips, if that makes sense.
So what total cost does that add up to? Can you give like an annual cost for Broadway Cab of the fact that you had to have wheelchair accessible vehicles?
I could come back with that. I can't do it off the top of my head.
So Stephen, let me get.
By the way, that makes sense to me. I mean, I take the number 12 bus home, and it is designed to be able to pick people up who are in wheelchairs. It picks people up in bikes. The fare structure is designed to make sure it covers the cost of all riders, anybody that wants to get on that bus. And the fares and the subsidies are pegged to make sure it's accessible to everybody. It does seem difficult, though, to compensate you after the fact for investments you've made under one set of rules, which no longer apply to you or a competitor during another phase. And that, I'm struggling with that a little bit, because whether one agrees or disagrees with the old regime, those were the ground rules, and you followed them and incurred expenses. It does seem to me that if we're creating, it reminds me of the idea of a level of a sort of a fair fight where, you're at the starting line, burdened by a lot of costs and other legacy things, and someone else is liberated from that. We'll see who's faster. It does seem to me that a challenge we have is how do we compensate for the fact that you've had to incur costs under one system that someone else doesn't under a new system, and is that fair?
I agree it isn't fair, and in fact, over the last few years, one of the ideas that Broadway's tried to implement is this notion that when we have been caught where the demand for accessible vehicles outweighs our supply, we've asked the city, can we please just use one of our non-emergency medical transportation, our SAT vehicles, to provide this ride? Isn't it better than making them wait? And the city has absolutely forbidden it. And now suddenly the task force comes up with it as a solution to the problems in this industry. So it is a little frustrating sometimes. I also would say, even if you do find these, even if you were able to find a non-emergency medical transportation company that had excess capacity and was willing to contract with the TNCs, none of them have the technology that the TNCs have. That passenger will experience a different level of service in that they're not going to be able, at least I don't believe they're going to be able to track the vehicle coming towards them. And those are the things that people really love, is being able to, I believe, being able to order without actually talking to anybody, do it instantaneously, and then watch the vehicle's progress so you know you're in the queue. And I don't think that'll be available if they contract out the service.
Mr. Mayor, these are exactly the kinds of detailed discussions that we should have been having in the task force. We were not able to, and that was the problem, the reason we're here raising all these technical issues now.
Right. Let's suppose tomorrow we adopted a rule that simply says every taxi or TNC has to provide equivalent service to people who need wheelchair accessible vehicles to the service they provide those who don't. And we defined what equivalent means, and we had penalties for violations. And that applied to everybody. Would you argue that before adopting that rule for everybody and allowing everybody into the market, we'd have to wait for some period of time for you to recoup your investment in the accessible vehicles? And what amount of time would that be? Could it be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, where we sort of freeze the market while you recoup your investment in those vehicles?
Well, we typically depreciate our vehicles over 5 years, and we did just purchase 10 new vehicles because the city expanded the number of permits available to us. So, and I know Green Cab just put in a purchase order for, I think it's, I don't know, $500,000 worth of vehicles. So I'm guessing that would be at least 5 years.
So you would suggest that if we announced that new rule that's divorced from percentage of fleet, then we should make that effective. We should not allow anybody to operate under that new rule until 5 years from now?
No, I'm saying that's how long it would likely take them to recoup their costs. I think we could find a creative solution that somehow, you know, it sometimes feels like the solutions we throw about are all or nothing. I think the key here is going to be finding those sweet spots in the middle where we can all function under the same rules without completely devastating any of the passengers that rely on this service.
Stephen, you've given us a big, this is your packet.
Yes.
And I guess we understand the concerns you and your client are raising. Does this packet contain suggested amendments if the council decides to pursue this route, or does this just raise red flags?
We have a few in there. What we would like.
I mean, recognizing you don't like this approach, have you got specific ideas for improving it?
We do, and interestingly, Commissioner Fish, we met with the Lewis and Clark students, Ray and I did, for about an hour and a half the other day. And in that hour and a half, we produced a whole lot of really good stuff because we were able to, in an informal setting, back and forth it and make suggestions and have those suggestions challenged on both sides. And we came up with some really good ideas. I think that we could, given a relatively short period of time and being in the same room, we could work out a system for the city of Portland that would work.
The Lewis and Clark law students recommended eliminating the cap on the number of participants and eliminating price regulations there, as I recall. In your conversation, did they stick to that, or did you change their minds?
We did not achieve resolution on that one issue. I guess my thought would be, you know, we don't have to do it all at once. Let's try it a step, try it a step, try it a step, and okay. Or at some point realize, okay, we've gone too far. Market conditions are horrible. Maybe we shouldn't go further. But it does take a lot of ongoing effort, and that's something, you know, that historically the city hasn't really been willing.
So I appreciate the chance for the council to probe into some of these issues with you. I appreciate the detailed testimony you provide. I want to give you just a minute or two to wrap up because we've got some other folks we need to hear from.
Yeah,
Could I ask just for them to go into the insurance piece, because I know that's what you were just about to get to, and that's my main concern.
Okay, Stephen?
Thank you. I have a few comments on insurance. First, the present city code requires traditional taxi companies to name the city as an intentional additional insured. Now, I heard testimony from the task force that was in here. I didn't see it in the report. I would suggest that you check with your city risk management folks on that issue. Secondly, the Uber has cleverly snookered the task force on the issue of Phase 1 coverage. They confused the task force on the difference between the risk of injury and severity of damages. The report calls for reduced, nearly meaninglessly coverage limits during Phase 1, supposedly because of the reduced risk. Now, I don't want to debate whether there actually is a reduced risk or not, but reduced risk means you have a reduced premium. It doesn't mean you have a reduced coverage. For example, there are policies you can get that if you drive less than 10,000 miles a year, your insurance companies will reduce your premium. They don't reduce your coverage. If you hit somebody, you still get the big coverage. This is nonsense pulled out of Uber's corporate headquarters, and we've got to put the stop on it right now. If somebody gets hurt before or after they pick up a passenger, that person who gets hurt shouldn't get one form of compensation at one time and another form of compensation another time, and yes, that's what the proposal is. That's just nuts. What we're doing, the second thing is this proposal calls for the individual drivers to be, of TNCs to be holding the insurance. Again, this is nuts. Our companies have our own insurance policy. Each company has an insurance policy. Even those that have independent drivers who own their own cars, the company has the insurance policy. The thought that somehow Uber is going to have their individual drivers have their insurance company, try and enforce that. We have a difficulty at the City of Portland right now trying to enforce the individual certificates of insurance on our limousines, and that's a relatively small number of people. You have 2,000 Uber drivers out there and Lyft drivers. Who's going to enforce that? We haven't had a real good record of enforcement on those kind of things. And, you know, if you have one person ending his coverage in July, another one ending his coverage in October, it's just an impossible task. I have a bill in the legislature that we've been working on with Broadway that's working its way through, which I anticipate is going to pass, that says that the TNC is responsible app on to app off as a primary carrier. And I think anything less than that is irresponsible in the City of Portland. That's my summary.
Thank you very much. Obviously appreciate your willingness to keep working on these issues, and thank you for more detailed testimony than you were able to cover in the time. So I do want to give the Commissioner a chance to call some more invited testimony and then give some folks a chance to comment as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Steve, who do you have?
I think Darren Campbell's up next.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
For the record, my name is Darren Campbell. I am the registered lobbyist for Radio Cab as per council rules. However, I also serve as the Private Hire Transportation Board driver representative, and that is going to be where I am coming from today. I do appreciate all the work that the task force has done. I've been on those types of groups before. It takes a great deal of personal sacrifice from family and job to be able to take on a project like that. So I do understand how much work they have put into it. However, I believe that that process was flawed from the beginning. The task force was created with no industry representation. It was had a lot of guidance from PBOT, which, as Commissioner Novick mentioned earlier, is a new overseer of the industry. The experience in PBOT in regards to the private hire transportation industry is limited. And on top of that, the industry was untapped, if not just ignored, as to our expertise to lend guidance or help in any way. I believe Mr. Kafori illustrated that quite well. The timeline that was given to the task force was extremely narrow. I think any time that you rush into something like this and put an extreme time limit or an end date, you're going to have conceptual issues. You're going to miss the mark, so to speak. And I'm hoping that some of the suggestions that have been brought forth today about looking outside the task force recommendations may be looked at strongly. I wanted to discuss the caps on the number of vehicles that are being suggested to go away. It creates an unfair playing field between the cab companies and the TNCs. The TNCs are able to put an unlimited number of vehicles on the road based on who signs up on their app and goes through the process, where for a cab company to do that, you know, obviously we have to buy a car, we have to find a driver, we have to invest a significant amount of money into marking it, putting the equipment into it, insuring it, and then putting it on the road. At the end of that 120-day period, where the TNC might just have to exclude some drivers, we're stuck with a potential number of vehicles that we then can't use for a while. The environmental impact, putting potential thousands of cars on the streets in downtown Portland on a weekend. We really don't know what the outcome of that is, but I can imagine it's going to be significant. Safety of pedestrian traffic, especially during the peak times when more vehicles are out, is problematic as well as far as safety to the people of Portland. And I do have a recommendation as to how to deal with a cap on a TNC. I believe that the TNCs will tell you, well, there's no way we can possibly limit the number of people that we have on the streets. And my answer to that is that you limit the number of people that can be engaged in the app at any given time. You allow that line to adjust during demand times. So if demand goes up, the allowance for more drivers for the TNC to log in would adjust as well. It would also make it easier to enforce some of the rules in regards to how many vehicles are out there to have a limited number. Instead of an astronomical number, I think enforcement would be a little bit easier. I did want to discuss the accessibility vehicles briefly. And I think in regards to this, we really need to think ahead. The Private Hire Transportation Board recently increased the number of permits drastically, and on the increases to existing companies, required that the 20% number be met prior to being able to put any other vehicles on the road. That was February, our February meeting. Now we're 45 days later with a task force recommending that we drop it to 10%. We have a huge number of wheelchair accessible vehicles that are either on order or have been put into place already. So many, in fact, that it's hard to actually find one on the West Coast to purchase to put into service. But in regards to the 20% accessibility, we're looking at a increase of those types of trips increasing drastically with the baby boomer generation reaching a point in time in their lives where medical problems, disabilities are going to increase probably in the next 10 years. And I would love to see us plan for that rather than being reactive and having a knee-jerk reaction to what's happening now, look down the road and say, we are going to have to be prepared for that. In regards to response time to the handicapped accessibility customers, I absolutely agree that there are huge issues in regards to that in the way that we treat it now. I believe that if we can't respond to somebody with a wheelchair van need in the same amount of time that we can any other customer, then we're doing something incorrectly. And over the period of time that we do collect data, I'm hoping that we're keeping that in mind.
Darren, why don't you get you to wrap up pretty soon?
Absolutely, I'll do as quick as I can here. I'll just jump to the end. I'd like to speak towards current cab driver livability. Right now we have 2,148 permitted drivers for the cab companies in the city of Portland. That's 2,148 family wage jobs. We've seen generations of families in the taxi cab industry, and we've seen those families put kids through college, pay mortgages, live a decent life, and right now it's being threatened. If I could, I did want to mention one thing in regards to the fares. Uber has the ability to subsidize fares and actually give free rides to customers. The cab companies don't have that ability. They can drop a fare down to next to nothing and pay a subsidization of $20 or whatnot. As a matter of fact, yesterday they were offering a $100 spiff if you've got your car inspected by yesterday up in Vancouver. And the $100 spiff would come in the form of $10, or once you did your first 10 trips, you would get the $100. They have those types of things happening all the time. And those are issues that if you have competition that can drop their fares to nothing, it's going to affect the livelihood of the existing industry. So I'll leave you with that. I had more, but I can put it in writing and send it to
No,
you.
please do. I just, in the interest of time, wanted to.
You know, absolutely. I know that it's running late, but I'll be more than happy to answer any questions or.
Questions?
Darren, can you think of another industry where we limit the number of participants? We don't limit the number of gas stations or restaurants. Or even airplane companies for that matter, although of course there's all sorts of safety requirements. Is there another industry where we say we will only have X number of participants?
I can't think of something off the top of my head. However, it's historically been done that way in this industry in many jurisdictions, not just Portland. I mean, it's
Pattern. Darren, thank you. Please do give us additional testimony in writing, and we won't hold it against you that you reminded the baby boomer members of this council what our senior citizen status
I'm
was.
there too. I'm there too.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner, I think you have a couple more folks to call on your invited list. And then we'll
Is
move on
Brooke
to-
Steger still here?
Okay, come on up, please. Good afternoon.
Hello. Commissioners, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Brooke Steger. I'm the general manager for this region for Uber Technologies. I'd like to start by thanking the task force for their dedication to this issue. They're all truly remarkable members of the Portland community. I would also like to thank the Mayor Hales and Commissioner Novick for their dedication to the regulatory process, for creating such a remarkable and balanced task force and supporting a process that was both transparent and community-driven. We have a deep appreciation for the task force time and commitment to the issue of ride-sharing, and especially for the strong recommendations they have presented here today. This is an opportunity to put into place a regulatory framework that works for these emerging new technologies and improve the way Portlanders move around their community. At Uber, we are supportive of reasonable requirements, like these for TNCs or what's otherwise known as transportation network companies. Transportation network companies are separate from taxis and separate from Black Car. Although we might all offer services from A to B, there are fundamental differences between Uber, taxi companies, and Black Car or chauffeur providers. And we appreciate regulations that recognize some of those differences, such as we don't want to pick up passengers on the street or wait in taxi zones in front of the Hilton, for example. As the task force has demonstrated, the technology and business model developed by these companies necessitates a new regulatory framework that doesn't necessarily look like the transportation regulations of the last 50 years. I'd like to touch on a few of the basics and benefits that Uber provides for our community. At Uber, we took a simple idea, push a button and get a ride, and leveraged technological advances in order to make that a reality. When you sign up for Uber, it's very simple. You enter your email address, you enter a credit card. We also accept PayPal, Google Wallet, Apple Pay, so there's multiple forms of payment. And you request a ride through a GPS app-based system or any web-based device. You are connected to the nearest driver, and when that ride is accepted, you see the driver's picture, the license plate of the vehicle, and you can track that vehicle as it comes to you. So it provides a very safe and efficient service for riders that are requesting. And at the same time, the driver also knows who that rider is, and they're able to connect with each other through the application via text message or phone using an anonymized phone number so as not to share the driver or rider's private data. After the ride is completed, the rider will receive an email trip receipt with the picture of their driver, with the license plate of the car, a full trip route, and a phone number where they can connect the driver to retrieve the lost item. We also offer very efficient customer support 24 hours a day, typically responding to a request within just a handful of hours. And if something is more urgent, you'll get an almost immediate request. Uber's safety is also a top priority. We use a nationally accredited third-party background check provider that has been vetted by multiple jurisdictions throughout this country, including the city of Seattle, the state of California, the state of Illinois, for example. We do a social security trace, do a national sex offender check, and check a local, county, multi-state, and federal criminal databases across the country. These are typically done on an annual basis. Uber also provides end-to-end insurance coverage so that riders are protected from the moment they get in the vehicle to the time that they exit it. We offer $1 million in combined single limit insurance coverage during that period of time, from the time a driver accepts a ride to the time that the rider gets out of the vehicle. There's also $1 million in underinsured and uninsured motorist coverage. It's important to note that there's also $50,000, of contingent comprehensive collision coverage during that time as well. This is twice what is currently required for Portland taxis. So any rider in an Uber vehicle will have twice the amount of coverage that they would in a taxi here in this city, should these regulations as suggested pass. During the period when the driver has the app on, but before they've accepted a ride, we offer $5,125 in coverage, so $50,000 per individual involved in an accident, or $100,000 total. This is twice what is the state requirement for personal insurance. And it's important to know the difference between the Uber platform and a taxi. When you're in an Uber, when you're driving and you're an Uber partner and you're driving a vehicle, you're not cruising the streets looking for a trip. You might be at a cafe, you might be at home, or you might be driving across town. The other day I was in a suburb and someone picked me up. They were on the way to a grocery store and dropped me off, and then continued on with their errands. And I think it's very important we recognize this fundamental difference and ensure there's always insurance coverage. However, recognize that people are utilizing the platform in different ways. There's additional benefits that Uber brings, such as serving underserved communities. Over 60% of trips happening in the Northwest are actually replacing personal vehicle trips. We see a huge usage of the platform to complete that last mile after public transit is used. We also offer Uber Pedal and Uber Pool in various cities, which increases commutes and ride sharing. Finally, I would like to announce that we have secured a partnership with First Transit in order to offer wheelchair accessible rides from day one here in Portland. And that is something that we want to continue to grow. I think this is fundamentally a difficult task in order to serve this community, but it's very, very important. And we've been reaching out and meeting with the community regularly and do understand that this is a very important topic. And we do want to provide equal access and a reliable ride for everyone in the city when and where they need it. I think our partnership with First Transit is just the beginning. We would like to also open that invitation to all of the wheelchair accessible taxis here in the city to put them on our platform so that all riders can enjoy that trackability, that accountability with that. And we actually open that invitation to anyone who has a wheelchair accessible vehicle that will meet commercial requirements or meet requirements, safety requirements, and have them on the platform. We are definitely committed to providing safe and affordable rides to everyone in this community, and we look forward to working with the community. And it's my belief that we can't accomplish that unless we do work together on this task. It shouldn't be one company versus another when it comes to the accessibility services. We should all work together to provide that service because it is so important. And some of the stories that I have heard are extremely concerning. We would like to, finally, I did want to touch on the opportunity that is made available to drivers. It's something that's been discussed here. As the general manager for the Pacific Northwest and someone who's overseen Seattle for many years, I've not seen the concerns pop up in Seattle. In fact, we continue to offer opportunity to multiple people, be it a single mom, someone that has recently lost their job, a taxi driver looking for additional income. There are multi-channels. The other day I met with Elsabeth, who is an immigrant driver, and she made her first trip home to Ethiopia in over 5 years. She was previously working different jobs and struggling to find reliable income. And with the Uber platform, she was able to take advantage of that and make her first trip home to Ethiopia after moving here, which I found remarkable. Another woman that I was speaking to last week is a spouse of someone that's in the military. She has struggled so much because they've moved around a lot. Her first and foremost job is taking care of her children, and they've struggled with finding additional income, and she struggled with finding regular work. The flexibility of the Uber platform, remember that there is no set hours that a driver has to work. There's no minimum that they have to be active on the platform in order to stay active on the platform. She's found the flexibility of that platform amazing and was able to take her children on a vacation for the first time in over 3 years. And that was I found it to be a very moving story. And we see these stories across the board, and we would like to bring those here to Portland. We've seen hundreds of drivers express interest in being partners on our platform, and I really think that there is a lot of potential here, and that there is tons of demand and for everyone, and that we should be competing on safety standards and service and offering that opportunity to everyone. Thanks again to the task force for all of the hard work, and we definitely support the recommendations that came through and look forward to working with all of you moving forward.
Thank you. Questions?
There was a suggestion made about, turn it off, yeah, sorry.
There you go.
A suggestion made that in order to sort of level the playing field during this 120-day period, that Uber put a cap on the number of drivers it may have during any time period of day. Let's say, Saturday nights from 10 to 2 a.m., you would, have no more than X number of drivers accessing your app. First of all, I guess, A, is that doable? And B, what's your thought on that?
Sure, so that's something that we would not support. The variance in supply and demand is very interesting, but it varies quite a bit. So whether there's a Blazers game or a Timbers game or it's 10 a.m. on a Tuesday, I think setting an arbitrary cap, even if it is variable depending maybe on a Friday night to a Tuesday night, is extremely challenging, and all that we're doing is going backwards in our choice of regulation. I think looking forward and figuring out how we can change the entire industry to allow for the supply and demand curve to be met is the most important thing. I supplied during my task force, during our task force presentation, we actually supplied a graph of total drivers online to total requests in Seattle for one day over a 24-hour period, and you'll see that they actually track each other. And I think that that's very important, that the system is flexible so that we can meet that demand. Or should New Year's Eve come along, for example, there's going to be a huge amount of demand. And I think it's more important that we get people home safe than protect an existing industry.
And does Uber have the ability to set such a cap, though?
That is not currently built into the technology platform. And I will say that there has been suggestions of that type of system happening. It did, for example, in Seattle, and the council actually then voted to repeal it.
Other
We're certainly
questions?
more enlightened than our Seattle
Yeah,
counterparts.
that's setting the bar.
We'll just put that in the record. I have a number of questions, and thanks for being here and sharing your perspective. So I pulled a copy of the user agreement off the internet, but the one I have is for California. Do you have a draft of the one you intend to use here in Oregon?
I don't have one with me right now, but we're happy to supply that to you.
Thank you. And I don't know whether I'm assuming the boilerplate stuff is probably the same, but we can compare it. But there are a couple things in here, and I know you're not the lawyer here talking about this, so if any of these questions are questions you'd rather respond to in writing, I'd be fine with that. But there's a couple of things in the user agreement that seemed inconsistent with some of the stated values of your company. So you've stated, and I think correctly, a commitment to safety and to the safety of riders. The disclaimer in the California user agreement says Uber does not guarantee the quality, suitability, safety, or the ability of third-party providers. That seems inconsistent. How do you square that?
Sure. I think that part of the agreement is very standard across most technology agreements that you will sign. I'm happy to provide a more in-depth analysis of that particular statement from our legal team. I can also say that in that agreement, I do believe that there's also a clause that any state or local law does not supersede or will supersede what that says. So any regulations that are put in place that we're required to follow will trump whatever is in a user agreement, and as well as an insurance policy. So we would have that $1 million of insurance in place, that will trump that statement.
Right. There's another clause in here that requires that in the event of a dispute, an aggrieved party must go through arbitration, which is the only recourse, and there's limits on people's rights of recovery in arbitration. I know that's also becoming more standard in industry. why does Uber think that's an appropriate way to resolve disputes?
That's something I'll have to have our legal department who wrote that get back to you on, because it's not something I've actually experienced in my time working at Uber.
The next question has to do with what's been a big topic of conversation at this really outstanding, very, informative and thoughtful hearing, which is how we address customers that have a disability. And we're coming up on a major anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and it was a law in 1990 that, as you know, literally changed the world. And yet, in every single case I could find involving Uber in litigation, Uber takes the position that Title III of the ADA does not apply to the company. And I don't understand why that is. I've read Title III. Title III has specific statutory language. The Justice Department of the United States has weighed in a number of cases and said they disagree with Uber on that. And the concern that I have is if your company continues to take the position you're not covered by the Americans with Disabilities Act, it undermines my confidence that we're going to get some of these other issues right. Do you have an official position on this, or do you want to get back to us in writing?
In terms of the legal language of the Americans with Disabilities Act,
Uber says it does not apply.
I would have to have my legal team, but I can speak for what we've done here in the Pacific Northwest and the riders that I've seen and what we announced and what we've been working on here. So first and foremost, we let drivers know that they are required to follow the Americans with Disabilities Act. We do partner with a variety of different types of drivers. UberX, which we are discussing here today, is just one of them. We also partner with taxi companies throughout the country. We partner with licensed limousine providers throughout the country. So it does vary, but we do inform drivers that they have to comply with the ADA Act. We also have very strict requirements and support all of the non-discrimination policies that were proposed by the task force. Should we get a report that, for example, a seeing eye dog, someone with a seeing eye dog was denied because they had a seeing eye dog, that would be grounds for an end in our partnership with that particular driver, as well as our app is optimized for voiceover.
If the company continues to take the position that as a company you're not bound by Title III of the ADA, would you consider a requirement that all of your drivers get specific training in the legal requirements under all applicable provisions of the ADA rather than simply notifying them that it's the governing law?
I do believe that there is a training program that was requested by the task force, and in my understanding, there are a series of questions and topics that will actually be provided by the City of Portland in order to cover with the driver, and so I think that that's a definite possibility. We already do provide. We have training emails and videos that address guide dogs, identifying people who are vision impaired, and so on and so forth. And I also believe that we're fully committed to serving the accessible community here and are going to work very hard at that. We also have Uber Assist in some of our markets, which actually comprises a series of in-person training for people. It still uses typical UberX vehicles, but those drivers receive additional in-person training to help people with a walker or that are in a folding wheelchair, someone that does have a seeing eye dog, if they need extra assistance to help them get into the vehicle safely. And that's something that we've committed to launching here in Portland, probably not at the time of launch, but something that we would like to roll out locally.
Might I jump in on that with one more question on accessibility, if you were going to leave that topic, and that is, could you maybe elaborate just a little bit more on how this relationship with First Transit would work in practice? So I'm a disabled Portlander. I need a accessible vehicle.
Sure.
I access the app and request a ride. Where does First Transit come in? How?
Sure.
What do they do?
So I think fundamentally how it'll work is exactly the same as every other vehicle. So we would issue either a phone to First Transit or to the drivers that we're partnering with on First Transit, or they could use their personal phone if it was supported. Otherwise, we can issue them one. When they were available to drive, they would simply indicate that they were available. Someone requests, they would get that request, accept it, and the individual that requested would be able to see the make and the model of the vehicle, a picture of the driver, and track that vehicle coming to them, and they would tell the driver where they wanted to go and get out of the vehicle just like every other rider. I do believe, though, that this partnership with First Transit is really just a beginning. It's been very clear, I think, from everyone's testimony that this problem is very complex, and I do believe that it'll take multiple partners in order to provide adequate service.
Well, and to follow up on the mayor's question, will you commit that the disabled customer who is accessing, for whom you're dispatching through First Transit will pay the same fare as a non-disabled passenger?
That's correct, yes.
No change?
No change.
You know, you've heard a lot in our discussion today about the enforcement piece of the recommendations, and the enforcement piece turns in part on getting good data from taxi companies and TNCs so that we can assess within the 120-day period. Commissioner Novick hopes to have some further regulations at the end of that. Have you had a chance to review the data request component of this report?
Yes.
And does Uber have any objections to the categories of data that that we would be requesting?
I think the most important thing is how that data is transferred. We have an agreement, for example, with the city of Boston, where we enter into a contract in order to protect the confidentiality of that data. So first and foremost, any personally identifiable data, which I believe we avoid in that, is our top concern. But secondarily, as we will have competitors should we enter this market. We want to make sure that the data we're supplying is kept confidential, though we do want to supply data to help the city better plan their transportation systems and also plan their accessibility systems.
Because that component is so fundamental to the recommendations, I think it would be helpful that if there are pieces of the deal you struck with either Boston, New York, or some other jurisdiction, which you think would be essential components of our request for data, that you let us know before next week.
Absolutely.
And if there are specific issues around proprietary information, confidentiality, privacy, or any other claim that you might have with that data, that you green light that for us so that we know whether this is going to be, just an administrative matter and working that out, or whether we have a fundamental disagreement.
Yeah, I believe that we can absolutely find common ground because I think the goal is the same. It's to benefit the city of Portland, and we want to provide data that does that. So we'll be very transparent in what
Is there any of the data that they've suggested we collect that you can't actually collect?
Not that I'm aware
Separate and
of.
apart from whether you want to provide it.
Not that I'm aware of.
And then you mentioned you have a third-party background check company you're using. Who is that?
Currently, we use a company called HireEase, which is their accredited large-scale background check provider checking county, multi-state, and federal criminal background checks.
What's the name of it again?
HireEase.
HireEase?
Is it a national company?
It's a national company with a national accreditation. I believe it's like a SCC accreditation. That's a third party issues an accreditation. They go in and vet the background check provider to ensure that they're meeting the standards. And in fact, as an example, we track which taxi drivers come onto our platform by using a for-hire license in Seattle, and we deny approximately 8 to 10% of them. So we stand firmly behind our background check process. We feel that it's very good and better than the services being offered at the city of Seattle.
Good. Thank you very much.
Are you able to get data from Wyoming?
I'm not exactly sure. We're currently not operational in Wyoming, but I believe that it's 50 state, and so I've never heard that caveat about Wyoming before, so I think that's something we'll have to look into.
So is Uber willing to supply drivers' names, driver's license numbers, and vehicle license numbers?
Typically, as an audit provision, we offer a full list of all of the last, or what we would like to propose as an auditing provision, is we'll offer a list of the last 5 digits of the driver's license number, and that the city can then choose which drivers they would like to audit from that list and pull which and pull their vehicle inspection, driver's license, etc. Additionally, each driver will, of course, have to get a business license here in the city to operate.
Are you willing to, is Uber willing to have only permitted drivers have access to the platform?
In what form?
Do you have to have a permit before you can sign up for the app to be a driver?
That depends on which jurisdiction that we're operational in. In many cases, we are permitted as a TNC, and so that's the requirement. There's absolutely no driver that's allowed onto the platform that hasn't gone through a background check, a vehicle inspection. We also collect their driver's license, their registration of their vehicle, and their insurance. And if any of those documents expire, they are immediately removed from the platform.
So there's a media report that Houston has issued 741 citations since January for drivers driving without a permit. Given what you just said, how could that happen?
I'm actually not familiar with the operations of the City of Houston as a company. I operate the Pacific Northwest, and I can tell you that in the City of Seattle, there's been no citations issued. Obviously, when a city is getting up, if there are no regulations in place, such as in Portland, there may be disputing issues there. But I can say that, for example, in the City of Seattle, we worked very hard and long to pass regulations there. Regulations were passed after about a year and a half, and we are 100% compliant with the regulations, as we are with the City of Tacoma. That's something I take a lot of pride in, is making sure that we are working closely with the city, making sure that we are following the regulations that were put into place. And that's a huge priority for me. And so I would say if there were regulations such as what the task force passed here in the City of Portland, we would make 100% sure that every driver was compliant and that we were compliant. And I would also ask that the city go through auditing measures and to ensure that we are compliant.
Well, the chair was asking about everyone. So are you willing to, is Uber willing to have the driver have to have a business license, that the number is available before allowing them access to the platform?
Every driver is running their own business, and they should have a business license. I don't think we're questioning the fact that there is a law here. And
that's what we were referencing earlier,
right.
That we found with Airbnb, we have a 95% non-compliance rate. So we need to get ahead of that before we allow this.
I think that the most, we prefer to not, just as if we issue the partner drivers on our system 1099s, we would prefer that the business license be dealt with between the driver and the city. However,
how would we know that when we don't know who the drivers are?
They would have to apply they have to apply for a business license with the city.
Right, but if we don't know who they are, because Uber is not going to tell us, so we're not going to know that they haven't applied for a business license.
Well, there's multiple ways, I believe, of checking, right? So if we issued you for example, we issued you a list of the last 5 digits of the driver's license number in order to protect. We also want to make sure that that list is protected. You come back to us and take a statistical significant amount of drivers from that list and ask for their information. Then we would provide, under some confidential, we would like that information to remain confidential, but we would provide their documents. You could then go check to make sure that they have a business license. Or if you're going and doing spot checks, like you request a vehicle, I believe in the recommendations it did ask that the driver make their business license number available at the request of an enforcement agent. So I believe that you can easily.
But Brooke, in fairness, this is shades of short-term rentals. Because you're the platform, you're actually in the best position to fulfill what you just said earlier, which is the great pride you take in ensuring that you are in compliance with all local rules and regulations. And that is not to allow someone on your platform, if they have not, to your satisfaction, established that they have the legal right to participate. And while we can add lots of staff people and create all kinds of regulatory hoops, it's much easier, actually, if we got a commitment from the platform that you're going to verify that someone has applied for a business license, is otherwise licensed, insured, and everything else, before you put them on your platform, because by putting them on your platform, you're giving them the good housekeeping seal of approval, at least from Uber's point of view, notwithstanding your disclaimers. You're essentially telling me or my daughter as a customer, that this is someone that we could take a car ride with.
Yeah,
And so isn't the easiest thing to do just to have you commit that you won't put people on your platform and don't do business with people that are out of compliance with our laws?
I absolutely agree with you. I think that when it comes to safety measures, maybe I think the only thing that's up for question here is the business license, but definitely with a vehicle inspection, with a background check, with their vehicle registration, their driver's license, their insurance, those are fundamental to safety, and those are things that we absolutely check for prior to any driver becoming on the platform. And I think we can have a further discussion about the business license.
Keep in mind, we typically deal with companies, and that's how we get compliance. Uber and other companies like yours have taken the position that the people that you work with are independent contractors. Now a court will someday in the future, a court will decide that question about what their status is. But you treat them as independent contractors, which means that obligation is shifted to the individual drivers. We don't want to create a lot of regulatory headaches for the city or for you, but it just seems to me that we ought to be able to agree on a series of criteria that you could help us enforce by making sure that anyone you give the privilege to be on your platform meets our minimum requirements.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think that that's happened in many jurisdictions. For example, in the state of California, it is the TNC that is licensed. We are required to ensure that every driver that is on the platform go through that vehicle inspection, be conducted through that background check. So I absolutely think that you're right, and I think that we can find a very common ground to ensure public safety as well as put the onus of compliance on us while proving to you that we are compliant, and so are the drivers on the platform.
How do we, the task force talks about trust but verify. How do we verify that you've done the background checks, that you've done the safety inspections?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I think I would want the city of Portland to look at our background check provider, the city, and as well as our insurance. So the city of Seattle has vetted both our background check provider, for example, and had a risk manager go through our insurance policy to ensure that it meets safety standards. Secondary to ensure, for example, how do we know that drivers are going through the required vehicle inspections that the city is mandating? Again, what we would do is we would supply a list of the last 5 digits of each driver's license number of each driver that's on the platform. The city could then select a subset, a statistically significant subset of those drivers, and check and request those documents. So therefore, you are choosing the drivers that you are checking. It's not us deciding that we're going to turn over these 20 drivers' documents to you in order for you to check. You are picking the drivers. You'll verify that their driver's license number, in fact, does match the list provided. And then we'll also be able to provide the background check, the vehicle inspection. You can check those. In addition, you can also have people on the street requesting a vehicle and requesting the documents of the driver that you actually get in the vehicle with from us.
Brooke, has Uber made a commitment that it will not re-enter the Portland market until such time as this council authorizes them to be here?
I see Steve Novick smiling. Yeah, we at this point,
It could be a yes or a no.
we will wait to re-enter the market until there are regulations in place. I do ask the council that this happen sooner rather than later. We have a series of drivers that are driving currently in the surrounding areas. Over 30% of the trips are dropping off in Portland, so there's in fact vehicles on the streets now. They're just only able to drop off. There's a lot. We're seeing tens of thousands of attempted requests every month. And right now we're leaving people hanging without a trip, and we're impacting the earnings of these drivers. And so I think it's very important that we get this done quickly, but we will not be launching until something is passed through this council.
Thank you.
Brooke, I can't believe Commissioner Fritz hasn't already asked you this question, but on her concern about insurance companies canceling personal policies because a driver is acting as an Uber or other TNC driver, it seems to me that there might be a couple of ways to address that concern. One would be to require that anybody who's permitted as a TNC driver provide something signed from their insurance company says, I know this person is an Uber driver and we're not canceling their personal insurance when they're not on the app. Another might be for Uber to say that, to contract with the city that if anybody has a claim against an Uber driver, which is denied because the insurance company wouldn't cover them, then Uber will step in and make the appropriate payments. What do you think about those ideas?
I think that the second concept, there is absolutely no time when we wish that there is any driver without insurance on the road. And I believe that the policy and the compromise, I don't know if you are aware, but there has been a national compromise with insurance companies made that is currently going through legislation in multiple jurisdictions. And other companies are beginning to offer coverage that not only says it's okay if you're a TNC driver and Uber is providing the coverage from periods 1, 2, and 3, but they're also explicitly coming out with policies that cover that period 1 app-on. So Metro Mile, for example, and USAA have all come out with policies that do cover that, and they are not, there is a process you have to go through in the state of Oregon. As part of this national insurance agreement, they're all state, I believe State Farm, PCI, Lyft, and Uber are all part of this, and we have agreed, that this is an important market, and that it's not just Uber and Lyft playing in the sharing economy where people are logged in and driving around using their personal resources in order to make additional income. And I think it is important that the insurance companies catch up. So I would offer that should that ever happen, which it's never happened in the case of any of my markets, that we would absolutely reach out and ensure that there was coverage provided.
Have any private insurance companies applied in the state of Oregon to provide this period 1 coverage?
Not that I am aware of. But again, we have period 1 coverage that would apply here, and which would cover that period 1 time until these private insurers started bringing coverage here. And again, there's not a ton of business currently in the state of Oregon, and I believe as the business expanded here, insurance companies would start offering those products.
Commissioner, I just want to be clear, it's not the period of time, even 1, 2, or 3. It's that if you're using your private vehicle for commercial purposes, you may lose your entire family's coverage from your private. And so they are in progress, but why we would move forward with a trial and put our citizens at risk is beyond me.
Brooke, how do you respond to concerns some people have raised about your business model that requires that someone has a smartphone and a debit card? And to the extent there's a class of people that cannot use this service because of that business model. And I'll give you an example. I was in San Francisco recently, and probably because of all this competition, Yellow Cab has a service that's now much easier to use, and you can call, get in the queue, and they'll dispatch cabs when you need it, and they alert you when the cab is there. They recognize who's calling once you've made the first call, so it's personalized, and I'm guessing all that's a result of competition. But the difference was a Yellow Cab came to wherever I was, and I could pay cash. Your business model doesn't allow that. So what does Uber say to the class of customers, potential customers out there, they would be disqualified because they don't have a smartphone and they don't have access to a debit card or a credit card?
Sure. So you don't need a smartphone. You can also request via a computer. And I believe that I was looking up stats on the Portland government's website, and I believe something like 96% of people here have access to the internet. And I believe that the internet is a fundamental resource that everyone should have access to.
Portland?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably a very generous number. It may include, being within a half mile of a library.
Okay.
Because we actually have a digital divide that Commissioner Saltzman is trying to tackle, but whatever the number.
Okay, great. Yeah, and again, you could absolutely request an Uber from a library, should you require that.
What about the payment?
And then with the payment, we require, it's not just debit card or credit card, but it's also PayPal, Google Wallet, and Apple Pay. We do not accept cash, that is true.
Because?
Our platform is fully digital, and I believe that in many ways, a lot of the drivers that we've seen come over from other previous systems express the fact that there is no cash exchange in the vehicle, and the fact that the driver is not carrying a large sum of cash protects that driver on many different levels. And so I think we haven't seen a lot of requests for cash either, and because it is an online digital platform, and because that idea of being cashless in the vehicle does provide such high levels of protection for the rider and the driver. It's not something that we've considered here in the Northwest.
Well, since you mentioned protection for the driver and the customer, what about the most recent breach of data? The 50,000 customers that had some of their data breached and the potential vulnerability to your platform?
I think that's something that we can send you information on. I am not readily familiar with the ins and outs of that, of the data breach and what occurred. And so I think that that's something we can supply you with more information on because I'm not knowledgeable enough to speak on it.
Great. Thank you very much. I think you have one more invited.
Yeah, Annabelle Chang from Lyft. Sorry, Annabelle Chang from Lyft.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, almost.
Good evening.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here before you, and it's amazing to see so many people still here late into the afternoon. My name is Annabelle Chang. I am the West Coast Public Policy Manager for Lyft. Lyft is a community-powered ride-sharing platform. So what we do, our mobile app essentially connects neighbors with neighbors who one is able to offer a ride and one needs a ride. And that our vision long-term is that we essentially fill those empty seats on the road with people. So our goal is to reduce single occupancy vehicles anywhere we go. And so hopefully in Portland one day, congestion will be reduced and we will be able to funnel people into existing forms of transit through our platform as well. So I just wanted to make a quick note. I wanted to thank the Portland Innovation Task Force. They spent hours of their own free time really thoughtfully considering recommendations for the City Council. And we really appreciated the amount of consideration and thoughtfulness and research into other jurisdictions. I think I wanted to point out for Commissioner Fish, you asked, what are some of the finest jurisdictions that you would recommend? I would say we would look to Austin, Chicago, Nashville, San Francisco, Denver. All of these cities have embraced ride sharing, and it's really taken off in all of these communities. And we certainly hope that Portland will have these additional transportation options for its residents. So a big thank you to the task force, a big thank you to the staff, and as well to Commissioner Novick for convening that task force. I'd like to also take a moment and talk about some of the core values of Lyft. There are three aspects that I want to address. One is safety, the second is accessibility, and third is inclusiveness. So for us, the premise of the app, people using it, people wanting to use it, all of it is premised on safety. So it's core to our company values. So our background check provider is Sterling BackCheck. They do background checks for Fortune 50 companies, financial services, health services. They even do background checks for municipalities. So we are very confident in Sterling BackCheck. And if any of the commissioners would like to speak to their Vice President of Compliance and walk through the process of how they do that, we'd be happy to make that person welcome to talk to you. So they go through both a federal, state, and for me, I'm a former prosecutor, and I appreciate this. They even go down to the county courthouse to get the most updated records. So that's very significant. So I did want to clarify that. We also do a driving record check through ADR. We also, in addition, I think there's some real innovations in the space of transportation, and we've really raised the bar on how it's being done. So the first thing I'd want to note is that we have, when you request a Lyft, you actually are, in the app, you can see the photo of the driver and a photo of the vehicle with license plate coming towards you. So you actually have information, real-time information about the person who's coming to pick you up. In addition to that, you get an electronic receipt documenting where you went, everything like that. You have a two-way rating system. So let's say I get into a Lyft and there's burger wrappers in the back. That wasn't my most pleasant experience. I can rate the driver and give that feedback. So the driver's ratings over time, we consider, we want, of course, the highest community of drivers. And so that feedback is given to the driver so they can improve. And if they don't improve, we have the ability to immediately address that, particularly in terms of safety. We also have a 24/7 trust and safety team, which I think is pretty remarkable. And so if you ever had a major concern regarding safety, that can be addressed immediately. And as a former prosecutor, I really appreciate that we actually collect this information and can work with law enforcement when that information is needed. So that's definitely an innovation in the space. And then I also wanted to note that half our executive team at Lyft is made up of women, and it's women that make these fundamental decisions. So our legal team, our general counsel is a woman, our senior manager of trust and safety is a woman, our VP of product is a woman. We care about that so much that it's reflected actually by even our users. So 1/3 of our drivers on the Lyft platform are women, more than half, about 65% of our passengers are women. I think that really goes to show that there is trust and safety baked right into the platform. So that's really important to me, obviously, as a woman. So I wanted to make sure that I addressed that point. In terms of accessibility, I am also extraordinarily proud of the fact that Lyft has unlocked transportation options for thousands of people that did not have transportation options before that were convenient and reliable. And I think that goes to show, that innovation is actually providing these options that just simply didn't exist before. And so the National Down Syndrome Society, the National Federation for the Blind, the National Association of the Deaf have all come on as partners with Lyft. And that shows our commitment to access. And so one of the things that I think is really fascinating is we actually even have a very robust community of deaf drivers. And that's giving a flexible income that's dignified, and they may have now an option that just, again, didn't exist before. So that's pretty exciting. But I'm also excited to share that we are working with Ride Connection right here in Portland. They are a local nonprofit with decades of experience in this space, and we want to bring the innovations of ride-sharing technologies to passengers with disabilities. Lyft and Ride Connection are actively exploring an arrangement to allow passengers requiring accessible vehicles to essentially use the technologies of our platform. And we believe this partnership captures Lyft's commitment to making sure that trusted experts give feedback to this process and that we can create more transportation options for Portland residents.
Ms. Chang, on that point,
Yeah,
since
absolutely.
we're getting close to the lightning round, do we have your commitment, your company's commitment, that there will be no premium that any disabled rider would have to pay because of this partnership with Ride Connection?
Yes, absolutely.
Do we have your commitment on behalf of the company that you will not operate in Portland until such time as the city council authorizes that behavior, that conduct?
What
Operate before the regulations are adopted.
Operate before it is authorized by this council?
Right, yes.
That's your commitment?
Sorry, I want to be totally clear on that last question. This is a lawyer in me speaking, so I want to be absolutely 100%
The question I
certain.
asked Uber, do we have your commitment that you will not operate in Portland until such time as the council authorizes your rideshare service?
Yes, we absolutely would like that to be sooner rather than later, obviously.
We've heard that from somewhere else.
And I would just note, we
You've
also
been talking
do,
to the development community, apparently.
we do also have tens of thousands of app opens here, so we know that there is a pent-up demand for
You
Lyft.
furnish us with a copy of your whatever user agreement you intend to have in place here in Oregon?
Yes, absolutely.
And can you tell us just succinctly if there are any differences between your platform and, say, Uber's platform that are noteworthy? Are there any differences in how you run your, that's not proprietary, but just in terms of how the customer would look to your platform?
Right, absolutely. I think it goes down to our vision and values, actually. And so our vision, long-term vision, is truly carpooling. So in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and New York, we've unveiled our carpooling feature, which is Lyft Line. And that idea is matching multiple people going down the same route. And you would also, even as a driver, be able to enter your destination. So the idea for us is we're taking cars off the road. That is fundamentally our vision. And I think that's a little slightly different than our competitor, but I just want to make that totally
So
clear.
you accept a second or third rider?
Right.
in a trip that's already underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's incredible because states spend billions of dollars building high occupancy vehicle lanes that frequently go underutilized. And we are seeing in San Francisco, for example, half our ride requests now are people wanting to share rides, actually.
So as you keep picking up additional customers, does my fare decline?
You will know in advance who you've been matched with, and you know your fare
multiple.
beforehand, correct.
And do you have any, based on the recommendations that you've had a chance to review, on behalf of your company, do you have any objections to producing the data that we need to evaluate the effectiveness of this pilot program?
No, we do not.
Are you willing to require a permit and a business license fee before you put the driver on your app?
Yeah, absolutely. And we would require a business license. I think it goes again to the same question about how that actually works out, but we're happy to talk to staff about how that functionally operates. But we do require business licenses in many of the jurisdictions in which we operate.
And I have just a couple more questions. I really appreciate everybody who stayed, and I do want to get to public testimony. I hope that we're asking some of the questions that you want us to ask. One of my concerns as a 58-year-old woman who has been taught since I was knee-high, do not get into the car with strangers,
right,
is about safety. And you mentioned that many of your drivers are women. How do you protect your drivers? I just Googled Lyft driver attack, and I came up with information in Seattle last year where a Lyft driver was punched in the nose and broke his nose. It was a male driver.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the statement from Lyft right thereafter was the passenger was immediately deactivated from using Lyft and has been blocked from creating future accounts.
Right, absolutely.
Did you then pay? Did you pay the health bills of that driver? What's the other safeguards for people? Now, when we have taxi cabs and we have instances of discrimination where we had a couple that was asked to leave a cab for a non-permissible reason, we were able to then address that with the company. What are the safeguards both for the drivers, the passengers, and then what's your responsibility as a company?
Yes, absolutely. And so as a former prosecutor, I obviously care about that a great deal. Just as a quick note, the criminal justice system comes into play in certain instances like that. So we have multiple ways that we protect a driver, right? The driver knows who they're picking up. They know where they're located, not only just their PIN, but their GPS location. So there's also a record of that. So
How do they know who they're picking up? Because we don't know whether the passenger has a record.
Oh, the passenger absolutely does have a record as well. So
criminal background check?
No, not the passenger having a criminal background check. But we actually do have all of the passengers' information, right? Because they've uploaded their credit card information and their name and their photo, and so we have that information. So if there was something that was ever untoward that happened, we could immediately investigate that. And I think that's actually a true innovation in the space, because unlike traditional industries, you actually do know the name of the person that's getting in, and we can resolve that as quickly as possible.
So what happened in that case last year?
I'm afraid I don't know the specifics on that one, but I would note that we connect millions of rides, and we're confident in the platform.
Okay, give you a chance to wrap up.
Yeah,
Anything else that you
absolutely.
didn't
And
get
so
to cover?
I wanted to go to my third point, which is inclusiveness, and I know that is a core value to Portland as well. Half of our drivers self-identify as minorities, and I think that's an extraordinary number. And I think that's something that the people are now accessing this platform to come up with flexible income opportunities. So we have a significant portion, about 80% or so of our drivers are driving less than 20 hours a week. So they're doing this to supplement, maybe their own personal business, maybe they're a teacher, maybe they're a mother, maybe they're even a retiree. It's an opportunity that just simply didn't exist before, and now they're also providing a service to their neighbors as well. So I just wanted to go back and say that, Lyft is absolutely looking forward to being part of Portland. We want to be a community partner. We want to be part of the social fabric. And we're excited to see, the Portland twist on how Lyft will operate, because we believe that we are also individualistic and community-oriented, and we are excited to be here. And if there's any further questions that I am unable to answer now because of time limitations, I'd love to make myself available to any of the commissioners as well.
Where's home base for you?
I'm from San Francisco, but I've spent a lot of time here in Portland in the last several months.
Great. Thank you very much.
I would like to know what happened in that case.
We can find that out for you. But, there is, I just want to note, it may be a criminal case, and so I don't know, it could be public.
Yeah, I'd like to know what you did to compensate the driver.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think there might be some hardy citizens who have waited to speak in as well, so we'll try to take as many of those as we can. I would estimate that we might be able to keep the council here till 6.
At least. I think we should stay in here.
Stay in here?
Folks should stay
Okay,
for
I'm
3
fine with
hours.
that too. So let's dive in and begin.
Okay, I have a total of 46 people signed up. The first
I don't
three.
think they're all still here, but I think
Yeah.
we'll proceed.
First three are Tesfaye Alame, Kadir Waco, and Stephen Entler. And they'll be followed by Cynthia Conover Farrell, Wind Dwyer, and Dan DeGrange.
Hey, good evening, welcome. Go ahead, Tesfaye.
Okay. Let me start. Thank you, Commissioner Steve, Commissioner Amanda, Mayor Charlie Hale, and Nick Fish. Thank you. Well, don't count my time down. Okay. Most of the things that I'm going to say is included in our TFA package. But I'll try to read it, and then I wish you can ask me a question. My name is Tesfaye Alame, and I'm a managing member and one of the founder of Green Transportation. In 1997, we started 6 shuttles, and in 1998, 48 taxis. We have grown since, we have grown to 59 taxis, 9 shuttles, 22 medical transportations. We are proud to provide several kinds of different kinds of transportation that are vital to service the different needs of citizens in all agencies requiring transportation. If adopted, the task force recommendation you have before you today will eventually put my company out of business. As you know, on February 11, Portland existing taxi companies were granted an additional 242 permits. Terms of the new permit imposed by the city mandate that 20% of each company's fleet be wheelchair accessible up front before requirements to 10% of each fleet. The task force has suggested reducing this mandate before to 10%, even though all of the city's cab companies have since February 11 made significant investment in wheelchair accessible vehicles. Green Transportation has invested close to $500,000 wheelchair access 2 months later. I still have not received the vehicles. Once I do receive them, it will take about 2 to 4 months to brand equipment's wheelchairs per city mandate requirement. In stark contrast, once permitted, Uber and Lyft will be able to quickly place cars into service if they are not required to follow the same requirement regarding ADA compliance or vehicle signage and branding of a taxi. It is unfair that small businesses like mine must invest hundreds of thousands of dollars just to be able to get a few more taxis on the road, while 41 billion business like Uber is not required to follow the same rule. It puts taxi companies at an inherently unfair disadvantage compared to TNC, which have virtually no vehicle expense at all, let alone expenses. If Green Transportation goes out of business, our wheelchair vans will disappear. This will put the onus back to the city of Portland and unlimited and ultimately taxpayers to provide reliable transportation to vehicles. People of citizens require wheelchairs. We urge you to establish a level playing field, Portland, for transportation industry and ultimately assure that all of the citizens are served, not just individuals with smartphones and credit cards. I just want to say that in 1998, you have played a vital role in establishing Green Cab. In 2015, if this recommendation is adopted, you'll be playing the distraction of Green Cab again. That's the two both things. If I can answer questions, I don't know.
Thank you very much. I think we probably will have questions for you, but we might save them so that we can keep going.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening.
And we have the packet.
Yep, we do.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kadir Wako. I'm the General Manager of Union Cab Cooperative. I have been in the taxi industry since 1998, when I started as a cab driver. Union Cab was established in 2013 after working diligently for 3 years to be issued 50 permits. Union Cab is a company affiliated with CWA, AFSCIO, and the Job with Justice. We followed the rules, we followed the process, and we did it right. We chose the taxi industry for our livelihood so that we may support our families and provide our children with the choice they will need to be successful. Deregulation. The removal of cap-on permit will saturate the market and dilute the earning potential of all drivers, taxis, and the TNC alike. This will have a grave consequence on many families of drivers who are already limited in their ability to earn a living wage. A large percentage of cab drivers in Portland are immigrant drivers with limited English, who depend upon driving and making a living wage. If they are no longer able to earn an income, their option for family survival will be extremely limited. Drivers and their family could quickly become homeless and consequently depend upon welfare. The burden will therefore fall on the city and ultimately the taxpayer. As we all know, with the taxi service, it is all about supply and demand. If all caps are removed on the number of taxis that are serving the market, the supply floodgate will open. Yet the underlying demand will remain unchanged. The result, a race to the bottom with no one making a reasonable income and the fallout of our industry, most dedicated drivers, not to mention an increased number of unnecessary cars on the road. We urge you to carefully consider the impact on drivers when determining the right balance between increasing supply and preserving family wage jobs. There is no turning back once the floodgates are open. And I have a thing second. So I want to say that, like I said, a lot of drivers that are not here today, like Darren said, that 2,140 drivers are crying inside right now. They might flood in the city of Portland Street when this unsmart regulation and people with interest are trying to lobby for a large company with $41 billion capital. Please take a precise and a smart decision. I ask that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Steve Entler. I'm the General Manager for Radio Cab, and I serve on the Private for Hire Transportation Board of Review as the taxi company representative. I have been involved with Radio Cab Company and the private for hire transportation industry in Portland for nearly 45 years. There are many task force recommendations that should be reconsidered. One that is of particular concern to me and should be a huge concern to City Council and the citizens of Portland is the process for permitting drivers. The recommendation by the task force to transfer driver permitting authority from the city to the companies would be an enormous mistake. It is a safety issue that should be handled directly by the city and not by a company like Uber that has repeatedly demonstrated a willingness across the globe to break the law. Permitting drivers should include these basic requirements as part of the permitting process. The city must know the full name of the applicant. The applicant should notify the city about which company they will affiliate with and show proof of possessing a City of Portland business license. The applicant should also provide proof of a background check or any other requirements of 1640-090 as may be amended. A TNC driver applicant specifically should be required to show proof of personal automobile insurance coverage along with an attachment showing that the insurance company is aware that the insured is going to supply part-time transportation service to the public through an affiliation with a TNC, and there needs to be a notification process to the City of Portland in the event of a lapse in coverage. As a cab company manager, Dealing with auto accidents on almost on a daily basis, I can confirm that up to 30% of the accidents that involve our drivers occur with uninsured drivers. Personal auto insurance is easy to obtain, but sometimes lapses occur because the insured driver fails to make a payment. As with all other permitted livery companies, the city should be notified of a lapse in coverage and absolutely not depend on a TNC to provide that notice. Most importantly, the final approval of whether or not to issue a permit to a driver should remain with the Bureau Administrator and not a corporate executive that has profit-based motives that do not align with public safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for any of these folks? Thanks, all three of you. Thank you very much. Next.
Cynthia Conover Farrell, Wind Dwyer, and Dan DeGrange. And they'll be followed by Jake Oja, John Orr, and Erica Jones.
Thank you all for your patience.
Yep, thank you for waiting.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Conover. I'm an adjuster, and I've been an adjuster for over 30 years, and I'm with Farrell and Associates Insurance Claim Services. So we administrate claims for public entities, including the Tri-Counties, Metro, and we also handle 2 taxi cabs. So I just want to say that this could be an adjuster's nightmare. Is someone's application on or off? When they pick it up, what limits apply? Who's going to get money off of this is attorneys. They're going to be arguing about the limits, whether you were going to the store and then going and picking up someone, and you can't even make a decision about if there's coverage, because an adjuster looks at coverage, liability, and limits or damages. And you're gonna spend so much time trying to figure out coverage and getting in arguments over other insurance clauses, you're not even gonna be able to take care of that person who has been injured, let alone how much are you gonna pay them? Is it gonna be $50,000? Is it gonna be $1 million? And you really can't even get a claims manager here to say, oh yes, if this happens, this will be covered. So all I know is when you deny coverage, you're opening yourself up to attorney fees. If I'm your auto insurance and I deny coverage and they find that there was coverage, I'm open up to attorney fees. So I would wait for the insurance thing. This insurance product, oh, it's in the works, we'll get it done. No, wait for the insurance, because you know what? And I used to do settlement conferences with Judge Christina Lamar, and the average jury verdict for a bicyclist is $317,000. It's going to make a huge difference whether they get the $50,000 in coverage or the $1 million, depending on a hands-free application.
Can I just make a comment? And yes. Thank you for sticking around and testifying. I have to say that your testimony, combined with the research we've been doing in looking at user agreements, has been very sobering for me, because increasingly in an internet-based economy, one of the things you have to do is sort of routinely check a box saying, I agree to all the terms and conditions. Now, my guess is that a very small number of people actually pull up these 30-page documents and then sit down with their lawyer and accountant. And, right. But particularly with some of the so-called shared economy business models, the terms are not favorable to the consumer. They are written to shift liability and responsibility away from the platforms and to either the driver or the host or whomever. And I share your concern, both because these things will be challenged, but they're pretty comprehensive and sweeping in terms of shifting liability. And now you've got this patchwork quilt. And to your point, there ought to be a certainty about what happens if the consumer is injured. We ought to just have some clear guidelines, not it depends on the lawyer, the judge, the time of day.
Right.
We ought to be able to know going in. And I say that as the proud parent of 2 kids who are likely to be using these services. And my interest is making sure that we know before they get in, what, under the worst case scenario, are they provided for. And I think that is our obligation. I do think at government, we ought to be clear about what that is.
Well, it sounds
before
like
we
there
give
will
someone
be
a green light to use a service that may provide substantial risk.
Right. but it sounds like they will be covered in the vehicle. It's when they're trolling that there's not going to be any coverage if they hit a pedestrian, when they're looking to hit the app to accept it and their eyes go off and they hit a bicyclist. That's where I see some of the issue. And then when they do accept the app, that they're limiting the coverage to only $50,000 per person. It's
Ms.
not
Conover,
enough.
we've heard that the insurance industry is contemplating these new products that will only apply when the app is on. Are you saying that that's unrealistic? Nobody will ever know whether the app is on or not?
Well, no, it comes to interpretation and arguing. Oh, I meant to turn it on. I mean, if you hit someone and you kill them and you didn't have your app on, what are you going to say? Oh, the battery went off. You're always going to try to find coverage. Deep pockets. City of Portland is a deep pocket. They sue everyone. I think you mentioned that earlier. They don't try to figure out, they just go ahead and sue everyone. And in the meantime, you have this person who's out of work, injured, in the hospital, and people are arguing, you cover it. No, you cover it. No, I'm not doing it. So, that child in San Francisco who was struck down, I kind of researched it. And what they'll say, oh, well, the insurance company for the driver, they took care of it. Well, guess what? Of course they did. Maybe they had a $50,000 policy, but you know how much you would spend to fight a coverage issue? So initially, I think these companies are going to roll over, but I bet you in 2 years, there are going to be all sorts of verbiage. There is right now, in these policies that I have, there is no coverage if you're charging for rides. There's no coverage under uninsured motorists or liability.
Thank you so much for staying to testify. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
Hi there, I'm Wendy Dyer with Green Cab, and I'm sandwiched between two insurance people. So
Don't be nervous.
This will be a little change of pace for you, and I just want to thank you for being here and for the voices on council who have mentioned the underserved populations, because that's here what I'm going to talk to you about today. And so, it's pretty clear to me that not a lot of people care about saving the taxi industry or saving the taxi drivers. Pretty much it seems like all that anyone cares about is getting from point A to point B as fastest and cheapest as possible. We're in this era of electronic communication where that's what we want. Everything, faster, more. Dialing a phone number just takes too long. Why? When I could just push one button and I get an Uber. Having to count cash or pull out my credit card, or heaven forbid I should have to sign a receipt. It's just too much for people these days. What I'm hoping is not too much for people these days is taking into consideration the class warfare world that we're in right now and the topic of equity, specifically with regards to equity for passengers. And there's just a lot of haves and have-nots, and that it's a growing gap, and we have a lot of that here in Portland. There's so many citizens who do not have smartphones or credit cards, that don't have that do have mobility devices or guide dogs. There's so many citizens who live in less lucrative areas or take less lucrative short trips, and there's no equity for these people. So I ask you to keep in mind that there are folks who have wheelchair rides who need to get somewhere, and I'm very suspicious as to whether or not Uber's plan is going to work since it's failed in so many other jurisdictions. And those clients aren't going to get served by us, by Uber, like they will be by the taxi industry, who's been in compliant historically. And who's going to take your mom, your grandma to the grocery store when it's a $2 fare? Uber's base fare is $5. Ours is $2.50. So this myth of them being so much more affordable, it's not affordable for grandma who's afraid of identity theft and doesn't want to use a credit card and has no idea how to use a computer or a smartphone. And just to revert back to those statistics briefly, Ms. Steger said that, 97% of Portlanders have a computer device, and that I believe statistically, nationally, 73% of the population has smartphones. What those statistics fail to acknowledge is that you can't take an online survey without a computer. You can't take a "do I have a smartphone" without a smartphone. And so I want you to remember that as a medical transportation driver working with salt of the earth people on the east side of town, most of them have Obama phones if they're lucky. They go to the library to use a computer. They're not going to be able to order an Uber on the Obama phone or from the library. So I ask you to please hold the underserved people in Portland in your hearts. I know that I'm out there serving them every day, and I'm honored to do so.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Welcome. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Dan DeGrange, and I work for Propel Insurance. And as a disclaimer, I'd like you to know that I insure all the taxi cab companies in Portland. But I'm also an expert in this commercial insurance versus personal insurance. I consulted with Mayor Kitty Piercy in Eugene and her risk managers and shared with her my concerns. So that took 2 hours. So in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to try to share with you some of my concerns. First, there's been a question as to whether or not personal line insurance, auto insurance policies cover livery risk, and the answer is unequivocally no. It doesn't happen. I have a Safeco exclusion that reads, we do not provide liability coverage for any insured's liability arising out of the ownership or the operation of a vehicle while it's being used as a public livery conveyance device. I think that Uber, as a result of knowing that these personal auto policies are not going to respond and pay claims, they came up with this contingent auto liability coverage that provides what I think are minuscule limits, $50,000, $100,000, $25,000 limits for claims that occur before the passenger's already been picked up, but while the app is turned on. I've insured taxi cab companies for 10 years in the city of Portland, so we have a lot of actuarial data on the types of claims that they have. And the information that we have shows that over 60% of all accidents that occur would be during this phase 1 period of time. In fact, some of the most horrific accidents that have happened in Portland were when the driver was in transit to pick up a passenger, not while they had a passenger. One of those claims was settled for $1 million, and the other claim was settled for almost $1.5 million. We're just grateful that our taxi cab companies were carrying as high limits as they were.
And sir, what, on that point, could you, because we're going to probably want to impose on you to ask if you could give us some follow-up information in writing, because this is extremely valuable. And one of the things that I'd like to know is what you consider, based on the actuarial data, to be a reasonable baseline of insurance. I'd also be interested in knowing what is the marginal cost of acquiring the stepped-up insurance. So, in other words, is it cost prohibitive, or is it reasonable? And as someone who, because I have a 22-year-old daughter, tends to opt for the highest end insurance limits because I'm worried about what could happen out there. You know, I think lowballing concerns me, but be interesting to know what you think and what you shared with Mayor Piercy was the right mix, and then what would be sort of the cost dynamic.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and propose what the city of Portland should have for liability limits, but in today's day and age, and Cynthia can talk to this issue, a few days in the hospital, you're going to exceed that limit of $50,000.
Well, I'm not asking you to pitch a policy or to go beyond your role, but to the extent you've looked at some data and you believe that best practice is in a certain range, or to the extent in insuring taxi companies, you've made a judgment that there's a prudent level of insurance, I think that's useful information.
Right. Well, I think a prudent amount would be what the city is requiring in the city of Portland, and that's $500,000. But what I'll tell you is that most of the taxi cab companies in the city of Portland actually carry higher than $1 million limits. So I think that's the prudent thing to do, is to protect the public in the case of a horrific accident. And I think one of your questions is, how much more does that cost? And I think you'll be surprised that we recently got a quote for a $500,000 limit for a taxi cab company. and the approximate cost was $6,000. To add the additional $500,000 worth of coverage, it only added $800 to $900 to the total cost to insure that cab. So
It's not cost prohibitive.
it's
Unless
not
you have a lot of
cost
accidents.
prohibitive.
And then it-
So I think what's prudent is that everybody in the city of Portland that are operating a commercial auto should have at least $500,000 limits. Most of the trucking companies that I insure carry $4 or $5 million limits. But livery, I think 500,000 is a prudent amount.
So do you think that drivers should be required to carry that whether the app is on or off? Just if you spend some of your time as a TNC driver, then you need to have $500,000 coverage at all times, regardless of whether the app is on or off?
When the app is turned on, right now, they're only going to provide $50,000 and $100,000 limit, right? And then $25,000 for property damage. Those are too low a limits.
I'm just asking about whether there can be you think there can be a distinction when the app is just off?
When the app is off, and Cynthia's addressed this, is the driver going to be forthright and say, well, I meant to turn the app on, right? Or are we going to have a personal auto carrier pointing fingers at the commercial auto carrier and say, we don't want to pay this claim? We see that a lot. We see it too much.
Are you saying that you don't think that is a reasonable distinction to make, that if you are spending any of your time as a TNC driver, then you need to have at all times $500,000 worth of coverage?
I think that's a sufficient amount of insurance.
I agree.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
The next three are Jake Oja, John Orr, and Erica Jones. And they'll be followed by Nona Carosco, Jeanette Thiebert, and Rob Brower.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Jake OJ, and I work for Propel Insurance as well. And, piggybacking on a lot of what Dan or Cynthia said, Uber is on a campaign to make city officials believe their new insurance products can address a lot of the concerns that have been raised today. So obviously they're concerned as well, but as of today and any time in the foreseeable future, there's not an insurance product offered in the state of Oregon that's going to provide such coverage. All the companies we insure are required to provide certificates of liability to the city of Portland, who they name as an additional insured. And this provides the city of Portland with coverage arising out of the operations of these taxi cab companies. It's also a requirement of the city of Portland to be notified by the insurance company if the taxi cab company's policies lapses. So, as Dan said, we insure taxi cab companies not only in Portland, but all over the western United States. We've yet to see Uber's insurance policy name a city as an additional insured, and I'm confident no personal lines insurance company would be willing to name the city of Portland as an additional insured. As a concerned citizen that also understands insurance, I suggest you consult with the excellent risk managers you employ and ask them if they believe Uber's limits of liability are sufficient to protect the public and the city of Portland. And, I also humbly suggest contacting the city of Boise, city of Eugene, to find out why they required Uber to provide the same level of insurance protection that you require of the livery companies that serve this community. and I've heard the phrase that Uber's a technology company and not a livery company, but quite frankly, that's a kind of a fancy sales pitch that I don't buy. They contract people to move people, and that's no different than what Radio Cab or Broadway Cab or any of the other taxi companies do in this city, and that's all I really want to say. There's a time limit here, and that's as fast as I can do it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's John Orr. I'm proud to drive for Radio Cab, and I'm really concerned about the safety issues that have been just the tragedies that have happened all over because of Uber's powerful lobbying to be exempt from them. So, for example, we've got a couple phones here. Hypothetically, this could be my friend's phone or my friend's car, and I could drive under my friend's profile. And no one would know. You've got a picture on someone's smartphone the size of a fingernail. As long as I look remotely like them from a block away, no one's going to know that's not their driver. Okay. I've got a 2x2 photo here in my permit that's displayed in my cab at all times. So anybody can ask to see that at any time during a cab ride. And these TNCs act like safety is built into their app. They just have good PR people. It's not safe. It could be anybody giving you a ride. You can create an account and have your friend drive under it and then completely bypass even Uber's weak background check process that they lobby to make weaker and different than the current cab industry background process. Okay, as to the insurance, app on, app off, let me ask you, is this legal driving? Okay, just turn my app on, but I'm using my cell phone while I'm on the road. So, and I might have just hit somebody. So, I mean, I think that could be considered negligent when to use their system, you have to use your phone while you're on the road. And I don't think realistically they're going to pull over and find a parking spot to accept a ride. They're going to be on the road driving in traffic, and they're going to look down at their small screen, and they're going to hit accept, and the phone's not working, I'm going to keep it, and they're going to kill people. They're going to cause accidents. There's going to be tragedies like there have been in other cities as a result of different, weaker, special standards being supplied because they come in here and have slick lobbyists and try and get special treatment. I hope the city doesn't buy it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council. My name is Erica Jones. I'm a driver for Radio Cab Company in Portland. The reason the cab industry is regulated in Portland by the city is to make sure that every cab is safe and their drivers are vetted. We play by rules that are set by the city, and it ensures that the companies follow rules on insurance and safety, and making sure all their drivers are permitted by a thorough and permitted and have a thorough, completely thorough background check. It does not matter what license cab you get into. The cab has been safety inspected. They all have the same minimum safety equipment designed to protect the occupants as well as other road users. And the meters are all set to the same standard, ensuring a fair price for the ride. Great. Excuse me.
The phone could do that while you're on the Uber app also.
Yeah.
App on, app off.
This is called a level playing field. The only difference between the companies then is the personality and the integrity of the drivers. When Uber arrived on the scene, they, as you know, were operating illegally. They did not have vehicles inspected for safety by the city. They did not have any of their drivers vetted by a thorough city background check. They did not have they did not have the same pricing structure as set by the city, and they did not have vehicles specially built to carry our disabled citizens, like the city mandates that the cab companies do. So right off the bat, Uber told the city that we've got $40 billion and we're special, and we ain't playing by your rules. We're going to do as we please. It's a giant slap in the face. Thankfully, the city stopped this abhorrent business practice from being played in our fair city. I'm asking you, city council members, to please rethink that if Uber should be allowed to enter this market, given their past practice of not following the rules set by you, the city council, they cannot and will not be able to maintain service to an entire class of people who have special needs because they do not have the equipment. They cannot service the disabled, which seems rather discriminatory to me. And let me tell you, as a transsexual, I know quite about discrimination. I live it 24/7. Uber will rape the public with their surge pricing. They will not have city background checks. Their vehicles will not be safety checked by the city. How is this fair? It's not fair. It's not right. And it's not just bloody good enough. Keep this thuggish company out of our community and let the professionals in this room here today do what we do best. We serve Portland and its residents. We do it better, we do it safer, and we do it cheaper. Our community's safety, our jobs, and our local economy depends upon it. Please do the right thing. Keep it safe, keep it local, and keep it fair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions for this group?
May I add something just in
Sure,
10
quickly.
seconds? The safety concerns I addressed would easily be covered, and with the capital these companies have, they could easily afford what marked vehicles and cameras in the vehicles. And their practice is to pass all the costs on to drivers. But if they truly cared about the safety of their riders, they would be willing to cover those expenses themselves if they want to put on as many drivers as they do. And they would pay for a camera to be installed in each of their driver's car for the safety of their driver and of the passengers.
Absolutely.
And they would require and possibly pay for marked vehicles, permanently marked vehicles, so you couldn't have somebody pose as an Uber and take advantage of intoxicated people at bar close.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do have one question. Erica, where in England are you from?
I'm from a small village called London.
No, which bit of London?
I thought you could, English people
I
could
was
always
trying to,
tell.
well, I was going to guess. Which part of London?
I'm from the northwest, Harrow.
Thank you.
Aha.
I was close.
Thank you very much.
The next three are Nona Carrasco, Jeanette Thiebert, and Rob Brower. And they'll be followed by John Hopkins, Ed Jones, and Charlene Hill.
Welcome. Go ahead, you can be first.
My name is Nona Carrasco.
Just get a little closer to the mic if you can. There you go. Thanks.
Okay, so I've got a little bit of chicken scratches here. Like I said, I'm Nona Carrasco, and I am a driver for Radio Cab. So I moved here in 1997, and I didn't really want to move here. I was a little nervous about moving to this city that I didn't know anywhere, I didn't know anybody from. And it didn't take long for me to completely fall in love with everything that Portland is. And I'm going to touch base on the level that Portland embraces keeping local as a community, like buying local, supporting local businesses. This is one of the things that I have found has really set apart Portland from many of the cities that I've lived in and traveled to. The taxi industry is part of that local community that we have. All of the taxi companies here in Portland are locally owned, operated, and driven by people in our community. Every dollar that comes through our local cab companies, that stays local. We service the public, our communities, and in turn, we spend that money here in Portland as people in our community. As a lease driver at Radio Cab, $10 of my lease goes to Radio Cab, and the rest of that goes to the shareholder whose share is attached to the cab that I drive. That shareholder is a local driver because we are driver-owned, and that shareholder also pays a weekly kitty to Radio Cab. This is local money, and this is local economy. With Uber, 20 to 28% of every dollar that you give your driver, depending on the service that you are requesting, plus that $1 safe ride fee that they talk about, this leaves our local economy, and it goes to Uber, which is a $40 billion company based in San Francisco, California. If Uber is allowed to flood the streets of Portland, undercutting the rates that cab companies that are set for cab companies,
they are not only taking business away from people in our own community who sometimes struggle to make ends meet with the rates as they stand, but up to 28% of that money is taken to California. This is by no means the keeping it local that Portlanders take pride in. So really, to allow or even invite Uber into our community is not thinking about the community at all, nor the local economy, but the deeper pockets that Uber is filling in order to overrun our city.
Thank you.
Ms. Grasko, you said $10 goes to Radio Cab. That's $10 out of how much?
It depends on the night that I drive, because I am a night driver. I drive Sunday through Wednesday, and my lease is $95 a night. $10 goes to Radio Cab. If I drive on a Friday or Saturday, my lease could be up to $125. Still, only $10 goes to Radio Cab.
So it's about 10% or less rather than 20 to 25%?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Jeanette Thiebert. Probably 12 years or a little better, I've been driving a taxi cab. Before that, I worked with mentally ill adults in drug and alcohol treatment. I drive one of those very large wheelchair accessible vans that we talk about. I can talk about that at some other point. Today, I just want to remind you that once upon a time, the citizens of Portland crafted one of the best citizen-owned electric companies in the country. We called it PGE. Utility rates were regulated and stable, and it was good for the people of Portland. One day, someone exclaimed, "Why is the city in the utility business?" And so PGE was sold. It became the crown jewel of Enron's holdings. Rates went up, and the municipal utility taxes or user fees that Enron collected from the citizens were misappropriated and stayed in Enron's bank account rather than being sent to the city. Local PGE employees took wage cuts and lost their retirements and then their jobs. Enron, like Uber, was an out-of-state corporation that refused to play by the rules. In short, Enron stole from Portlanders. We're talking, let's be clear, this isn't about giving Portlanders new technology options. As cab drivers, we've been using similar cell phone apps to schedule and track rides for over a year, sometimes more. This is about an out-of-state company with $40 billion of venture capital giving subprime loans to our neighbors to buy cars, with no promise that to these new drivers that their new income will meet their expenses. This is taking from Portland. It's about taking the data about who we are, how we travel, where we're going, and when. It's about taking the profits out of our local economy. And it's about consuming our resources, our time, our energy, okay? And they're bullying our civic leaders to do so. This isn't the Portland I grew up in. This is the land of Oswald West and Tom McCall, two individuals who saw the future and recognized that sometimes being progressive means saying no. It means having the best interests of everyone in our community at heart. And it means standing up with courage to take action. You have a choice today. This vote may be your legacy. It will certainly affect your family, your children, and your grandchildren, if you're so lucky. I'm asking you to have the courage to vote this down. And of all things, the caps are there for a reason. We now have the 10th worst traffic in the country. Do you really think that adding another 2,000 individuals who are hobbyists driving for people and doing the job that 500 to a couple thousand drivers have had living wage jobs doing. Do you really think that adding that many more vehicles on the road is going to solve our traffic congestion? The reason it's going to be so quick to get another car is because they're everywhere and traffic's going to be that much worse. We're not solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if you want, the fishing industry is a commercial industry near and dear to this community, and it is highly regulated and capped.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak, and I just want to say that these young people are the people that make me happy. I'm a second-generation radio cab.
Give us your name, too.
My name is Rob Brower.
Thanks, Rob.
I have grown up in the city of Portland. I live and breathe Oregon. I've tried to search for things that people haven't said already, and so I'll keep mine brief, but I challenge you to understand, and maybe the task force can help. There's no numbers thrown out about the number of drivers that Uber's going to put on the street. They're afraid to put their names on the permits that we fill out every year and pay our just dues. We're happy to do it. We're proud to be here. We're about to add 250 permits to the taxi cabs. That scares me to death. I've been dealing with 500. I know who my competition is. I know how many limo drivers, the other types of drivers that are in the city. I'm going to have no idea how many people are going to be out there at night working part-time, afraid to give their information to the city that I love, the city that I grew up in. I'm just about done. I've only got a couple more years to ride it through this. These kids, they love the city. They love the industry that they're in. It's a blast. It really has. I've been in there for 20 years, and I've had a great time. I hope the decisions are right. I don't understand what Uber adds to the city. I get a little emotional. My dad was the general manager at Radio Cab for 25 years back in the glory days. So I've got a lot invested in this 70 years. Thank you guys for your time. I have to admit that I thought I was going to come in and see closed ears, and it's wonderful to hear the questions and the concern that you have about our city. And please question where the money's going to go, because it's going to leave, and how we're going to fill those potholes after it leaves, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions for this group? Thank you all very much. Appreciate you staying, too. Okay, next three.
Are John Hopkins, Ed Jones, and Charlene Hill.
Okay. Any of those folks still here?
How about Megan Conway, Marion Berlin, sorry about that, on Southeast Stark.
Okay.
Stephanie White, Jim McMurray.
Carla, we may have someone from the second.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and come on up, and we'll take those others if they're on their way down.
And if folks are upstairs and are planning to testify, there are now some seats downstairs.
Welcome.
We're set. We're just waiting for the others.
So you're
Okay.
fine. You can go ahead.
Hi, I'm Megan Conway with Travel Portland, and here to testify. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity for Travel Portland to present testimony on the recent recommendations from the Private for Hire Innovation Task Force relating to the changes in code to allow TNC companies to operate in Portland. As both a consumer of services as well as a demand generator, the travel and tourism industry is an important stakeholder in the Private for Hire transportation discussion. We're here today because we support the initial recommendations of the task force and want to share our industry's perspective on why it's important to consider regulatory change for Portland. Portland is known for being first in many areas, in particular areas that are related to innovation concepts and progressive policy. However, in the areas of technology and consumer choice in private for hire transportation, we have lagged and to date have not kept up with the changes in consumer demand. Our experience is that visitors and the riding public have the have a time-relevant expectation that the transportation service they are asking for will be reliable, consistent, and safe. Unfortunately, the current performance results in Portland have not been consistent, and performance is fair at best, as noted in the recent Eco Northwest study and the 3Q Global Survey results. Since 2010, when the last demand study was considered, there's been significant growth in the visitor industry in Portland, in number of arrivals, conventions, and hotel demand. The majority of that growth represents visitors who have become accustomed to on-demand data tracking options through smartphones that allow for them to meet the needs and rate performances of service. This is something our tourism competitors have available, and we do not, and it puts us at a disadvantage. Specific to the task force, we're looking, for the reasons stated above, we're in support of the transportation network companies entering the marketplace based on the recommendations noted from the task force. We support the recommendations to encourage and promote innovation and adaptation to the changing consumer needs in private for hire transportation and allow for competition so long as the public interest is served. I know time is up. I'll just say Travel Portland continues to support the dialogue with the city and to update the regulations and changes in consumer needs while protecting the public and providing the best in consumer service and fair market competition. We seek to be an ongoing partner through the changing in these processes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your partnership and all things about tourism. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jim McMurray. I'm a minister of the Seventh-day Adventist Church on the east side. In fact, I pastor a church in Boring, and so I am the boring pastor of that Boring church.
You know our good friend George Hawker?
Yes, I do. He was on our staff before. Yes. And, you know, the other day I saw on the news that these kinds of opportunities were coming, and so I applied to be a driver. My reason was not for a second income, but it was a way that I could safely kind of keep my fingers on the pulse of our community and get acquainted with people and just be out there. I probably won't be doing this a great deal, but it's nice to have the opportunity to do this some. And you know, it's safer than hitchhiking to get acquainted with people. So I've been kind of nervous this afternoon that after my testimony today, I may not be able to baptize as many taxi cab drivers, and I'm concerned about that. Anyway, thank you very much for your hard work and your thoughtfulness. This whole afternoon has been extremely enlightening to me. We moved up here about 6.5 years ago. I have a background as a paramedic and a firefighter and worked with the Sheriff's Department for about 20 years as their chaplain in a community out of state. But I would like to use these platforms to help people out and to get acquainted with my community, and that's kind of what I wanted to share with you all this afternoon.
Thank you. Thanks very much, and welcome. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Waldemar Amberta. I'm a union cab driver, full-time driver. So I'm just wondering, nobody mentioned about the drivers. That our Portland, City of Portland taxi drivers, most probably 80%, more than 80% of us is immigrant. And those families has probably 3-4 kids, each individual. That's how they generate incomes. Most of our wives like stay-home mom with a kid, and the only income comes the drivers. If we put this much driver, unlimited, I mean, Uber is not gonna give you a number. They're gonna put as much as driver they can recruit. Those drivers not doing it full-time. As taxi driver we are the only job we have is driving taxi. That's our livelihood. And those people, Uber driver are like hit and run. They just, when they need cash, they just coming out, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or 1 hour. They're just gonna make that $20, $30 cash. They go home. Who's gonna serve this community? On behalf of that also, our income is not gonna be steady. So we're gonna be out in the street. Most of the taxi driver own home. Now they are talking themselves because how they gonna pay their mortgage? There is no supply and demand. There is no study on it. I just want to concern you guys. I want to emphasize this. I want you to guys think about it. How many lives is going to be affected? We have more than 2,200 drivers in Portland, times 4 or 5. Each has 5 family. About 6,000 people lives gonna be in danger because those drivers, the only job they know that. Where they gonna go? Where they gonna apply a job? There is no job. There is no education background. Most of us, like, we know the only job we know is driving taxi, making money, supporting our family. We just try to create really good citizens, our kid, to give our kid an opportunity to go to school. I'm just trying to give my kid the opportunity I never get. This was a dream life. This was a dream job because I see my kid every night. I see it every morning since I started union. But now I'm gonna lose that. I'm gonna work 24 hours on the street because if I don't get enough money, I'm not gonna go home. I'm not gonna see my family. This is gonna be a danger to the city of Portland, the industry of taxi business. I want you to consider that. Also, taxi drivers, to make extra money, if I speed, you're gonna see my number. You need to have, you can call to city of Portland or the police. You're gonna see my number, my logo. If our driver speeds, nobody knows it. That's also, they don't have nothing you can identify, but I just wanna guys to think about it and how many lives gonna be affected. It's gonna be dangerous, it's gonna be chaos. I just wanted guys to make a best decision for the city of Portland and the taxi industry too. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you all. Okay.
See if any of these people came down from upstairs. John Hopkins, Ed Jones, Charlene Hill, or Stephanie White. Okay, so we'll go on to Jim Porman, Anna Olazco, Lightning.
Lightning's here.
Okay. Robert Pung.
You left.
Thank you. Jackson Cafazo. And how about Thomas Mitch, M-I-C-H?
Okay,
Okay, here we go.
come on up. Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
In this order.
Good evening. You can go ahead and be first.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I've been hearing a lot of problems.
And just put your name in the record for us.
Oh, my name's Jim Porman from Radio Cab. I'm a driver. I've been hearing a lot of issues on insurance. It bothers me. There's a lot of safety problems on that. I kind of recommend if we're going to have this commercial insurance, that every car have a sticker on their car, commercially insured, with the code number on there, just like a tag on a license plate. So it'll assure that, you know, when somebody's coming in, you know, to look at this car, they're insured. We should have it on personal cars too, down the road. But that's one of the issues, I mean, I was thinking about, you know, a long time ago about this insurance. But some of my concerns is the safety, the loss of income. There's going to be a lot of income that's going to be lost by a lot of people out there. I'm about ready to retire pretty soon. I got about 5 years, longer, I don't know yet. And my next one is, I want to know, where is the demand for these cars and cabs? Can you show us the math? I haven't seen anything or heard anything. How many cabs do we need in Portland? Now, if we have Uber coming in, they're considered as a cab, is what I'm hearing. I mean, you're getting all the regulations, you're getting the license, and checking out their background and everything. That's a taxi, very much. And I'm concerned about that because there's just too many cabs. I mean, we don't need them every day. I mean, does the police, do they, when there's a riot, right? For one day, are they gonna come out with thousands or 2,000 police officers every day? No, they're just gonna have it for that day because they can't afford it. Common sense. And the only reason this is all being brought up is because the weekends, and you have a little concert or something. People call up, they can't get a cab. They ask me, why can't I get a cab? Why can't I get a cab? I says, it's heavy. You cannot stop it. I mean, there's just too many people. And those are at certain times. But I had some other things here to say, but I'm just gonna drop that. And I thank you for letting me talk about my opinions and concerns. And I would say vote no, be safe, and smile.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Mish. I'm a former U.S. Navy Chief Petty Officer. I used to be a resident of 1132 Northeast 131st Place here in Portland, and I'm currently a resident of Clark County. I would like to personally thank you, Mayor Hale, for having this forum, because I originally came to the first task force meeting as a citizen. And I'll tell you right now, I got a dog in a fight because now I'm an Uber driver. And I can tell you for the last 50 years, I've used taxi as a commute from my place in Vancouver to doing work down here on Ankeny Street in 3rd as an insurance agent. And every day that I'd come in here, I'd spend anywhere from $70 to $90 as a round trip. So Broadway Taxi, thank you very much. Your service has been appreciated. What my thought was this, is as you know, this new technology is not embraced with open arms by traditional thinkers. The Portland Tribune has been a voice of wilderness for me for a long time, highlighting these hidden technologies. How this translates to we the people is simple and transparent. We see our experience, our public transportation routes rerouted and killed altogether. In the last 18 years, I've owned my home, and I've seen 5 bond measures to keep my bus routes open and running. I've seen 7 bond measures for public schools. My home value has increased from $181,000 in 1991 to $295,000. My property taxes has gone up. I have higher water and sewage bills, and fewer city maintenance and fewer garbage and questionable and unreliable bus schedules. And the real kicker is taxis demand higher fares and no reasonable alternatives. Then along came Uber. I had not heard of Uber, Lyft, Sidecar car prior to the article in the Oregonian about Eugene and his fines. My regular taxi company made no mention of it, and I did my due diligence and researched this TNC concept entirely. My naval career included a stint in naval analysis and intelligence. I, like others, read company overviews and its technology. I found the concept of sharing your family vehicles with your neighbors refreshing and sensible. I am not a good salesman, but I am a good listener, which is instrumental in identifying the specific mobility needs of your riders. Uber encourages asking questions and in helping disabled people feel wanted and accepted. I like that. And I ask this council to consider the ride-sharing concept to be an equal partner and a peer with both Uber, Lyft, and any other company that wants to add their dimension and help to this community. I love the Rose City. And yeah, sure, I give 20% to Uber so that as part of my agreement. But it's the other 80% that comes right back here. In Vancouver, I can't get any news about Washington State. I get it from my home here in Portland. So Mayor Hale, the council, please consider that I can help my neighbors in a very limited way to get to where they need, 1 mile or 2. I've taken groceries. And in my little Toyota Avalon Limited, I transported over 4 people with wheelchairs to destinations to do shopping and being with friends. And I've only been in business for 60 days. Well, actually, I started February 16th. And I feel really good about myself because I am making a difference and contributing to the community as I contributed to the United States of America as a Naval Chief Petty Officer. Thank you for all you do, because I know with you guys around, my world is safe and sensible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. You're here. Lightning, welcome.
My name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Watchdog X. One of the concerns I have here is for the old school cab companies is that we need to look at the situation that not just the drivers also, but we need to also maintain the values of these old school cab companies that have invested a tremendous amount of money through this city. We need to understand Uber, Lyft, and other ride-sharing apps are on their way. We're talking about wheelchair access, Lyft Hero. They're going to have their app coming out pretty soon. You'll be able to hit that button and also have a health professional drive up and assist you. These are on their way right now. The reality is Uber, and I'll point to the founder, Travis Kalanick, and Garrett Camp, you've done quite well. You've gotten your unicorn status, you've gotten your decacorn status, you're on the way to become a super unicorn. That is what you value the most. In this city, you have the potential to hold the values of these local cab companies. You have the potential to offer a lot of opportunities to the drivers. You're a larger company now. You talk about becoming a statesman, being more diplomatic. Portland is the city to do that with. We've watched what you've done in other cities. We're asking you in this city to come in and make a reasonable offer to these old school cab companies, how you can hold their value at this current time, and how you can hold their value when you decide to do your IPO on either year 7 or year 8. And you have the ability to do that at this time and to raise these companies up at the same time. You don't have to come into this market and step on the local cab companies to add value to your company. You're in a position right now, you have the amount of dollars, you have the angel investors who are already backing your companies that can step up at this time and preserve the values and offer a lot of opportunities to the drivers through this city. And you can all rise at the same time. Portland is a small market. We're not a New York like 13,000 medallions at $13 billion that you're going against right now. That's a true battle. And I understand that. Portland is not that kind of market. You can come in here and have the support of the cab companies and the drivers on your side for good PR, which will add more value to your companies when you do your IPO than anything else you can do in this city. Think about it. You have the ability, you have the creative ability to do it, and you have the resources to do it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks very much.
The next 3 are Ron Norrie, Kirk Foster, and Delilah Jones.
And you might need
I
to
think
call, nope, they're all here.
Yeah.
Come on up. Welcome. Okay, good evening. Whoever's ready. Ms. Jones, are you ready? You look
I
like
am
you're
ready,
still
yeah.
booting up over there.
Hi, my name is Delilah Jones. I'm a driver and shareholder at Radio Cab. For the last 6.5 years, I've been driving for them. I'm a 4th-generation Oregonian. I was born and raised here in Portland proper. And I wanted to thank you guys also for just such a thoughtful consideration on this really complex issue. So I have a lot of different concerns, a lot of which have already been covered. So just really briefly, I think that safety is obviously the most important thing, the safety of the drivers and of course, the citizens of our city. And there's a lot of little things that that these TNCs are balking at, like fire extinguishers. What does that cost? $20? And if it saves one life, you know? Also, you know, why can't they just go and do the same thing that I have to do at the end of this month, which is pay $100 and get a background check through the city? It's a very simple process. It takes me about 30 minutes. It's a dangerous job, not because of, you know, passengers attacking people, although that has happened in the past, and of course cameras can help, but also it's just a lot of driving, and insurance should be absolutely mandatory under every part of their operation, not just at different parts. You know, equity, we've talked a lot about disability and the digital divide. I pick up, you know, I like to say, not everybody takes cabs, but some of everybody takes cabs, and they need to get where they need to go at any time of the day or night. I'm there to pick them up. I don't care if they have a credit card or not. I don't care if they have a smartphone. You know, I've picked up everyone from crackheads to millionaires and a couple millionaire crackheads, honestly. Love you, Portland.
Read the best part of the day.
You know, and the thing is, the city of Portland, which I love, I don't want to move, is known for supporting local small businesses. And if we allow the market to be flooded by an unlimited number of exploited elitist TNCs, and cabs become the domain of just the lower incomes, I will be forced, among others, to seek other employment, thus losing, oh, by the way, I am the coolest cab driver in Portland, according to Barfly magazine, and there's a reason for that. I'm educated, thank you. I'm educated, I'm passionate, and I'm knowledgeable about this city. And if I get priced out of this and it no longer becomes a job for me to do, that I can pay my student loans back, thanks, then I'm going to go get a different job, because I'm young and I'm adaptable and I'm intelligent and I'm educated. That is, you know, going to replace me with part-time cab drivers who are only vaguely supervised. They never even, you know, see a supervisor. I don't think that's good, and they're going to be forced to work longer hours to fight over scraps, and it's not safe. Basically, to sum it up, I find that Uber in particular, but the TNCs in general, are very elitist. They're exploitative of their drivers and their passengers, foisting all liability onto the driver, and they should not be above the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kirk Foster. I'm owner of Wapato Shores Transport, which is one of the SAT or NEMT companies, and I'm also the SAT rep on the Private for Hire board. Ray and Dan DeGrange and Steve pretty much said everything I wanted to say, except for a few things, but so I'll cut it real short. But I do want to say I really appreciate the council's questions tonight. After seeing how quickly the task force went through and how there wasn't really any input from those of us that have been doing this for a while, I was discouraged at how quickly it moved. But I'm much more confident in the process now after having sat here for the last few hours and listening to all the questions you're asking. It's made me feel quite a bit better about the process and about the city in general. So I thank you for that. A couple quick things that I want to touch on that didn't get addressed already is I really think it's important that the city maintain the background check process. As a business owner, that the city maintain control of the background check process and not submit it to auditing.
A little closer, will you, just because we don't want to miss what you're saying.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I want to say I think it's important the primary thing I want to say is I think it's really important the city maintain control of the background check process. I have tried to use some small company or some of the online companies as a small business owner to background check drivers, and I have background check drivers myself and then had them go before the city or try it before that and had things pop from other states that were serious offenses that did not get caught. I don't know how thorough the onlines are, but the ones I have used, I have seen holes in it just with my small company, and I only have 35 employees, and so even with that limited number recycling through, I've seen holes in the online background checks, and I don't know why, but I have found them myself. And the other thing I'd like...
Hold that thought for a second.
Yeah.
And Steve, since we're keeping a list of issues, one of the things that I'd like to know more about is this third-party certification suggestion born of the fact that we don't have the capacity to do this? Or is it the result of the TNCs wanting to maintain the confidentiality of their drivers? And I hope it's not the latter, and if it's the former, what I'd be interested in is what kind of capacity issue are we talking about, and is it something that the city could adapt to?
Sure, we'll have that conversation.
That's a good question. Please, continue.
The other reason I wanted to hang on to it was just, not just for that, but when the drivers get their own permits, they actually have that, and that permit is valuable to the driver that they get from the city. Because if the driver isn't happy with the treatment they're receiving from whatever company, whether it be myself or one of our competitors, they can take that permit and go to another company. It leaves the drivers a lot of flexibility, which if their background check is tied to whatever company performed it, if they have difficulty with that company or they want to move, they would have to basically stop working and be unemployed for a while while they wait for somebody else to do a background check. So I think it's important that the drivers be allowed to maintain control of their own permits by having it issued by the city and not having it controlled by whatever company they work for. And when I mentioned the process, just a few real brief, okay, I'll go and stop.
Please, go ahead.
Just a few brief things. I want to say, I think that the task force rushed things too much by not talking to a lot of people. But just two little points that just I think are good examples of a lot of the recommendations. They recommended lowering the taxi cap to 15 vehicles, but how can you provide 24-hour service with 15 vehicles when you figure a good 2/3 of your fleet have to be off the road for service at any given time? It just wasn't thought out to drop it down to that level. Another thing about dropping the fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers are regularly used because car fires are kind of rare. Just like car insurance is statistically rarely used because car accidents are statistically rare, but that doesn't mean we're going to. Well, actually, maybe we are, but I don't think we should lower the, I think the fire extinguisher is the same kind of thing. We shouldn't lower the bar simply for these new companies to come in. I kind of lost my train of thought there, and I do apologize. But essentially, I think there needs to be a level playing field. When I started my business, I had to mortgage my house to afford the commercial insurance, and I don't see any reason why anybody else should just be able to skip through without it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Hells and members of the Portland City Council. My name is Ron Canori, president of EcoCab, the city's newest zero-emission taxi company. My business address is 3250 Northwest Yon Avenue in Portland. Thank you for accepting public testimony on this important topic. It seems just yesterday that I appeared before you requesting licenses for my environmentally friendly cabs. Just before you approved those licenses, you asked if I was prepared for a tough competitive marketplace that could include giant companies like Uber and Lyft. I told you then, and I'm back today saying if you create a level playing field, I am more than up to the challenge. Commissioner Novick best described the level playing field I envision when he wrote, "It is critical that the city provide necessary safeguards and standards to protect consumers, ensure accessibility for all, and allow for a fair competitive market for drivers and companies across all sectors of the industry." However, the inconvenient truth is that despite some very thoughtful work, the task force report contains serious flaws and will not protect the riding public, encourage a fair market, or ensure accessibility at all. Here are 4 points. The unlimited dumping of TNC fleets into our community will not create a free market, but a free-for-all market. There will be little ability to control vehicle safety, driver qualifications, or pricing. A better solution would be to use phase 1 as a controlled experiment to impose a reasonable cap, say 100 TNC vehicles per entrant. 2, dynamic pricing. This is a clever marketing term used by TNCs to hide price gouging and surging. Allowing this is a detriment to consumers and unfair. A better solution would be to establish uniform rates that apply to all TNCs and taxis. 3, fleet accessibility must be non-negotiable. Allowing TNCs to contract away the responsibility externalizes the cost onto the rest of the market. This puts every taxi company at a distinct disadvantage. A better solution would be to require the TNCs to provide accessibility services or pay an accessibility default penalty. 4, driver licensing insurance and compliance sections must be made equivalent for taxis and TNCs. Penalties accrued or incurred for non-compliance of or flaunting the disregard of rules in this community must lead to expensive and swift justice. In conclusion, a lot of goodwill and thought has went into this report. I applaud the City Council, staff, and volunteer task force for their best efforts. However, this report, as is, undermines the transportation industry's goals to be fair, accessible, and consumer-oriented. I respectfully urge that you accept the best work of this report and improve the parts that are flawed.
Sir, I have a request.
Yes, sir.
Because you were very specific about changes you want us to consider and essentially amendments, would you mind emailing that to us or emailing it to Carla so she can furnish us with your testimony?
Certainly.
That'd be very good. Thank you.
I believe you might have already gotten some
Oh,
of
is
that.
it in here already?
I believe I've already given
It's
it
in the
to you.
packet?
Just in case, why don't you belt and suspenders and email it to us, please? Okay, we've got copies, yeah.
Sir,
One way or another,
If
we'd
it's
like
in
that.
here, that's great, but just as maybe if you emailed it, we'd have a backup.
I will certainly get that to you as soon as
Great.
possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, can I just ask you a question about, you said that if we open the doors up, there won't be a free market, it'll be a free-for-all market. But don't we have a free-for-all market for most things in this country? I'm not saying that this is good or bad, but do you think that we should regulate the number of grocery stores and the cost of groceries, and regulate the number of gas stations and the cost of gas, and regulate the number of coffee shops and the cost of coffee? And I'm asking that as a serious question. I mean, what I'm having a hard time figuring out is why this industry is different from all other industries in requiring regulation of the number of participants and the prices.
Actually, what I asked was that I asked that during phase one, in this controlled experiment, that they have a limit, just like cab companies have a limit. That's all I'm asking, is for the same treatment for cab companies and transportation network companies. And see how it goes. I'm pretty sure transportation network companies can afford it. So.
Well, I would also say, Steve, that for me, it's not so much the philosophical argument of deregulation, it's how you deregulate. And I am reminded that the precipitous deregulation of the airline industry almost killed it. And it does seem to me that one of the constant refrains is not so much we resist technological innovation or change, but let's have a transition period that is fair to all parties. And one of the concerns that I have is that while we have said that a level playing field is a paramount virtue, we are essentially rolling the dice in a way that seems to me there could be conspicuous winners and losers, and some of the losers may be people that played by the rules that we established, and that by changing the rules, we put them at a disadvantage. That's the thing I'm struggling with. And that's different from whether philosophically or ideologically we think we should regulate.
Well, I think that there's different issues, but I mean, I think that some people have testified, have suggested that there needs to be a cap, there needs to be price regulation. Not everybody has sort of conceded that those two things will go away. And I think that that's an issue worth wrestling with. And if the idea is that those two things will go away, but we need to work towards that in a transitional period, that's a different question from, are we going to continue to have these caps and price regulation forever?
Yeah, I agree with that. But for example, we wouldn't say that in the name of transition to deregulation, let's suspend our health and safety laws just to see what the marketplace bears, because we've learned that the marketplace is not always the most equitable distributor of our values. I have a concern about how we transition this so that, again, people who play by the rules under a new regime where we're trying to level the playing field aren't at such a disadvantage that we might as well actually just, find a way of just compensation for people that we are likely to fail in this, rather than assume that we're creating a level playing field, because I have a hard time imagining this as being very level.
So, are you, do I take that to mean that you're open to the idea of phasing out the caps and the price regulation ultimately, as long as we do it slowly and carefully?
Well, actually, I've heard from a number of people from the taxi industry who said they would embrace change as long as we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And what is that balance? I'm not sure what it is, because I've not been a regulator. And I have actually, I've heard more from people tonight that don't regulate, and probably not enough from people who have historical experience regulating. But that's the question for me. And I haven't actually heard people completely, I think people accept that technology is bringing change, but I think they want us to manage the transition of change wisely. And I think some of those questions about timing what kind of insurance, what are some of the baseline standards, even down to whether someone should have a fire extinguisher. I think those are serious things we have to grapple with on the path to change.
Thank you.
Commissioner Novick, may I speak to your question?
Please.
So I think a major part of the reason that there are caps, and this is a bit of a speculation on my part, I'm not a regulator either, but is that taxi cabs are generally considered to be part of the larger transportation network for the public. And so we kind of subsidize in this way for taking care of the underserved, people with disabilities, people, in the middle of the night when TriMet is not operating, people still need to get to work. And so in order to sort of balance out the fact that there's going to be people who have very not lucrative fares, we kind of cap the number so as to raise the income of the cab drivers to a manageable point.
Well said.
Commissioner, I've finally come up with another industry that caps, and that's city council members. There's a cap and a fixed price.
Touche. I move to close this hearing.
Commissioner, that's a good point. I think we should have an unlimited number of city council members.
Help us all. Thank you very much.
Can we take a 30-second break and just get a sense of
Let's
time
take a pause.
management?
Thank you very much. Let's see how many folks
Thank
are
you.
still
Thank you.
here. Maybe just a show of hands of those who are still signed up and planning to speak. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe. So we might be able to make that work. Let's keep going. Next three.
We'll take Eileen Brown.
By the way, folks, that happens regularly at these hearings. Strange women come up to Steve, embrace him, and then go back, and that's...
Yeah, we're all jealous.
It's called charisma, and the rest of us just don't have it.
Eileen Brown, Daniel J. Shearer, Jeff Walsh, Frederick M. Jacobson, David Gibson, Chris Ames, Guy Ocker.
Okay, got three.
Dawn is locked out outside.
Uh-oh, locked out. Downstairs? Oh, we'll make sure that the doors are still open. Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is David Gibson, and a lot has been said about protecting the little guy, about protecting people's income. I'm an Uber driver. I did the time here when Uber was working here, and Portland was fantastic. My first rider hugged me and said, "Welcome to Portland." I was a little, hey, wait. I'm a single father and a Marine Corps veteran. My mother, who is 74, lives with me, and we have no other sort of support. I'm making the best I can in this world. Uber's doing pretty well for me. On occasions when there's been an issue where a rider complained that the ride was too long, it wasn't true, Uber said, forget it, we'll just give you both the money and we'll just take it and run with it. When Salem was free for a while, Uber was just paying the drivers to give people free rides just to get on board, and has time and time again showed that they are very loyal to their drivers. I've had no problems in 6 months of having worked with Uber of receiving anything less one dime than what I've earned. I've worked in Salem, Eugene, and Portland in the Portland metro area, and I have a 95% approval rating on 1,500 rides. This is the only thing I do. It's my only job. I could, in theory, go work for one of the cab companies. They're better than they used to be, but they used to have a horrible reputation. I wouldn't have before I applied for one, and my friends talked me out of it. In the 80s and 90s, it was not a good place to go. I'm sure they're much different than they were back then, but those days they just didn't want to. At any rate, I'm trying to put a personal face on our side of it. We didn't get a lot of people come out, but overwhelmingly, literally 2,000 people have sat in my car and told me how much they love Uber. When we were leaving Eugene, the cab companies went to the college students at the University of Oregon and said, what can we do to compete with Oregon? What can we do to get you back? And a lot of the college kids, and this was relayed anecdotally to me, said, nothing. You've lost our trust. We don't like you. We like them. And that's a significant portion of the population, they don't care what the cab companies do. They've made their choice. They want to ride with Uber.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Not good afternoon, but good evening.
Yes, it is.
Think we're gonna make it out of here before midnight, or I don't know, we'll see. My name is Guy Ocker. I live in Scappoose, Oregon, and I am proud to be an Uber driver. I cannot wait to come into the city of Portland and serve the citizens of Portland, Oregon. I just wanted to make that clear. A couple things I wanted to just cover here that I've heard. We've heard from several cab people that Uber and Houston and this, all these things happen, and they've happened. But I just want to make it clear, the cabbing industry here in Portland, they do good, but they're not total angels either. They've had their issues. A couple of things I want to say is, remember the radio cab driver that almost killed the DJ in front of the Jupiter Hotel? I don't know the specifics of these incidents, but these things happen, and they were distracted drivers, okay?
No, please let
That
him
was a
speak.
medical
Go ahead.
incident.
Go ahead.
The green cab driver killed the ice skater's mother over by the airport, was involved in a horrible crash there. Then, just recently, rather recently, this wasn't a crash, but it was an incident. The Broadway cab driver that kicked out the gay couple on I-84 because he didn't like them, and just kicked them out of the cab. Those are 3 instances that happened in the Portland. So I just want to make sure, they've had their issues here in Portland. One thing, and this is why I can't wait to serve the citizens, is we have a big drunk driving problem here, specifically in Portland, okay? People lose their lives. We could sit here all night and debate on this, but one reason why I think there's a high drunk driving problem here in Portland is because we can't get cabs. It's hard to get a cab. Have you ever tried hailing a cab on the entertainment district? On a Saturday night, it's extremely hard, if not impossible. So let's go back to the evening where that one gentleman drove up on the sidewalk and killed the girl somewhere. It was near Northwest Portland. I'm not sure the address, but we remember that instance. Maybe if we had Uber here and Lyft, more drivers on the road, maybe that driver would have chosen to go on to Uber and get home safely and not kill that girl. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
A question for the 2 Uber drivers. Did Uber tell you that you could be putting your own personal car insurance at risk by driving for them? Are you aware that your personal coverage could be canceled if your company knows that you're driving commercially?
No, they have not. They have not told me that, no.
Do you have commercial, do you have, other than your own insurance?
No.
You don't have supplementary insurance?
No.
And do you know that likely means that the passengers that you pick up would not be covered in the event you were involved in an accident?
It is explained to me they would be under Uber's $1 million policy. But one thing I have noticed is there are insurance companies who are getting on board with this Uber. They're rolling with the change, like, hey, this is happening, and there's companies out there that will insure us.
So I really appreciate your steadfastness in staying here for this hearing, and also your courage in speaking up. I just want you to know that if your current company finds out that you're driving commercially, you could be at risk for losing your insurance.
Oh, and that's fine, and I'm fully prepared to do that. However, I will choose a company that will honor the Uber, and there are companies out there that will.
Yeah, I would suggest that you might want to do that sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Quickly on that same issue, when I used to years ago drive for Pizza Hut, we had the same issue. And every person that drives anything, delivery, any number of things, there are some companies that if you do professional types of driving, even so, because I used to deliver fire trucks, SWAT trucks, UPS trucks, stuff like that. There was some issues whether if you were that kind of commercial driver, if you needed to declare that to your insurance company. It's a very complicated industry, and it, like all of us, needs to catch up with the times and be a little more fair and transparent. I mean, a lot of these problems are insurance industry problems where they're trying to
I can say, no one is here to be an apologist for the insurance industry, but I think all five of us are sincerely interested in knowing what's the minimum amount of insurance that protects the driver, the passenger, and the public. And that's a public policy question, and that's not, the answer to that doesn't turn on whether we demonize Uber drivers or cab company drivers. That's a pure public policy question about how we protect people in the event something bad happens. And I think that's still an unresolved issue for us, of figuring out what should be those minimums. And I think if we have any role in government, it's to make sure that there are minimum levels so that people are safe when they are involved in that kind of commercial transaction.
Maybe I'm hearing this wrong, but I think that's been, maybe I missed something, but I think it's been covered today. I mean, you know, there's a representative from Uber here that came up and answered those questions about the insurance, so I don't.
We have work to do on those details.
Apparently
No,
we do, or
yeah.
you do.
We sure do. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Frederick Jacobson. I have been an owner-operator with Radio Cab for about 9 years now. I could sit here and sling mud, but mud can be slung both ways. My concern is at the fast pace that everything is moving, the right protections might or might not be overlooked. What I consider a car-sharing company or ride-sharing company would be like Car2Go or Zipcar, where it is actually driven by multiple people, not a company that I own my vehicle. I paid $23,000 for my last one 2 years ago. In another less than a year, I'm going to have to replace it. That's the average life expectancy of the cab. I have a lot vested in the community here. I spend about $1,000 in just permit fees a year with the city of Portland to have that cab on the road. And I am concerned about the passengers with American disabilities who may or may not be able to get rides in Uber or Lyft, even sometimes our own cabs where it takes too long. But I know as an owner, I have always given that effort to go forth. But now I'm seeing competition coming in, and basically I've heard taxi free fall for the next 4 months for two companies that come in who do not take cash, who could put me physically out of business in 4 months if it isn't done slowly and wisely. And what's going to happen to those customers out there who don't have credit and who do pay cash when I go under or I can't afford to be on the road in my full-time job, which I've chosen? And that's who I'm concerned about, is ultimately the customer. Because one way or the other, I'm going to survive, and I'm a survivor. But there's people out there who need our help, and that's part of what regulation has done over the years, is to make sure that everybody gets the help that they need. Everybody, even if it took 2 hours to get an ADA person, which is totally unacceptable, they still got the cab and they still got that person out there. And what I'm concerned about is not just going under and losing my livelihood, but in the progression and as fast as things are going and things are not being looked at in a wisely or might not be looked at in a wisely effort, that the people who are the most vulnerable are going to be out there not being able to be helped because the taxi industry won't be here. We're going to survive one way or the other. We'll adapt. And I'm all for competition. It makes us better. And I can say in the last several months, it has made us better. It has made our response times better. It has made management more aware that we have issues and they're not as sluggish as they used to be to go after somebody who has done something inappropriate or something that isn't quite up to what RadioCab considers proper standards. And I'm not saying we're totally innocent. We're not. But I can say we are here and we do service everybody. And with the companies that come in, if you damage a working model, and I've been all over the state, and I can honestly say, and I'm ashamed of it, I grew up in Albany, New York, upstate New York, where Uber isn't there. But if they were, as a cab driver, I probably would call them. The cab service up in that section of the country is awful.
Thank you.
However, here it isn't. And if you damage it, who are going to help the people that they will not because they don't accept the cash? And all I guess I'm asking for you all is to sit down and look at everything and then wisely, in your wisdom, pick out the best options, be it the insurance issue, be it the ADA issues, be it how we can all improve everything so we can welcome the new technology to come in without killing something that is vibrant at this time. And
well said.
That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Was there a David Gibson or Chris Ames?
I was David Gibson.
Okay, thank
Got
you.
him.
Missed that. And we'll go with Kevin Narotny, Sean Baroni, or Batoni, sorry, Chris Han. How about Mukhtar Abdow?
Okay, got all three. Good evening. Welcome. You can go ahead and start.
Hey, my name's Chris Han, and I kind of feel like the peon on the street. So, and I'm not a potential driver. I use a cab about 4 times a year, and the last 2 times the experience wasn't good. About 3 weeks ago, I called a cab. I needed a cab as soon as possible, and I was on hold for 15 minutes before the dispatcher came online. I was picked up on time after that, and I asked the cab driver if it was a busy night, and he said, not particularly. And I said, well, I was on hold for 15 minutes. And he said, well, that's because they laid off dispatchers because they have an app now. Last November, I booked a cab a couple of days in advance and even called that morning, actually, to reconfirm it. And they no-showed me. And after half an hour, I called them again, and they said, well, it's very busy, and it was raining, and it would be another half an hour. And after another half an hour, I called them again, and that happened 3 times, and then I called and canceled because I had missed dinner. In San Francisco, on 2 different trips, I used them 3 times, and it was seamless. It was instant and seamless. I have a neighbor who is 83 years old. She can't drive at night and probably shouldn't drive at all. She has stated that she would give up her car if she could have an on-call service at a reasonable rate. I live in a dense neighborhood that's full of new apartments with no parking, meaning there's 56 units and maybe 11 parking spaces. Not all of these residents ride bikes or are able to use mass transit to commute. And so looking ahead, I see more and more need for transportation, be it taxis, be it a ride share. My experiences with ride share have been awesome. And as for fares, being equitable, I agree with Mr. Novak that airlines don't cost the same. Hot dogs don't cost the same. Your cleaners don't cost the same. Jobs and businesses do change. Jobs go overseas. We don't have ice deliveries anymore. We don't have milkmen, but maybe very, very limited. Streetcars come, they go, and now they're back. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council commissioners. My name is Kevin Novotny. I am an Uber driver is one of the many jobs that I have. I'm also a line worker up in St. John's. And I joined Uber in order to make some extra money and in order to use my brand new car that I bought 6 months ago and help myself maintain my livelihood. And I find, I have family in the Seattle area who have also used the Uber service, and they find it to be a great way to get around, and they like the individuality of it, to have someone else come to you and pick you up in their own car. I feel like Portland is all about individuality. That's why I love living here. I've been here for 3 years, and I feel like Uber can definitely add to it. I know that the cab companies definitely have brought on some negative feedback on Uber, but I'm just trying to make my own way here, and hopefully Uber can provide me to ensure my financial future in the months and years to come.
So where do you drive for Uber now?
Well, right now I have been using Hillsborough, Beaverton, Gresham, all of the surrounding areas, some in Vancouver as well. I've heard from a lot of the people that I have picked up, and they have all given me great experiences when they've used Uber in the past.
So do you go to those communities and sit parked waiting for somebody to ask for a car?
Well, usually I come to the place where they want me to pick them up.
No, but how do you know where they want you to pick them up?
Well, I get a ping on my phone, and usually it's a 20-minute ride from my house in Central Portland, and sometimes I have to go from my house near the Lloyd Center District all the way out to Gresham or Beaverton or Hillsborough, and I'm willing to make those trips.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mukhtar Abdo. I'm one of the immigrants. I live here more than 10 years, and now I'm Uber driver. I used to be taxi driver. So there was too many problems we have in there. So, but the change always we needed. We don't need in one particular company or to be holding in the town. We need the town to be free to make money for everybody. It's not a one person to look it. We have to look the interest of our society. So what I learned from Uber is like, it's not a one company, it's like we making money. The customer you're picking up, is easy for him to access, and world always changing. It's not a long time ago, the cell phones, there was no cell phone, now there is a cell phone. Technology, life always changing. So we need change in everywhere, every particular time in our lives. Now, I used to pay, when I was working, $450 for every week. And I can't go home and sometimes eat a lunch. So I have to pay almost $280 gas. Plus, there is the first time the GPS was not catching. It was my third trip I get in Malola. Sometimes I have accent, so excuse me for that. So I born in Somalia. So when I was the GPS, I was navigating, so I could not catch the address. The company, he fined me $50. I prayed that day, like I was feeling bad because of that fine, like $50. And a lot of my friends, they ran away from the state because of that. I'd say, I like Portland, I don't want to move it. Whatever it is, I will be patient. Or I pray that time, God bring to change another companies to challenge with this company. in order we get it to make a good life. A lot of immigrant people, they can't talk because if they talk, they know they're gonna lose this job. They don't find it, but too many Ubers or another companies. It's good for immigrant, for everybody, for the Portland. So now I live in Portland. I have to go Hillsborough, driving like spending $10. So now if I make 1,000 Uber, like almost I'm making 600. It's my side. It's only I pay 200 gas, 200 for them. It's like 600 going to my pocket. All this is like I'm raising 5 kids. So this is the best opportunity I see in my eyes. And I know too many friends of my colleague that used to drive with me, taxi, they ran away because of the one particular person in the company making him fine like, oh, you make 10-minute mistake, you make this, and they collecting money. So we can't speak English, so or they don't know scissors, or they scare some background scary or something from the companies. All the time they tighten inside. But when you open the town, everybody will shop around wherever he want. If I wake up now, like early morning, I can go. Now I can take care of my kid. I can go, like yesterday, I turn off the thing, I go home, and I was in a meeting in Portland. They have I think a David Douglas. Then I went there, and I enjoyed with my kid anytime I want. There's a freedom. Nobody asks you tighten in your bag, saying, hey, pay this week, this. No. It's like we work together. It's like working, be making together. Plus, since I was driving Uber, I never seen any complaints, and I have a free for my customers sitting close to me. I don't have any cash. I don't scare to harm me. So it's like a freedom friendly. Driving your ride and you having fun. So you go everywhere like friendly, you don't scare. When I was driving the cab, I used to scare maybe he want to take your cash or your thing. But he already has my picture. I have his phone, and he already knows me, who I am. And directly we see each other when I'm directing, and I know that person who is coming. So there is a more confidential, plus saving money. And for us, our immigrant people, this is the way we can save money. And we come America to change our lives. But we don't come to support one company on one person. And I know the company I used to work, their representative was here, was talking, but there's too many problems inside the immigrant people who drive in the taxis, and they can't talk their rights. We have to say now there's a challenge. So the challenge is good for us, for the society, Portland people. Now I spend my money to go to somewhere else to pick up Hillsborough, Washington County or Clackamas County, I have to go. And I pay here. Even when we pay DMV, we change extra money for Multnomah, and now still we don't serve here. And then I have to go Hillsborough all the time, spending my gas. But now I wake up, I'm clean, my car is clean, then I go my car, and I turn on my GPS, and everywhere I'm waiting in front of my house, and while I'm chatting with my kid and playing, I can go anytime to the school. And nobody holding in my bag saying, oh, we pay that money. And plus, you make a small mistake, $50 fine. No, it's freedom. It's, sorry, I take for long, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well said.
If I might add something?
Very quickly, because we have to get a few more people in before the council collapses entirely.
Of course. About the background check, I know that was brought up a few times during these meetings. I remember going through that background check, and it was very extensive. You know, I had to submit driver's license, insurance, registration, all of that information, and you know, all I had to do was submit a photo of it. And a few times the lighting was wrong or something like that, so it had to be very clear. And you know, I really commend Uber for their diligence about that.
Do you have to give a fingerprint?
No, no fingerprints.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Next is Deanna Simon, Christine Wise, Todd Kresenbeck, Patricia Montgomery. And
Thanks
she
very-
was the last.
Okay, she's the last one?
Last three.
Who signed up?
Hey, you get the last word.
At the bottom of the list.
Thanks for waiting. Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Christine Wise. I do not drive a cab. I do not drive an Uber. I am a 50-year-old working mom in Portland, and you are on my bucket list of things I wanted to do when I was 50, to come to a city council meeting.
Wow.
Involved. So I've been taking copious notes during the meeting. I printed off some stuff that I got from the
Was it
internet.
everything you thought it would be?
Answer that
Don't answer it.
question.
No, don't answer
that
So-
question.
So don't tell my boss, but I thought I would be here for like a couple hours, and that was a lot of hours
That
ago.
was a lot of hours ago, yes.
You have to answer that in a public forum. We have anonymous questionnaires you can fill out and actually
I'm
tell
not
us
going
what
to
you
tell
think.
you where I work as I cover my jacket underneath. So I think that I've learned a lot today. I've heard a lot of people speak. I went on the internet. I got a lot of information about what I see happening. And the things that concern me right off the bat are just the bucket list of things that we don't know. And the things that I kept hearing repeated today from your committees were, I don't know, I assume, we'd like to see that happen. Our understanding is we didn't address that. It's a good question. We don't know. It probably makes the most sense. Well, my understanding, we could explore that. My assumption would be there are too many unanswered questions for me as a citizen of Portland, a long time, 28-year resident of the same home in Northeast Portland, to be comfortable with you making this decision today or even next week. I think a lot more needs to be done. Please take the time to do this right, because it sounds like this is going to impact a lot of people. I'm concerned about deregulating the rates. You know, the impact that that's going to have, obviously, on a lot of working folks in the transportation industry, as well as those people that are getting in the cabs or the Ubers that need that ride, that can't maybe afford these surge prices. Surge prices scare me. There are a lot of elderly people in my Northeast neighborhood that rely on rides to the grocery stores, or that if it does happen during a Timbers game, does that mean Eva down the street is going to be paying $50 to get to Safeway? I don't know what this means. Figure this out before you make a decision. The mixed messages about insurance. Someone brought up these horrific accidents, and the cab companies and this and that. That's just driving home the point that I don't think that it was the cab driver that was, ultimately you can't say, well, an Uber driver isn't going to make that driving mistake. It was a cab driver. Only a cab driver can. Anybody can make a driving mistake and have a fatality. And those insurance claims need to be in place. The fact that we know that these are insured drivers, that they're legally licensed, that they've had background checks, that maybe there's nothing in their past that could affect them to be on the road and be safe drivers across the board, that needs to be addressed. The fact that if someone is hurt in one of those accidents, that's going to damage their livelihood or affect their family, or they could lose their home or their job, and they're getting $25,000 as the maximum for that claim, that's not enough. That's not satisfactory. There has to be a level that is going to keep them whole. I see this cap on permits. If there's a cap on permits and we're saying that that's why people can't get enough transportation, why is that not lifted? And you already have a company that you're regulating. Terms of use clause, I heard that a lot today. That kind of scares me because I didn't see that really as being addressed. I think I heard well, fundamentally, and I'm concerned with the Uber statement that they'll agree to the fundamentals of safety, but not of business licenses. And I'm a huge advocate of licensing things. So I think that the business license is a huge component. The drivers need to have business licenses because, and this is not on you, but I pay a lot in taxes. And if you're making money, you need to be paying taxes. You need to have that business license, and you need to be upfront about it. I like a closed loop economy. I like the fact that we wouldn't be sending 20% to California. Nothing against California, but let's keep that money here in our local economy. Let's not ship that away. this ID thing for the credit card information or whatever, if you use the app and you're using your ID, if you have credit card theft or if somebody is using ID, I don't know who's getting in that cab with me if I'm an Uber driver. I would be concerned. I have 4 sons. My oldest is in Eugene at U of O, and he was saying, hey, this Uber driver thing, maybe that would work for me for picking up extra cash. I don't want somebody getting in his car with him that he doesn't know and that, there's no check-in that somebody is knowing. He's going to have to be FaceTiming me constantly saying, I'm going to pick somebody up, and I'll FaceTime you when I get done dropping them off because I'm going to be a nervous wreck. So
I'm so glad you said that because at some point there's a human dimension to this.
Exactly.
For those of us that have children of a certain age and we worry about insurance of a certain amount, a car that's working, we worry about this, and then we say, well, but hopefully when she's out with some friends at a party and she gets in an Uber cab or any other ride, hopefully all that's taken care of, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's only one chance. There's only one time you actually care about it, and that's when something bad happens, and bad things happen. And that's where I come at this issue. My 22-year-old daughter is going to get an Uber cab because she's going around L.A. with her friends having fun. That's wonderful. But does it have the same level of protections that I, as her father, insist when she's home driving her car or our car? That, to me, is baseline. And I really appreciate you putting it in those human terms.
Absolutely.
Ms. Wise, I would say you just illustrated we should probably have like jury duty, that we would have unbiased people come in and listen to our hearings and really summarize many of the things that you've heard and your perspective as somebody who was interested but doesn't have a dog in the fight. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm glad this was on your bucket list.
Thank you. And just a couple more things, because I did take a lot of notes. So the roads, 57th and Failing, if you all are in that neighborhood. My gosh, the potholes in that section of roadway and adding more cars to the road. And we already have this beautiful, rainbow system of red line, green line, yellow line, blue line. I don't know where they all go because I'm terrified to get on them because I remember from Family Affair, Buffy and Jody getting on the bus and never getting off. I know.
It's not that bad.
So we have such a great infrastructure, and where I work, a lot of the 29,000 people that go there, they use that great infrastructure to get back and forth with the buses and the trolleys and the Sea Line and stuff. I'm concerned about putting more vehicles on the road.
I'm going to just interrupt you to share a depressing fact, which is that passenger vehicles actually don't impose all that much wear and tear on the roads. The weather imposes a lot, and big trucks and actually, unfortunately, buses impose wear and tear. So I actually, as a good environmentalist liberal, was hoping that if we just got more people to stop driving their cars, then we wouldn't have to spend anything on fixing the roads. But unfortunately, that's not true.
Steve, I don't want to ruin your night, but I was at the port the other day, and they said that with the 2 container ship businesses we've lost, they'll be shipping up to Washington and bringing them down in heavy trucks.
Oh, great.
Lots of heavy trucks.
Thank goodness that those will mostly be on Washington's roads rather than ours.
Until they cross the river.
So
I guess in closing, what I would just say is I would appreciate you taking more time in making a thoughtful decision and protecting not only the citizens of Portland, the youth of Portland that I think will be using this service, just being mindful that it's being echoed. The decision you make, it sounds like it's going to have pretty long-term impacts, and I don't think enough thought has been put into this yet to make it a competent, comfortable decision.
thank you very much. We hope we don't make this a one-time appearance on your part. Thank you for being so thoughtful. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Todd Kreitzenbeck. I'm from Beaverton, Oregon. I'm a 35-year resident of Oregon. I'm a transplant from Idaho. So I am a Northwesterner. I've been here a long time. We're talking about insurance. Okay, there are insurances out there. You can cover everything that you want, but it's never going to guarantee that it's never going to happen. So if you're going to live your life in fear, you'll never let anything into your life, okay? Uber's here to help. It's not here to harm. I'm an Uber driver. I go out at night. I've picked up people who are pretty messed up. They're drunk. They want to go home. They're not waiting 2 hours to go home. They're going to get in that car and they're going to drive home. I've taken a guy out of his own truck on my own dime and drove him home because he didn't have any money. I'm trying to tell you the truth right here. You can't insure everything in life and make sure it's going to work perfect. I want you to step forward like the trailblazers of this state. They didn't go out with insurances. They said, we're going to go west. And they took their time. They went out. They did the best they could. Let's do the same thing here. Let's take some time. Let's do the best we can. Let's move forward. Uber, it's a good thing. Don't put up walls and don't close us off just because taxi cabs are worried about losing income. This may even help them get more. Let's not say no to it just because we're scared. Talk about a fair play, fair. Most of these guys up here I met. I've gone around, I drive, and I go and get my little app, and I go find them, and I'll talk to them. Most of these guys are immigrants. My grandfather was an immigrant. I'm a fourth generation German here, okay? My son, I, my father, his father, we're all vets. We all want a piece of the American pie. Don't close them out just because the cab companies say that we're not helping them. They're there. They're just not speaking out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you have a business license?
No, I do not.
Did Uber ever ask, did
No,
they
they
tell
did
you
not.
that you needed a business license?
They did for Vancouver. That's where I started. But I no longer drive over in Vancouver because it's better just to work in Beaverton where I live.
You probably need an Oregon license, though.
What?
You probably need an Oregon business license.
Probably.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, it looks like I'm the last one.
Almost. I think there are a
Almost
couple
as
more people
usual.
that want to speak, but go
Thank you.
ahead.
My name is Patricia Montgomery. I'm currently a radio cab driver. I've been in the industry 30 years. I worked with New Rose City Cab for 25 years under auspices of Mr. Arthur Palmer, as you recall. Too bad we weren't talking about this 20-something years ago, because Rose City never got but 8 permits in the 30 years I've had worked for them. So sort of nice to see the city looking at it, but at the wrong time. I'm concerned with accountability and enforcement. We came to council back in 1996 when the city was similarly underneath doing the same thing. They wanted shuttles to be unlimited at that time. If you recall, you were commissioner at the time, and the town cars unlimited. We're still feeling the impact from that decision when they were all thrown on the streets and they found out that the business wasn't there. The drivers suffered, they weren't making the income, and now they're still paying the bellhops at the hotels to get business. So it was sort of a decision that was rushed. So it'd be nice not to see this decision rushed because people were pushing through because they said there's a need for a change. And the change is going to be good. I drive a cab. I talk to a lot of people. People want Uber. People like taxi cabs. A lot of the taxi cab problems isn't necessarily because there isn't enough taxi cabs. It's because we're a creature of habit. You'll have someone call a cab company and they'll stay faithfully with that cab company for 30 years. If it takes them 3 hours to get a cab, they're not going to call another cab company when there's actually other cab companies they can call and probably get picked up in a 10-minute span. So it's not necessarily because we don't have the demand of cabs on the streets, it's because of we're creatures of habits. And I think that if we have this Uber come out and stuff, that the city really needs to look at enforcement, because there is no enforcement on the street at this time. I drive cab at night, I see all kind of gypsy cabs on the street, and we're talking about Uber can't hail rides. Well, how are you going to prevent them from hailing rides? How are you going to prevent them from going down to the Amtrak station and sitting in line like the SAT cars do at this time? Because they do the same thing. There is no enforcement. So the city really needs to look at that aspect if they're going to flood the streets with additional taxi cabs, flood the streets with Uber cars, which people do want. They need to look at how are you going to regulate this? How are you going to find people from doing stuff that they should not be doing? So that's going to be a big part of it. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
I think there were a couple other folks who came and wanted to speak but didn't sign up. Do please come on up. We'll take your testimony, and then we'll have the council have some discussion here. So didn't want you to sit through this whole hearing and not get a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor.
Come on up.
My name is Dan Mark. I own a company called Mark Car Service here in Portland. I've been in the taxi industry since 2000. I worked for Radio Cab and I worked for Green Cab. I also am an Uber driver. The thing that no one on the council has used Uber. I can tell by the way that you've talked, you've never ordered one. And until you've done that, you have no idea what anyone is talking about. Any question you ever have about ordering a cab is answered in the app. Everybody acts like Uber is a big bad party guest that won't go away. And you know, in other cities, I went on vacation in San Diego with my girlfriend in January. I didn't rent a car and I took Uber everywhere I went. It works seamless. It works great. But one thing that I noticed in San Diego is there was taxis everywhere. And they've been there for 3 years. They didn't kill the taxi industry. There's not a cap on the customers. What the tendency with Uber is they grow the business. A yes vote from the board on Uber is going to give the citizens of this city cheaper, more reliable, quicker, and more options in transportation. Now, we talked about cash, what percentage of a cab driver gets cash. Every Uber trip is taxable income. There is no cash. It's the thing that you forgot. Every Uber trip is taxable income. It comes on a 1099. 15% of it or 20% of it goes out of town. The rest of it stays here. The other thing that we didn't talk about is that the voters, the citizens of this city love it. People have been getting in my car for years telling me about Uber. Everybody likes Uber. And you know, if you don't like it, don't use it. If I come out of the Keller and I want to go home and it's busy and I call the dispatch and it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes till I get a car, and I can order an Uber, but it's in surge pricing and the $20 fare costs $60 to get home, respectfully, I ask you, what business is that of yours if I'm willing to pay that $60? If I'm willing to go out with my girlfriend on Valentine's Day and pay a premium for a meal, that's no business of the city's, as long as I know. So in closing, I would like to say to the council, please, and I followed this process for years. I was at the original for Higher Transportation Board meeting when Uber made their original pitch. And I would just ask the board to hold true to your word. And I was at the meeting where there was a deal struck with Uber, and that if the rules weren't in place by the 9th, Uber could operate.
When was that?
The liaison was at the For Higher Transportation Board in January, I believe it was, and the deal that was struck with Uber when they stopped operations, when they paused operations, is that Uber was going to do a 90-day pause and that they could resume operations the 9th of April, whether the rules were in play or not. You were going to convene the board.
We've already heard from them today that that's not going to be the case.
Correct, I understand. They're playing by the rules. I'm asking you. The other thing too, and Mr. Mayor, we had a conversation about this on Twitter. This is going to make a lot of opportunities for citizens here for part-time employment that really, have single parents, single moms, single dads. You know, it's a win-win for the city. The cab companies are going to be here. You know, in the 90s when Green Cab came, holy cow, that was the end of the world. We're all going out of business. In 2012, when Union Cab came, it was the same thing. Holy cow, it's the end of the world. We're going out of business. It's not the case. And people leave their cars at home. We're going to grow the amount of riding people. And so it's going to be good for the city, and it's scary. But Broadway Cab, Radio Cab, they're going nowhere. They have customers that have been with them for years that will only be with them. So I urge the council for a yes vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, do you have a business license for your Uber driving?
I do. I am a Portland permitted company. I have commercial insurance. I'm also permitted at the Port of Portland, and I have access to ground transportation.
So you pay business income tax on your 1099?
Absolutely.
But if you didn't happen to also own you don't have a separate license for your Uber driving, you use your current company?
It's under my LLC, yeah. Uber has a different levels of service. And they have a black car service, and that's basically what I'm waiting for. They start with X, and then they bring the black car service in. And that's what I'm waiting for. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mayor, thank you for a chance to express myself. It's daunting to follow so many eloquent people with brilliant ideas presented themselves before you. I thank the gentleman before me.
Just put your name in the record.
My name is Frank Choto. I started out as a taxi driver. There were things before that, but in the transportation industry, I did that for a while. Then I went into the town car business. So next year I've spent 30 years. I had planned for 2 weeks. Things happened. Here is my position. First, I have to thank Mr. Dufay and his staff over at licensing. This is a turbulent period. They have a new staff in there, and I've had a chance to use their services. They are far friendlier, very efficient. I hadn't seen that in my experience in the city of Portland. So someone at personnel is doing something right, and I think Frank takes some of the credit. Anyway, with regard to the situation at hand, I made my peace with Uber before you allowed Uber in here. I do not fear Uber as the owner of a town car company. In fact, I am moving to join Uber as one of their drivers to see if I can get a little more money, even if they do take some of it, but I'll get some. And I think that we all should consider like services, including the taxi industry. The taxi industry tends to want to compartmentalize itself. Radio cab, Broadway cab, no corporation. So there is a traveler here, a block away, standing for 2 hours. There's a radio cab here, but they call Broadway. There is no coordination between radio and Broadway to pick up this poor guy. In enters Uber, and Uber is electronic, and it links you to the nearest driver. This industry needs to start talking to each other and to start solving some of their compartmentalization inefficiencies. And before I stop, I'm concerned about the driver because I've been a driver for 29 years. I do not have savings after 29 years. I do not have retirement after 29 years. I do not own a home after 29 years. I do not smoke, nothing against smokers. I do not drink or have habits. I work 7 days a week. I have a college degree. I have a graduate degree. I stayed in this industry, and this is where I am. I have gone to funerals of drivers through the decades and watched their families walk away with nothing from this industry. Portland is a brilliant place. I've seen mayors here since Connie. What I would ask of you is find solutions so that these drivers can enter what the president said since he became president, a way into the middle class through this industry. All of them. It can be done. You can lower the kitty. There are people here who have never driven a day who make more than $1 million in this industry a year on this thing called the taxi car, whatever it is, ownership thing. Find a way so that drivers can keep more of their income. The technology is improving. I see more fuel-efficient vehicles, and I think that puts a little more money into the driver's pocket. I don't know if that's enough. I doubt. I see an electric car now coming in, company. Maybe that will help save some of the money. Insurance, you talk about insurance here. Let me take an example from construction. The construction workers could not find affordable insurance. It was bankrupting them. So they went down to Salem to the insurance commissioner, organized, and they got insurance through the state of Oregon, vastly cheaper. Insurance is a huge cost for drivers, passed on to them through this kiddie process. I deal with it because I own my own company. They might organize and try through the state of Oregon to get state insurance and make it cheaper and keep some of that money in their pocket. There are things you could do. They may need changing rules and regulations. What is a 401k? What is a Roth IRA? I studied some of these things. These are immigrants, many of them. English is maybe a third language for them. And there are many who just do not see these financial instruments well for one reason or another. It is not beyond the pale for the city of Portland to look for a way to allow these drivers to join some kind of financial planning, investment pool, so that when they come to the end of their natural working life, like my friend Jim Poorman, who has aged so much better than I have, I saw him testify here earlier, that there is something to retire on. What is our country, the United States, going to do with a whole bunch of retired people who were called independent contractors and had nothing at the end of their natural working life? This is a question that we can debate, some of us, as we drink coffee, but ultimately, I believe and I trust and I pray that if it does not begin here at the city of Portland, where bright people reside, where our mayor is a genius.
Please don't say that, sir.
Okay?
Please don't
If
say
it
that.
does not begin here, if we do not pioneer this and become the example for the entire country,
Please don't say that.
who will? Who will? I'm challenging you to do this and to change the rules and to allow these people to also have a retirement of sorts, a meaningful retirement, so that they will not walk on into the sunset with a heart attack, is what most of them die of. I might go on, but it wouldn't do much good. I might suggest ways of working healthy, because most of them spend eons in that car. They forgot what walking was. They forgot what jumping was. Forget jogging. It's none of that. And they puff and they puff and they puff and they puff and they go boom. And they're gone. And the children are here. The spouse is here. And we just kind of let it go by. But I am hopeful that this time a trend has begun, beginning with the last mayor who did so many good things for us. And now continuing with this mayor. And believe me when I say I know how good you people are, it's because I transport your friends who talk about you in my car.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a hard act to follow, but you have to follow it.
Good evening, commissioners and Mayor House. My name is Awais Alaso. Really happy, to be here. I'm really excited with it, and I will let you know about that. I want to say a little bit about my background, and I will conclude. I will just come to the conclusion, in a bit. So, I'm here in the United States for 4 years now. I'm actually an immigrant. Hope you don't have a problem with the immigrant accent. So, actually, when first time I came to the United States, I remember I was looking for a good life. There was time I was a refugee in Kenya, that I was living very, very hard life. But when I came to the United States, really, I have had a big change for the life. My first job, I had to work at Mayo Clinic, and I made really a progress for the first year with them. I moved, after that I had to move here to Portland, and I worked at Legacy Health. I really, met with the dream that I had, because I made a good progress for that. And when I came here to Portland, I get a job from Legacy Health, and I was really very happy, and I made a big change for the life, and still I have a dream to make my life better, and just to make a progress. Now I need to go to school so that I can still develop my future, and sometimes it's hard to go to school and do a full-time job. So I really just couldn't find a job that is flexible, which I can go to school, and so I have had that Uber. I'm Uber driver now. I have had that Uber has got a flexible job. So I really felt that my dream is coming true, so that I can go to school and I can get a job which is flexible. So I really just applied Uber, and I had to wait a little bit for the background check, and after a while they accepted me to be as an Uber driver, and I started with them. Now I'm an Uber driver, and I'm on my way to go to school now. So it helped me really a lot. So if I remember the time I was a refugee and the progress I make, I really thank God a lot. Now I made really a good development for the life. I'm in Oregon. I'm just I have a job. I'm here now. I'm in front of the Portland commissioners. I'm in front of the mayor. And it just really, gives me a good moral, for development. And thank you for you guys. Actually, I'm now Uber driver. There is, I know regulations that needs to be fixed. I know a lot of stuff that needs to be, to go through. So, in my experience, I'm really very happy to be Uber driver. I picked up a lot of different people, and they were all happy. And I had, I felt, I have seen, different people, and just everybody was happy and smiling, So when you see a different faces, you feel really happy. You learn new people. So I would just, say at the end of my words that thank you, everybody. And if there is any question and that you want to ask me about the Uber, I'm really, just open to answer about it.
Thank you.
for
Thank
hanging
you.
in all this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So, going to open it up for council discussion. Thank you very much. We really appreciate everyone who's been here speaking today. This has been one of those hearings, frankly, that makes me amazed and proud to be a Portlander. We've had just eloquent testimony from an amazing variety of people. I appreciate the council's diligence and patience in having a long hearing, but actually, although the Private for Hire Board has had public hearings on various subjects, and although our task force was open to the public, this is the first real city council discussion of this issue because, of course, we confronted this problem with the commissioner in charge and me back in December, and then had this opportunity to take some time as a city and start looking at this issue. In my opinion, this task force has done an amazing job of getting into those issues and addressing them, although we've heard a lot of questions and concerns today that I think we need more information about. So I want to call on Commissioner Novick, but we have in front of us a report that the council can accept. That, by the way, does not mean that we accept every single one of its recommendations or that we are programmed for any particular action, as far as I understand it. But we've had a task force. It has delved into these issues. It's given us a set of recommendations. We've also, again, heard 6 hours of excellent testimony. So I think the options before us are more than one, but one of those options is to accept the report and then set a timetable for what we're going to consider next. So with that, I'll ask you, Steve, for your comments and thoughts about where we go from here.
I really, really appreciate the work that the task force did. They were given a tight timeline and a lot of issues to work on. I'm amazed that they were able to meet as often as they did and go over the issues as thoroughly as they did. I also really, really appreciate, as the mayor said, everything everybody had to say today. It's been an extremely thoughtful discussion. And as the mayor said, there are a number of questions we need to follow up on. I think among them, for example, Commissioner Fritz's question of can we get absolute assurance from the insurance companies that they are not going to be canceling people's policies during the time when people are not on the app because they find out that somebody is driving for a TNC. One thing I have to note is that on the issue of insurance coverage, the basic Oregon requirement is for $25,000 for the injury or death of a single person, $50,000 total for the injury or death of multiple people in a single accident. And all drivers are dangerous, and if we have a concern about those limits, we might want to consider asking the legislature to raise those minimums in general, not just for TNC drivers. I think that...
Can I just ask a procedural
Yeah.
thing? Because I have a hunch we could spend the next hour
Sure.
talking about issues, and I've already missed dinner. I don't want to miss putting my son to bed. So could we instead focus for a moment on just how we're going to process this issue, and then because I think each of us could spend a half an hour identifying issues of concern, and we could even begin a preliminary debate. But I think we're all going to we may actually have alignment on some next steps, and I'd be interested, Steve, in what you think is what you'd be open to for a process whereby the council could get some answers to the questions that have been raised tonight and that each of us have, a chance to have perhaps a work session or some other gathering where we could get feedback from professional staff and really feel like we've digested it, and then a chance to come to council and debate a resolution. That would be just
Absolutely. I think that what we can do, what our staff can do, is make a list of all of the questions that they heard tonight and identify ones for which we know we have answers and ones for which we'll need to search for answers. And then we will send that list to all the council members and say, did we miss anything? And you can tell us what we missed. And I think that's the appropriate next step.
I assume we can do that fairly quickly because we've all been taking lots of notes. Assuming we get a list of questions, and some of them may involve bringing legal counsel in, because I still have some, despite the good briefing I had earlier, I still have some big legal questions about what laws apply and what don't, and what that means to us. Once we get to that point, though, I'll just speak for myself that I think it would be helpful to have another group gathering, and maybe it's a work session or whatever you want to call it, where we can talk about those issues, get input from staff, and then present a resolution. The challenge of doing a resolution at this point, it may be subject to substantial amendments based on further testimony, in which case that process is harder to circumscribe. I think the five of us deliberating actually could narrow these issues quite dramatically, not deliberating, but discussing in a work session. So that would be my suggestion.
I think that's a fine suggestion. And also, in the meantime, since my impression is that everybody involved with this has great respect for the group of Lewis and Clark law students who looked at this issue, I'm going to see if we can convene a meeting of the Lewis and Clark law students and members of the taxi industry and of the TNCs, and see if maybe they can just all thrash it out in a couple of hours.
Mayor, would you be open to that concept, perhaps?
Yeah, so let me make some specific suggestions. One, I'm going to close the public hearing on this, on this report. And again, I believe what we should do as a council, both to close this phase of the work and to thank the task force for its work is to accept the report, and I'll entertain a motion to do that. No one should either panic or celebrate if the council accepts the report, because all we're doing is accepting a report. We're not making decisions that we agree with everything in it, and we're not rejecting it, but we're saying thank you for your recommendations. Or we can not do that and simply leave the report on the table. But we do this all the time. For those of you who aren't familiar with this process, we get council reports all the time, and mere acceptance doesn't mean
Mayor, can I speak to that for a
anything in
second?
particular. So
I'm going to, as someone who is highly skeptical of both the time frame we're on and a number of the issues that I think we still have to sort out, I will move to accept the report, and I'll tell you why. It is the tradition of this body to accept reports from citizens that we impanel to give us recommendations. I can only think of one example where we didn't, and that was because of a fundamental disagreement about some national security issues and the extent of the reporting. But from my personal point of view, if we don't accept the report, what we're essentially saying to a citizen group is that we don't value the effort sufficient to just transmit the report to us. That's all it is. It's a ministerial act. It doesn't give it force of law. It doesn't say we're up or down. You can accept the report and still reject the recommendations. I think it's bad form not to accept reports, particularly when you've asked people to work under such constrained time limits and to do as thorough a job as this. So I'm going to move to accept the report, even though I have enormous reservations about some of the recommendations, and I think the council has some work to do before we could get to a resolution that I could support.
I'll see if there's a second for that.
Second.
Okay, so before we take action on that motion, let me make some suggestions. Again, I want to take your suggestion, Commissioner Fish, and it sounds like you agree with this, Commissioner Novick, that we ought to have some kind of a council work session probably a week from now.
Oh, I think that's way too soon.
But let's consider that. One of the things that we heard in this hearing is very important, and that is, although maybe no one regards this as particularly miraculous, the city of Portland is unusual in that Transportation Network Company entered this market. We told them to stop, and they did. And they have been a participant in this debate here today, but no one is threatening to begin operations while the council deliberates, and frankly, compared to hundreds of other cities around the world, that's a good thing, that's where Portland is right now. So I believe we've got a little time to do our job right, rather than being rushed into doing it too quickly. So therefore, I think if we could set a timetable of a council work session to hear back from our professional staff and your staff, Commissioner Novick, in a couple of weeks.
I think a couple of weeks, yeah, that would work for me, Mayor.
That
Next
would,
week, I think,
that
is a
would
little
be
pressed.
sane and practicable. Brian, what do you think?
So there is a resolution possible. Say what would you like?
I would recommend that we have the work session first and delay filing the resolution.
Yep.
Yes.
And we should not have a resolution with the work session, because then we would stray into deliberating, which we're not allowed to do. This is really for the purpose of crafting a resolution.
Right, and again, I want the public to understand, we actually do this fairly often, which is that we have a city council work session in which we bring in our professional staff and we ask them questions. It's not a public hearing where we take testimony like this. Before we actually do anything, we will have a public hearing again. Sure, I'll let you ask a question. Yes, they're public. Everything whenever there's more than 3 of us in a room, yeah, in Oregon, whenever there's more than 3 decision makers in a room working on a decision, it's a public meeting. And in fact, it'll be in this chamber and it'll be on TV, so.
Can you announce those, though?
It will be. It will be. In fact, we're going to maybe even, with our council clerk's help, pick a time when we might do that.
This
Now,
would be on a Tuesday, Mayor?
This is a challenge because we are also in the middle of our budget process.
Got the spring bump on 2 weeks.
Yes, I am thinking that perhaps the afternoon of Tuesday, the 21st, might be practicable for a work session. We have a work session on the budget that morning. So that's one option. Another one would perhaps be.
Do we have a council session, Carla? We have a hold for Thursday afternoon, but is there a council session?
I don't have anything else
So
scheduled
Mayor,
that day.
we
but-
actually have now that Thursday freed up.
Talk about Thursday, the 23rd at 2
Oh, no, not the
PM.
23rd, no, the 16th. The 23rd has 2 land use cases.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, so,
And it's hard to schedule work sessions without your schedulers, because I don't really
Yeah.
schedule those, so.
but, and so we won't necessarily arrive at this precise decision, but I will ask our council schedulers to try to make the afternoon of Tuesday, the 21st work
That looks like it would work for me.
for at least a couple of hours, again, for our staff, from the Bureau and from the City Attorney's Office and any other resources we want to call on to look at all the questions that got raised in this hearing and, excuse me, come back to us with some answers.
You and I have a meeting that afternoon, we can reschedule.
Okay.
And I think I have another
Yeah, I was-
search-related thing we can reschedule. So let's,
Okay.
why don't we put that down,
Okay,
subject to changing?
so we're
for cause?
tentatively, we're gonna tentatively select 2 PM on April 21st for that work session. And I would advise the council to try to make that 2 PM to 5 PM in your calendars, just in case we need that long to work our way through all the issues that we've heard. If we get lucky and we get answers quickly, it won't take 3 hours. But that will be, again, that'll be a council work session in which we work our way through the complexities that, again, this great Citizens Committee has already partially dug into for us, and they've done a lot of work in a short time. But obviously, this hearing has illustrated, one, how complex this is, and two, that there's still a lot of questions.
So I'll move the report.
Okay, so we have the motion and the second. Any further discussion on accepting the report, will be the action before us tonight? Okay, roll call on that, please.
Fish?
Thanks to the mayor and Commissioner Novick for leading the process at the council. Thanks to the citizen task force for the work that they did under, probably in record time. I can't think of something that this compares to. And then a thoughtful presentation. Thanks to all the professionals, particularly at the Transportation Bureau, who have been briefing the council and guiding this process. In accepting this report, I have serious reservations about a number of the key recommendations. On the other hand, I will say, I want to echo what the mayor said. I think this is one of the better hearings we've ever had. And my litmus test is I go home and tell my wife I'm surprised I get paid to do this job. And it's a privilege to have a seat here. We sit here and we look at the people testifying. It's a privilege to have so many people come forward and with such passion and thoughtfulness share their views. So it is our honor to spend an evening with the people that are here tonight. For me, Mayor, I am going to be looking in the next phase of this, particularly through 4 lenses. Equity, and it does trouble me that the TNCs believe that ADA does not apply to them, so I think we have to be very intentional about how these rules apply. 2 is safety, and I think the insurance business is not something I understand well, but I think people have raised some concerns, and I'll look forward to the follow-up discussion about what are the responsible limits that apply across the board. This notion of a level playing field, which we've all committed to, that's very important here. That's a very important value, but I fear that we may be creating a separate but unequal system, and I want to be convinced that it's truly a level playing field. And finally, the enforcement piece, I think we have to get right. And to those who think that we just spend all of our time thinking about ways of enforcing laws in some random way, I just want to say, our job, once we get it right, is to enforce community standards, not to just hire people for the purpose of harassing people. It's to enforce community standards. And the ultimate test of what we do is, are people safe in accessing services when we say that they can be safe? And I have been somewhat discouraged by the track record that we've had in the short-term rental discussion, because we've had people who come before us saying that they want to do the right thing, but we just have had difficulty getting them to do the right thing. And so I would say trust but verify ought to be our approach to this and any of these other things. And finally, I'm all for innovation, and I compliment Silicon Valley for coming up with endless apps. But remember, the TNCs are very clear in their litigation. They say they are not transportation service providers, and they are not public accommodations. Well, that means there's something that we've not really understood before. And we have, I think, a special duty to get it right when we regulate something that so conspicuously doesn't fall within any of the categories that we're used to regulating. So I really appreciate this hearing. It has actually helped move my thinking forward, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to see if we can get to consensus on this. Aye.
Saltzman?
Well, I want to thank the task force for their work and all of the staff that helped support the task force and the public that has spoken to us tonight. I think that I'm a little mystified about all the insurance issues, but concerned. So I want to make sure we try to get that right. I am concerned that we don't have perhaps adequate coverage limits. And I don't know whether that requires us changing state law or just requires us putting it forward if we move ahead with a regulatory scheme for the TNCs. Don't know why fire extinguishers were taken out of the cars. I think they should be part of the cars.
Says
as the fire commissioner, yeah.
Mayor, can we just put that back in, for God's sake?
I think that one's easy.
We knew that was coming.
Yeah. The spare tire I can see taken out, and that's weight. You can save some weight there. But yeah, so it's really the insurance issues, and as I expressed earlier in the evening, or earlier in the afternoon, my concern how this does affect, how the entrance of TNCs will affect people's wages, what they earn, and we've heard testimony, pro and con. I think on behalf of the TNCs, and people are making livings, or so it seems, making livings driving for Uber or for Lyft. But I also know that, people, it seems like more full-time people are working in the taxi cab limousine industry. So that's something I'll ultimately weigh in whatever decision I cast. And then I thought the concerns about the accessibility and the recommendations of PEEP, I think that was the acronym, deserve further scrutiny as well. And so those are things that I'm concerned about. And yeah, and just, on the insurance issue, I think it's making sure we have good coverage, liability coverage. I think as somebody said, from the time the app's on till it's off. And I do think on the background checks, that's the other issue I'm concerned about, is the third party versus the city doing its own background checks. I think there were some good points made about perhaps a broader, more thorough background check being done by the city, Portland Police Bureau, than might be gleaned from third party, but I need to learn more about what third party background checks are all about. But I am happy to accept this report. Aye.
Novick?
I join my colleagues in saying that this is a proud night. I'm very proud to be in Portland tonight. I'm proud of the work that the task force did and the PBOT staff did, and Brian Hockaday of my staff in particular. I'm very proud of my colleagues. I'm proud of Commissioner Fritz for continually pushing these insurance questions, and the fire commissioner for being concerned about fires, and Commissioner Fish for his attention to the terms of use agreement, which I think is an interesting thing to explore. Again, thanks to the mayor for helping to bring this issue to the fore, and his staff has devoted a lot of time to it. And again, I think that he made a very wise choice in making it clear that the taxi industry is part of the transportation industry, much as I might have liked to avoid being embroiled in this controversy. So I think this is the discussion, this has moved the discussion forward. And again, I really, really appreciate the work of the task force. I mean, normally you appoint task forces, they meet once a month for a year maybe. And this task force met repeatedly and intensively over a short period of time. And I'm extremely grateful to them. Aye.
Fritz?
So Commissioner Fish explained very nicely what we're doing here in terms of accepting a citizen group report as thank you for your report. We're not saying that we agree with anything in it, never mind all or most of it. So I do appreciate how hard the task force worked. And I also appreciated Ms. Wise's comments that there's so many questions to be answered before we move forward, that we need to take the time. Yes, we can come back in 2 weeks, and that still may not be enough time to be sure that we have looked at everything. We should still be deciding whether we are going to allow this rather than how we are going to allow this. Because there are people right now who rely on driving taxis for their living, for their roof over their head, their food on the table, and we need to be figuring out how we may allow this new technology and this new service to come into Portland in a manner that doesn't put people out of their homes and devastate their businesses. This process has made clear that there are some things that we need to do to look at the current taxi system, and I particularly appreciate the Commission on Disability and their proposal for the Equal Access Project, and also Broadway Cabs and others embracing of that concept. I think that that's something that we should be able to do in fairly short order too, and I would suggest that we should not move forward on the other issues. It always seems like for the issues of disability, oh, we'll get to that in our next phase. Well, how about if we get to it as soon as possible? I do believe we should ask the risk manager to assess the city's risk in all of this in terms of insurance, and I'm glad we're going to do that. As far as insurance, we should not allow Uber or Lyft to operate until the insurance question is settled, until there is a state law, until there are mandatory coverage, and until there is a mechanism for the TNCs to require that their operators have told their insurance companies that they are driving commercially. The limits, I think we should, right now I'm moving to add to our next legislative agenda in 2017 or even the short session next year. $25,000 per incident is nothing. You pretty much spend that once you get into the emergency room. And when you're looking at a significant crash where people die, even $300,000, if there's 4 people who are impacted, is not going to provide you with the amount of coverage that you should have. So we need to figure that out before we say go forth and prosper on this. Particularly, we need to have notification of lapses in coverage. As was pointed out, private insurers can forget to pay their policy. I absolutely remember bursting into tears, realizing that I had not paid our policy, and because I was busy campaigning at the time, and that was pretty much a crisis. Happily, we were able to hurry up and pay that policy, but I would not want that to happen to somebody who's in a taxi cab or in a private, in a Uber or Lyft situation to find out, oops, the policy lapsed. I do think that driver permitting should stay with the city. I want the city doing the background checks. I want the city having the permit. I thought that was a great suggestion to have the sticker. We also need a mechanism to ensure that people who are driving for profit need to have a business license in the city of Portland. And there needs to be a mechanism to be absolutely sure that that happens. So I was interested that it's a very similar conversation to what we had on Airbnb, that we need to know who the drivers are, not just random checks. If we're going to make sure that everybody who's got an Airbnb license is following the policy, we need to have a mechanism. And that, to me, is you don't get to be on the app as a driver unless you can show you have your license and you can show you have your insurance. So I'd like to see that. I do want to quote from Robert Reich, the Labor Secretary from President Clinton in the mid-1990s. New software technologies are allowing almost any job to be divided up into discrete tasks that can be parceled out to workers when they're needed, with pay determined by demand for that particular job at that particular moment. Customers and workers are matched online. Workers are rated on quality and reliability. The big money goes to the corporations who own the software. The scraps go to the on-demand workers. And if we're going to permit this activity, we need to make sure that if people want to drive full-time, that they're able to do that, but also that those who want to drive full-time for taxis continue to be able to do that. I do know that the task force has put in a lot of effort. In this next phase, I want some of the taxi drivers at the table. I'd like, as you suggested, the Lewis and Clark Law students at the table, others to be part of the conversation so that people don't feel they have to come to the city council in order to be able to correct misinformation. I also want to see more civil rights protections, the fines for the corporations if a driver misbehaves or indeed a passenger misbehaves. It shouldn't just be, oh, you can no longer use our platform. It should be, no, you were actually responsible in part for getting these two parties together, and if one party or another is aggrieved, there needs to be some consequence for the corporation that set that up. I'm very concerned in what Commissioner Fish termed separate but equal. As you may have noticed, I'm the one woman on the council, and I can tell you in response to, oh, you've never used Uber, I am never going to use Uber. I've been taught since I was so high that women do not get into strange cars, and I am never going to do that. So I'm going to be relying on the taxi cabs. And I don't want there to be two systems where there's one system which may dwindle because of the supply and demand, where women and people with disabilities have to wait for long periods, and where everybody else can take Uber. It was interesting, we had a little poll in my office on who was going to take Uber, and the three women who are older 50 were either hell no or probably no. The two younger women were like, oh yes, I can see the picture, and this gives me some sense of who's going to be picking me up. And so there is definitely a divide, but until I and my generation die off, we're going to need rides that are safe, secure, and who I know the company and I can complain to the corporation rather as well as to the person who's providing the ride. So thank you for this conversation. Thank you to all of you who have stayed this long, and I appreciate the task force's work. Aye.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I just have to say, quoting one of my other favorite Brits, we're all not dead yet, and so we're not going to die off anytime soon. First, I want to, in addition to the thanks that I've already expressed to the task force and to the Commissioner Novik's staff and to the Bureau folks and my staff who've worked hard on this issue in a short time, I want to thank Commissioner Steve Novik. I'm often called on to summarize my colleagues with a sentence or two, and what are the greatest things about each of you. And I won't run through the whole list, but I'll talk about him for a minute. And that is, one of the things that I love about Steve Novik and that I cite to people all the time is that he's courageous and that he's willing to wade into a difficult issue that maybe other elected officials in other places would run away from or stick their heads in the sand about. And Steve, I appreciate that you are willing to take on a difficult, complex issue where not everyone will agree with what we're able to come up with. And thank you for that willingness to dive into this and try to make sense of it. Let me talk about three words that I want to stress just for a couple of minutes. Change, innovation, and democracy. We're in a time of great change in this city. We had a land use hearing yesterday where people were palpably worried about change in their neighborhood. We're going to have more of those because Portland is growing once again and very robustly. When I ran for office as mayor, there were 2 tower cranes in the city of Portland, and they were both for public works projects. Look around. That's no longer the case. And so there's a lot of change upon us, and this technological change is yet one more, that the pace and amazing change that we see all around us seems to be accelerating and proliferating, and this is one more example of that. Innovation. Portland has a history of figuring things out earlier and better than other cities, and we've been challenged again here tonight to try to equal that record. Other cities didn't know much about light rail till we built some and proved that it was great. Other cities had never heard of urban growth boundaries until we put one in place and saved our farmland. Other cities got rid of their streetcars just like we did, but we put them back first. So we're an innovator. We pride ourselves on that. And these new economy models that come with the sharing economy are an opportunity for us to be innovators once again. And I'll talk more about exactly how I think we have to do that. Democracy, one of the greatest things about today's hearing has been people who came and said, I was really worried about this issue. I wasn't sure if I would have a chance to have my say, and they were on both sides of this discussion. And I think I heard a few of our fellow citizens say, well, it looks to me like democracy is working in Portland, and I hope you all and anyone else who's paid attention to this discussion today believe that this is a chamber where people get to be heard, where the council hasn't made up its mind, where we learn things, where we carefully work on them, and we then try to do the right thing, again, in a way that may be more innovative than other places. I believe that there is a place in this issue where we can accommodate the new economy but also do so in a way that practices justice and fairness to those who have rightly invested in the system that we have today. And that's going to be difficult, and we have a lot of questions to answer and nuances to work on in order to get to that place. But I don't think that this is a zero-sum game in which we are either the last holdout against the new economy or where we surrender as other cities have done. This is not easy, as we've heard in this discussion today, but I believe we can do this. I was very close to my father, and he told me lots of stories, which I enjoyed, and I practice telling stories too much, and I promise I won't tell too many more tonight because it is late. But he worked right after World War II as a cab driver in Washington, D.C., while he was putting himself through college on the GI Bill. And I had some great stories from him about his career as a cab driver. And so I remember that about him. But the other thing that I remember about my dad, which I think really relates to what we're doing here, is he taught me carpentry. And then I put myself through college as a construction framer. And of course, what he and every other carpenter always says is, measure twice and cut once. That's what we've got to do on this issue, is measure very carefully and then make it right the right way. I believe we can do that. I appreciate everyone's engagement in this discussion so far. There's obviously more to come, starting 2 weeks from today when we gather back in this room with some answers to the questions that have been brought up today. Thank you all for an excellent hearing. Aye, and we are adjourned. Thank you.